Whew. All right. Welcome to the open debate. How's everybody doing tonight? We're starting things a little bit earlier this evening. But yeah, my name's Elder. This is the open debate, a place for individuals to get together for hard conversations, interesting discussions, hearing points of views that they may not necessarily get throughout their average everyday ingestion of information, and a place to push the boundaries of what you believe, what you know, and how you feel. So the floor is open for discussion. TikTok is toxic. How do you feel about that? But anything that's on your mind, feel free to pop in, request to join. You can hit the multi guest or co host button, and I will pop you into the chat. For anybody who's out there watching, you can hit this screen, tap the screen, and it will like the live stream. That will share it to help promote it to other people to get it in front of more eyes. If you have anybody out there that you know of that is into these types of discussions that may disagree with what we're discussing here this evening, make sure you share the stream with them. I always appreciate that. If anybody would like to help out support the channel, you can always hit up the PayPal at Open the Debate. Thank you to everybody who has done that. I appreciate all the support and the love. But with that being said, we will get the show started here very soon. Whenever somebody would like to hop into the chat, we can start the conversations. Like I always say, it's not really just me spouting off my opinion about things and telling you how I feel. It's more so a conversation of the collective community. Thought that I'd start the stream a little bit earlier tonight and see how people enjoyed that. If just to see how it would go, because I do the streams a little bit later, so I don't know how people feel about that. But yeah, gotta gauge the individuals who come out to the stream accordingly. So that being said, if you have anything on your mind, feel free to pop in, and I would be more than happy to talk about whatever's on your mind this evening. Whether it's a debate or just a discussion, always happy to have it. And thank you everybody who's showing up here in the chat and that is discussing things in the comment section. That's what it's all about as well. I appreciate everybody coming out and being here. Lately, there's been a lot of TikTok drama going around, thrown in front of our faces, whether you want it to be or not. And it's an interesting situation that is happening. See there on the multi-stream, Pretty Inks driving home, listening to this in audio-only format. So for anybody else who would like to hop on and discuss, this will be podcast style for at least one individual out there. I've been thinking about re-uploading these discussions to a TikTok, or sorry, just read that comment, to a podcast type style forum. TikTok isn't toxic. TikTok takes advantage of toxic human nature. That's a good point, right? Is TikTok toxic, or are humans toxic? Are people toxic? That's the question that we have. That's the question that's on the board. My stance, TikTok is toxic, but it's a very good point that you brought up. Humans are also toxic, so does it just bring out the worst in people? Does it prop up those individuals with toxic nature? It's a question that we have. If you would like to pop in and discuss things, you can always hit the multi-guest button or co-host button, yellow and or purple and blue button down there, pink and blue, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, guys, you can come into the conversation, speak your mind, we'll listen to whatever you have to say. I'm sure people out there have things on their minds, and yeah, we'll get the conversation started. That's what this is all about. Yeah, the open debate is a place for individuals to get together for interesting conversations, not just a one-sided, not just a one-sided discussion. I don't know how do you call it? But yeah, we've talked about a lot of interesting things throughout the past few weeks, and continue to plan to continue to have interesting conversations. The more individuals that we can break through to with different opinions, the more opinions that we can hear on this channel. And that's what it's all about. We want to get people that we don't agree with so that we can listen to what they have to say and why they believe the things that they believe and come to an understanding around those ideas in general. TikTok is an advertising program that keeps your instant gratification up so you buy merch. Well, I don't know. I've never purchased anything off of TikTok before, but you could, I guess, you could use it to your advantage if you were selling a product and played into those algorithms, knew what you were doing. It's very, very smart. But yes, interesting situation. TikTok has been a place where lots of different communities have come together and found a home, but does that mean that it is constantly evolving? Yes, I do believe so. Is it toxic? Yes. In more ways than one. I believe that it definitely lumps people together and keeps them all in an echo chamber, regardless of whether or not you push outside those boundaries. It will consistently find things that you enjoy. Obviously, that's the way the algorithm works. But it's taken the community sense away from, I don't know, the broad community. There's all, I got 5 fingers, and these are all separate communities, but they make up the hand. And we took away the hand, now we just have the fingers. I don't know. That's the way for me to say it. But if you'd like to come on, have the conversation, you can always hit the co-host button down below, multi-guest, and we can discuss in the chat in real time with your voice. But yeah, TikTok is definitely a good platform to have conversations on and to build a community of individuals who are willing to discuss what is going on inside of their heads. But it also does create an echo chamber of individuals who have similar thoughts and ideas. This is the same with most social media platforms I've found. Although, yeah, I don't know. They're all designed to, like someone said, maximize the amount of time spent on the platform, and they utilize your emotions to do that. So it's an interesting situation that we have found. If you'd like to come on and speak about anything on your mind, regardless of if it's TikTok related or just what you're seeing in the news lately, something that's happened to you in your own life, you have a story to tell, here's the place to do it. You can hit the co-host button, multi-guest, request to join, and come on into the show. Speak your mind, we're here to listen. Trendy says, if our eyes' sight is limited to certain colors, can't the sky be another color, but we can't see it? That is a question. That is an interesting question. I think it certainly could, depending on our understanding of measuring those colors, because I believe that we can still detect the colors. We just can't see them, so we could measure them. We could see if they were there theoretically or not, but we can't physically see them. So we'd be able to tell. But perhaps it's something that we just don't know at all. A color that's so far out of the range of our understanding that that's what it is. But it just comes through blue. Yeah. If our animals can hear and see better, does that mean that there's things around us they can see and not us? Now, that's also a good question. The idea of, can our animals see ghosts or spirits or weird things? Can they sense things before us? When you see all the animals running before a storm, before an earthquake, does that have something to do with something supernatural? Or what is it? What does it have to do with? If you'd like to talk about any of those things, if you have anything on your mind about that, please make sure that you hit the request to join button. Down to have anybody pop in, and I'd love to hear your voice and what you have to say. That's what the show is all about. This is the open debate. My name's Elder, and yeah, guys, this is what we're here to do. Have conversations with individuals who want to discuss their thoughts regardless of what they are. It's a platform to hear what people think, understand why they believe the things they believe, and ask questions, push the boundaries of our knowledge and thought. Toxic. Why? Why is TikTok toxic? Well, I've been saying that it reinforces the idea of individuals to stick within an echo chamber and within their own community. But regardless of that, that being one of the reasons as to why I believe TikTok as a whole is actually toxic. When I have this on the board, I more so mean it promotes toxicity. Um, the debate corner of TikTok, if you will, in live streaming aspects is very toxic. I watched a stream go from 400 viewers to 5.5 thousand viewers over the span of not even 5 minutes, all because the individuals were arguing so hard about a really sensitive topic. People just aren't into having normal days. We'll see what's up. You got neighborhood coming in. Thanks for joining us on the open debate. How you doing tonight?
How you doing, my man?
Not too bad.
No,
How are you?
I was just kind of kicked back, just kind of listening to your point of view on things. I like your open mindedness on it. I do. It's a
Thank
great
you.
big world. Not everybody sees it the same.
Yeah, it's very true. We all have our own outlook, and that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to do here with getting people with different perspectives to come on and speak their mind because it's we all have our preconceived notions of what the other individual thinks, and instead of just going with our own beliefs, it's good to hear from the individuals what they actually truly believe and why they believe what they believe.
All right. Well, I was listening to you talking about it a while ago. You said that TikTok was kind of isolating groups as of individuals, lumping them together. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll agree with that. But the reason that I think that happens, and if you see a whole lot of it, you probably see a whole lot of it in the comments on the shows that you do, and I see it in some of the videos that I do. There's so much negativity whenever there's a troll gets in, and there's so much negativity gets passed around, that people who think alike will will tend to like each other's content, and TikTok kind of groups them in that arena because that's the way the algorithm will work, because they associate with one another a little bit better than they do with, say, someone who has a really seriously objective opinion. They that's negative to them, so they'll shun it, and they'll naturally pull together, and then and then I think that's how that kind of gets happens. I think it's a natural selection thing, really.
yeah, yeah, and it's like that's yeah, that's pretty much it. It's the way that people get grouped into associating only with the
Right.
individuals that they with the
Well,
content that they interact with. That is something that's good with TikTok, though. You do always get a
well,
little bit of a random thing coming up every now and then.
but it goes back way further than TikTok, my man. Go back to high school. Go back to the jocks and the heads and the rednecks and the third hall boys. The high school was broke up into, and no matter how many different hallways there was in the high school, there was a different group that hung out in each different hallway, because that's exactly how that they learned to associate with each other. TikTok functions the same way, just functions on a grander scale. It's a bigger than a high school. It's worldwide.
Yeah, yeah. People group themselves and put themselves into places that they can relate and reaffirm their beliefs. And
That's right.
yeah, it's an interesting concept of the way that the world works around us, eh?
It's relative on how educated or unbiased a host to control a debate. Uh, I don't know. Education, I think, is a pretty hard word. I'm not a very educated man, even if I host a video or not. Education or not, they still have their beliefs on how, or how biased they are or not, regardless of their education level. I mean, the more you know, don't make you necessarily any smarter. If you choose not to see, that's all.
Yeah, and I don't know if that person's even speaking about this channel because
Oh
that's
well,
the
he
whole
might not have
problem
been.
within. Yeah, well, they probably could have been, but the problem is that individuals can't see past their set points of view. So when the people see the word debate, they instantly assume that it's supposed to be an argument. But this
Well,
isn't the
but
channel is about the open debate, so it's more of an
right.
open conversation, and both people get to have their points of view pushed
Yeah,
across. Nobody's supposed to change their mind. We're just supposed to be able
yeah.
to take in information.
But if you go into it with a closed mind, the first thing you do when you hear the word debate is you think, I ain't going to listen to that because he's going to try to tell me something I don't want to hear. You know, that's what people kind of either they shy away from a debate, or they want to argue one-sidedly and not listen in a debate. You know, it's the same concept either way. They're afraid of getting their mind
Yeah,
changed.
yeah, it's very true. People only want to give their point of view and don't want to take in any sort of information.
Right,
It's
right.
not a competition.
Uh, I see a lot of people
Kind
do
of
who
is a
do these lives.
competition, but
Well, it is a competition, but I see a lot of guys who do these lives, and they're if they say it is my opinion that, and then say their opinion, I will listen to what they said, and I'll listen to it for a few minutes, even if I don't stay very long. But I always stay for the comments as much as I listen, because I want to hear how negative people can be towards that man and not knowing his situation or why he even thinks that. You know,
yeah,
and I find sometimes that to be there's so much rudeness in the world anymore. I think people can ignore it, but I still see a whole lot of rudeness in my world. You know.
well, one thing that we try to do here, and a reason for these discussions and these quote unquote debates, because they turn into debates, because they're different individuals with different points of view and different sets of
Right.
information that they put forth to back up their opinions. But the problem is that everybody thinks they're correct. Everyone thinks that their opinion is the right opinion. And
Right.
so you see so many people, and the issue is, oh, I don't like to just sit here and I could just have a podcast. I could just sit here and tell you exactly what I feel and what I'm thinking, what my opinion is. But
Right.
the
But see
thing
here,
is that I find so well, this I'm just like what I find so
go ahead.
interesting about whatever like what most people are doing is everyone believes they're correct and they want to put their just give you their information, and if you don't agree with it then you must be wrong and you must be stupid, but
Well,
everybody feels
that's what
that
I'm
way,
saying.
so
You are correct. You are correct. Just like this gentleman here's comment. It's surreal to watch a live stream whenever while Canada is to the brink of collapse. I'm sorry, Canada's to the brink of collapse, but I can still have a conversation with a man, you know, as to how that affects my life, where it does or not, and have empathy for the people whose life it does affect. But this guy don't like the fact that you and me are talking about this instead of talking about how bad shit is in Canada. Come on.
yeah, yeah,
Then someone makes a Russia
things
comment
can,
down there. You know, I'm sorry what's going on in Russia. I sure am. I'm sorry what's going on all over the world for that part. In my little bitty place, you know, that's all I got. I got to watch my little place and then pray for everybody else. I don't understand these comments like this.
yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Everybody has their point of view, and everybody, like, once again, there are individuals who believe that they're, especially when it comes to how much weird like things are drilled into our head and what we should be believing and what we should be talking about. And so when
Right.
all you see all day is everybody speaking about a certain issue, and if you aren't, then they are quite upset. Then you see two individuals just having a normal conversation, and your immediate thought is, well, why aren't they speaking about the pressing issue that I've been talking about all day?
Right.
You're more than
I
welcome to
understand that.
come on and hit the request to join button and speak about it as well. The person
Yeah,
in the
well,
comments.
I will free this up. I enjoyed talking to you. I see other people are making comments, and I'll give them the option. But I thought it'd be interesting to have a conversation with a man that I had never met, and I just wanted to talk to him a minute and prove that you can be civil no matter what. I'm 56 years
Right.
old and I was raised in the hills of Kentucky, and I live on a farm. But I'm not
Mhm.
crazy, and I'm just as much a human as the next man is.
Right. Well, I appreciate you coming on and speaking your mind tonight.
All right, man. Take care. Good show.
Yeah. Have a good night. Another good conversation. We got thank you to the neighborhood for coming on and speaking your mind, just as always. And to anybody else in the comments that would like to come on, feel free to come on and speak your mind. We have a few people lined up here, and we're gonna get to This Loud Is Fire. Sounds like a good name. But yeah, come on in and we'll have a conversation. Thanks for joining us on the open debate. This Loud Is Fire. How you doing tonight?
Hi, how's it going?
Not too bad.
I'm doing all right. Yeah, no, I've been doing debate stuff here on in TikTok, politics stuff for quite a bit, and I don't think it's the TikTok. I really don't. I don't think it's anything in particular about TikTok that does it. I don't even think the algorithm is like making it worse. I think the algorithm just shows people what they want. Like there's not some like core group of people in the back room somewhere programming this algorithm. It's a machine learning. It learns whatever keeps people most in the app, right? It's just gonna do, and it's gonna show people whatever keeps them in the app. And so like when you ask yourself why is there so much fighting, is because that's what people want, right? That's what people, what attracts people and keeps them in the place and keeps them clicking, keeps them angrily typing. And it happens to me all the time. I'll be like, see someone I disagree with and I'll start like yelling at them in the chat and trying to get in and like get into fights with them. It's just like it's part of my, like, I don't know, I'm a combative person in generally, and I feel like for certain types of personalities it intentionally, TikTok will intentionally show you the things that you don't like because that's engaging to you. Like the idea of debate is engaging, and that's the problem. I don't think it's TikTok.
Well, that's the whole thing, though. That's why I like to have like that's why I bring up this discussion, because healthy debate isn't the same as toxic debates, right? When you have two individuals who are just screaming at each other, that's going to draw attention. But two individuals who are genuinely putting forth information, even if it is counter information, as long as they are being civil, it's and that's just perhaps human nature, right? We're drawn to that drama, we're drawn to the intrigue of uh
Sure.
of that insight, but it's just very unproductive, and it leads to, I don't know, the whole idea of being a true progressive. It's like, if you're looking to progress and advance, then how do we actually do that? When we look at the state of discourse in society, it's we're a pretty shitty spot.
Yeah, I think to a certain degree, debating doesn't do what anybody thinks it does. Like, if you're in a debate, your chance of convincing your opponent is basically zero. Like, it's very, very rare for it to happen. I mean, it does happen. It's not never, but like, it's pretty rare. And when they do studies on like when people watch debates, what ends up happening for most people is they become more educated on the position that they already came there with and more entrenched in their position, right? So like
Hmm.
when you debate and like I don't think it matters if it's like a heated debate where people are yelling or if it's just a basic, like a calm. I don't like I don't like the idea of civil debate either, because like civil is like very, very culturally defined, and like what counts as civility is very different depending on who you talk to. Like I've had people who are like very calm, collected, articulate racists come on my live before, and I kicked them off, and people were like, they were being civil, and it's like, well, yes, but like that's not the same thing as being like, that's not civil to me, right? Like it's not civil to do that kind of thing, uh because what you're saying is uncivil, right? And I feel like I've seen people use that also as a tactic to win a debate on a technicality, even though they're wrong, by like triggering, by saying stuff in a calm manner that makes people heated, right? Like I've seen that a lot, in particular like abortion debates. You'll see that a lot
Well,
where
see, I
people
think
get
that,
heated and
that's
start
an
yelling.
issue. Yeah, but that's an issue in the way that the individual is holding themselves and carrying themselves in response to that individual. And so we're just looking at, I think that we look at the idea of the goals of a debate in completely different standards. And so, and I think a lot of people do this as well, especially the individuals who actively engage in debates. But when I'm looking at two people debate, especially if I'm watching a debate or if I'm going to engage in a debate, my goal is not to convince you of anything. My goal is to, as articulately and as meaningfully as I can, to outline the points of which I'm trying to convey, and give the evidence for what I believe and why I believe it. You don't have to be convinced. There's no reason why this evidence in this moment should convince you. But I should be able to either at least give you enough evidence to examine the position that I'm taking and realize why I believe what I believe, and you can say, no, he believes in this study and this is why he's come to this conclusion, so he's wrong because of these things. And the audience can look at both people and see, how are they conducting themselves, what information are they putting forth, and what do I see from those positions, that the individuals like, from those two perspectives, right? And so when somebody does get heated and their emotions come into play, it just makes their argument look weak, and it just
But that's
it
it,
hurts their cause.
But the thing is, that's such a bullshit tactic, because what happens so many times is that you'll have somebody who can look at a thing like a man looking at abortion, right, and talking about like gritty details about it, and from a very calm, collected standpoint, because they've never had to think about the gruesome details and context of their own bodies, right? And so of course they're not going to be able to be, they're not going to have emotional reaction to that. Whereas somebody who's had an abortion before is going to have a very different emotional reaction, and you can't help that. And so it's like to say that like be
You can
someone getting
definitely
emotional.
help your emotional
No,
response when
no,
you're,
no, you
yeah,
can't.
to have a
No.
logical, yeah,
I mean, sometimes you can, sometimes
to
you
have
can't.
a
Like I have
logical discussion, you should be able to handle your
I have a
emotions. And if you
okay,
can't,
buddy.
that's on
I
you.
have
I'm
borderline
sorry.
personality disorder, and so don't tell me that me with
Okay.
BPD. That's literally the disorder that I have. I have
Then you
extreme
wouldn't,
problems with
okay, then
emotional
that's an
regulation.
issue. Yeah, that would be an issue
Right,
when
but
you're
lots of
debating
people have
then.
issues with emotional regulation. It's not just BPD. It's people with
That would
autism.
be,
It's people who have trauma. Like
those are
anybody who's had
emotional
trauma.
disorders, all of them.
Right, exactly. But like that's at that point you're talking about 30 or 40% of the population.
Okay.
So like you're saying the only
If you
people
want
who
to have a
debate are people
calm,
who don't
rational
have emotional
discussion, then you need to handle
but
your emotions.
what you're saying is that the only people who are allowed to have a productive debate are people without mental disorders, right?
No, the only people that are allowed to have a rational debate are those who do not allow their emotions to overtake the thoughts that they're trying to portray. You need to be able to rationalize yourself and not allow your emotions to take over the position that you're trying to actually have.
I think I think that is an unreasonable standard by which to judge whether or not an argument is correct. Because if a person becomes emotional, it has very little to do with whether or not an argument is correct or incorrect, right? It has to do with that
It's
person's
very easy to play on
ability
somebody's
to control their
emotions.
emotions and
Emotions
nothing
are,
else,
yeah,
right?
emotions
Like
don't mean anything, right? All people care
exactly,
about is the actual information that's being put forth. So when you get
right.
emotional, that means
Mhm.
nothing. That has nothing to do with your argument.
But in the context of debate, it does, because people see getting emotional as a loss, right?
Yeah,
Like
well, they see getting emotional as an emotional play, yeah, as a loss, yeah, because it's an
yeah,
emotional
exactly.
play
But what I'm
into
saying
what
is
they're
is
doing,
that
right?
BS, because it has no bearing. Because the person getting emotional has no bearing on whether or not they make a proper argument. It has no bearing on it whatsoever. So to say
I
that they
Yeah, I
lost
agree.
the
The
argument
information
because
that they put out is, yeah,
exactly. So like whether or not you're screaming the information or saying it calmly, it doesn't change the fact whether or not the information is correct or incorrect. And that's the problem with debate,
no,
is
that's true.
very little to winning or losing a debate has very little to do with whether or not you have a proper argument. It's whether or not you're better at debate, right? It's a skill that has very little to do with whether or not your information is correct, because a lot of it has to do with whether or not you can calmly and reasonably explain it, whether or not you have more information on it than your opponent, right? Whether or not you have a deeper understanding of your position than they have of their position, right? But neither one of those things mean much at all, other than that person is better at debating than the other one, right? Like
Yeah,
that's
and
all
it
you're
goes
really
back.
proving in a debate.
I agree with what you're saying, but in the end, it goes back to what we discussed and what we said in the beginning. It depends on how you're looking at things. So I don't agree that there is a winning or a losing in debate. Like I said with the other guest that was on, everybody believes that they're correct. So you're just putting forth your point of view and the information that you have come to believe to make your worldview what it is, right? And so
Yeah,
I
I
can
think
do the exact same thing. At the end of the day, I can't expect you to change your mind. You can't expect me to change my mind. But hopefully, I take some information that you've given me and I can examine my worldview and cross examine the information that you've given me and either reinforce my beliefs or change my beliefs. And hopefully, you can take in the information that you've learned as well and do the same thing. But there's no winning or losing. We're supposed to be giving each other information.
I I mean that's an idealist take on debate, but like in practice, most people want to win. Like they want to win, and the people in the audience, they want their side to win. They're rooting for a side. Like because the thing is, like debate happens in front of an audience. When you and your friends talk about something, it's not really a debate. It's just a conversation, right? Like it's an argument at best. But like a debate is something that happens in front of an audience, right? Like that's part of what debating is. And so to me, that means that like it's performative. It's like you're trying to. It's a sport, right? It's a battle of the wits. Like there's winners and losers. Like that's the way people see it. Whether or not we should see it that way, I mean, to me, that's the difference between debate and discourse. Like discourse is not about winning and losing. It's about coming to a deeper understanding. And like debate is about winning and losing, which is like what most people, when you put up the word debate, that's usually what they think. I think, I don't know. That's what I think anyway. Maybe I shouldn't speak for everybody. Uh, that's just the way I
Yeah,
take
that's a
it.
good analysis. It is a very good
Yep.
analysis of the way that debates normally do go and the way that they happen quite often. Um, Once again, though, we'll go back to the outcome and what the goal of a debate is, right? And it should be to advance the at least whatever cause you are fighting for. And the whole reason why I have these discussions with individuals who don't necessarily agree, but allow the discourse to happen, right? Discourse. It turns from a debate, I don't know, debate, discourse, we'll figure it out. But
Sure. Yeah.
is
I don't
because
even
in
semantics.
today's day and age, there is no progression. There is no with these arguments that are had on the internet. Um, Once again, the echo chambers just become larger. Nobody reflects on any of the information that's been taken in, regardless of who it's from. And I don't know. I just find it a very interesting world that we live in.
To me, I think
Like we
the
said,
debate,
everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to
yeah.
win, right? But there is no winning because you're not right, right? We can have a debate as hard as we want, and then
Mhm.
somebody else can come and have a debate with me or have a debate with you that has completely different information. And then that audience, like you said, individually, like you could win the battle, but you're not going to win the war.
Right.
Overall, like neither of us are right. No one's right. We don't know. We're just figuring it out.
I think at the end of the day, debating makes the echo chamber stuff worse though, because it like the studies show that. Like if you look at studies of like what people take away from debates, they become more entrenched in their beliefs, right? They learn because like you're teaching, like you bring up this information, you're teaching people how to make an argument in their own heads, right? And like they're gonna like if you come in at this angle, like you're already kind of feeling this one position, that whoever's taking that position in the debate, you're going to build that up in your head over and over again. And so people get more and more entrenched in their position, and like the echo chamber gets even stronger the more people battle over it, rather than because it doesn't resolve. It like it does keep going, so people just get more and more down the rabbit hole with it. I feel like I don't know. I've started
Yeah,
to
I
try
do
to step
agree.
away from debates because of that, because I feel like the people that I talk to and the people that it brings in, they end up leaving with more like more I'm a lefty, and so they'll end up leaving with like more right-leaning beliefs than they came in with, even though like people who came to watch me leave with more left-wing beliefs. I don't think that's worth it, you know, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah, I
brought
guess
Daisy in. She said she wanted to talk. So
what you
you
want
can
to talk to
stick you
me.
can stick in for the conversation. Just brought Daisy in to have the conversation with
Yeah,
us.
I just want to give you an example. So I was watching YouTube. Sometimes, things pop up because I know what you watched before. So I pressed on Tom Cruise. I don't know if anyone had watched the conversation where he's only talking with this music in the background, talking to somebody, probably like someone that's interviewing him, and it's kind of entertaining, and he's talking about Scientology. And I'm watching him talk, and I'm looking into his eyes, and I'm like, you're not, something's not right. You know what I mean? But I'm addicted to what he's like. I'm addicted. So I pick up the phone because that's how I am. And I call the Scientology and they pick up, right? And it's all controlled in the beginning. So I'm trying to lean back a bit and give her what she wants. So she knows that I'm interested. Meanwhile, I'm not really interested. I'm more like, okay, give it to me so I can give you something too. And then watch you run. So then she goes, "Oh, well, hold on a second." But I go, "You just cut me off. You didn't even let me finish the sentence," I said. And I just called, and not even the sentence, but you guys, Tom Cruise is in front of me and talking about peace and love, and you're doing everything, and you won't even let me finish the sentence. Okay, she goes, blah blah blah. And then she wanted to make sure that I was interested. Oh, so if I wasn't interested, you can't like let me finish the sentence? I don't get it. I was very confused, right? And then I mentioned God, and then I heard click, get it? So, I mean, that wasn't even a conversation. That was just like, what was that? How can I be part of Scientology when you're not even letting me talk?
Yeah. Um, so like you're relating that into like how conversations or debates don't really get you anywhere, or like they don't. I'm just slightly confused a little bit.
Why are people confused? For what reason?
Well,
What's the confusion?
we were just discussing the idea around debates and what the idea of a debate is and how they are affecting each individual community lately.
But I went off
And
topic.
yeah,
Do you
I was just
acknowledge
wondering
random?
what. Yeah, I
Yeah.
was just wondering. Yeah, I was wondering if that was related or if it was. Yeah, it was just a different story that you were
Well,
talking about. I just wanted to make sure.
a debate is a constructive debate of two parties, right? Talking about something, trying to figure it out. So
Yeah, I,
that's what a debate is. And she didn't even, because she's on her high horse, with the Scientology thing, she's got it brainwashed. She didn't want to hear about God. He ran for the hills.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. I don't know. I understand that. It's also like I don't know. It's a strange situation because they don't cold call you or anything, and like she's at work. It's like I don't know. I guess it's work or it's her job, but I don't know. I don't know. Calling in, it's sort of like the idea of if
but
Jehovah
I was
Witnesses
talking
coming to
nice.
the.
If someone called me and spoke like that, you should see how nice I talk. I want to hear what they
Yeah,
have
you
to
should be
say.
nice.
And then I will tell them my views and we would, because if I'm wrong, I want her to prove me wrong. Because I don't want to be right. I don't care about being right or wrong. You know what I mean? Just when you're standing firm with knowledge and information, that's power. If you keep on standing and you talk and you try and figure it out and that person leaves, there's no winning or losing. It's just like, okay, well, you didn't you didn't have the endurance to stay here. Mm, Basically it. We have a low tolerance in our society. We can't hold information in that's important, you know? Someone says, "Well, I don't believe in God." Well, okay, you don't believe in him, but when someone is down on the ground and they can't get up, things change. You see? And I wouldn't come down to someone and say, on 54th and 9th Street at 2 o'clock, you said you didn't believe in God. I wouldn't be that mean to do that. I would allow that person to have their moment. You know what I mean? Because being on the ground and not being able to get up, that's serious. That's like,
Yeah, when
that's like
yeah,
maybe he's not going to survive. Maybe he's using his last lifeline. So I would really like for people to tap into that moment of emergency. You know what I mean? And make decisions based on, based on the urgency of trying to figure out why we're here. Because we're all important. We're so important. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter if you're Native Indian or whatever you are. It doesn't matter. And God records everything. God records a glass of water that you give to somebody. It gets recorded. You think the government records? You should see what God records. But we were born into a brainwashed society, We were born to think, oh, he's not this or she's not that. No, I don't want that. We're not supposed to think like that. We're supposed to love everybody, even our worst enemies, because if they're doing some really serious stuff, they're trying to take your inheritance. You know what I mean? And you're like dirt poor. You don't want them to go to hell because hell is eternity. You know what I mean?
I I do agree with you that we need a lot more nuance in the world. I feel like people have a hard time with it. Like there's always like so many times I'll like try to make a nuanced take, and people will just think that I'm making the opposite take of whatever their take is. Like it's either whatever their their position, or you have the opposite
Yeah.
position that they've already decided what that position is without even asking you or talking to you. They're just like, I have this argument in my head and I need to make it, and they'll just make it no matter what you say to them. They're going to make that same argument no matter what. I feel like people aren't, they don't
Exactly.
listen, and they don't.
It's the
So I don't
brainwash.
know. Yeah,
It's
I
the
don't know if
brainwash. It's the
yeah,
brainwashing.
this is yeah, I don't know if you were on here earlier, Loud, but this is what I was saying. So this is I like to have people come on that have different points of view, and as much of a debate as it can be, and we have like different ideas. Um, like you said there, right? People have this idea in their head that, oh, if you're on the left and then you believe this, and this is your argument against this, and this is what you think, and this is what you do say. And so I like to have individuals come on and for individuals to listen to those points of view, because oftentimes the argument that people put forth isn't the argument that people have in their heads that they pretend the individual is going to say. And it's really good for people to hear what other people actually believe, because these echo chambers are so large that it really is not easy for individuals to see what real people, like people that are actually thinking and actively living the lifestyle of a different political view, we can say, are truly saying and acting. You can only see what the media is portraying these sides as, or even not just the media, but like small media and larger like podcasts and things. Like, what are they saying about the other side? You don't see
Well, this is what
who
I'm
are the
saying.
other
Like
side. What are they actually
today,
saying?
I wanted to pick up the phone and have a nice conversation with her because there was an interest. I wanted to see what this Scientology was for myself. But she hung up the phone on me. But
Well,
I
they're
called back and left her a message. I left her a message to get out what I needed to get out.
Mm.
You know, I said, I'm a human being. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just run away like that. It just doesn't make sense. You know, I called and this is how you're treating me. I go, you hurt my feelings. Is that what you
they're
stand for? You know?
they're running numbers though. I used to be a telemarketer, and I guarantee it's the same thing. If you're in a call center doing that kind of work, you have a quota, and you need to meet so many people. And if you give the slightest bit of pushback and then think it's going to take a while, they're just going to go to the next person. They'll go to the next person who won't give them any
No,
pushback,
she
and they
works
know that
for the
they'll be there.
church. She works for the Scientology church.
Yeah,
So
I know, but they do call center work still. I'm sure, right?
she didn't want to talk to me unless she knew that I was interested. She even
Right.
bluntly said it. And that hurt my feelings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's like if I'm a Christian church and you call and you don't tell and I figure out that you're not interested, that I'm gonna hang up the phone. I can't do that. I gotta talk to you because you're a human being. I don't care if you don't believe in God or not. I wanna I wanna show you what it looks like to believe in God. Do you know what I mean? I wanna go and help someone that might not have food when my situation changes, and go into the grocery store and get him like $300 groceries, and I don't even, you know what I mean? And he can find out for himself. I don't want to twist anybody's arm. I rather show because I don't have that gift. I don't want to, But today I just wanted to talk to someone about the Scientology because maybe I was feeling low today, even though I believe in God. I just wanted to find out what it was because I heard Tom Cruise bragging about it, and you should see how he was talking. But
I
the
mean,
girl
it's
couldn't even
Yeah.
stick around.
Yeah. Well, I can give you like I don't know. I'm not gonna actually give you any sort of thing because I am no religious expert. But I could definitely say there are many avenues that have explored Scientology and individuals that will give you some interesting stories, and yeah, it's definitely something that's an interesting thing, but they're known to be exactly the way that you're describing, so it doesn't surprise me at all. Clearly that's not the way that people should be interacting with individuals, but when it comes
Yeah.
to that community, from what I've seen, that's just the way that they normally do interact with people. And so if you're going to give them a call and you are not going to just be 100, they're looking for your money to begin with, so if you're not going to be offering them donations and getting right on in there, then they don't really care about you. Yeah,
You know
but
what she didn't
what do you
like?
guys?
You know what you
Yeah,
know what
yeah.
she didn't like what I said because there was a leaked Tom Cruise, there was something that leaked out, and he was yelling and screaming at his workers like really badly. I've never, that was shocked. So that's why I called the lady to tell her. She goes, "Oh yeah, celebrities, they believe in the Scientology, and we have celebrities." But I said Tom Cruise was screaming from the top of his lungs. He was enraged, he was so angry at these people, and I thought the Scientology is supposed to teach you peace and love. So, he abused his workers, putting them down, and you know what I mean, and threatening them almost like the way he was talking. It was really shocking. She couldn't say anything.
Yeah, it's a very interesting industry. From what I've seen, a lot of actors have very large tempers, but Tom Cruise definitely one of the individuals who portrays themselves as a good guy, but is not that nice behind the scenes.
No, he's
And
not.
then yeah, and
I'm
Scientology in
shocked. I'm
general is
shocked.
just
I'm shocked.
yeah. And
I'm
yeah, that's the
shocked.
thing, right? But I don't know. The more that you look into it, get into some conspiracies, look into Hollywood. It's not the nicest place. The individuals that you look at on the movie screens all day and all night,
You know
you
what
probably
interests
don't
me
want to be.
about the Scientology? You know what the part that interests me? I just want to get a hold of their system. Like, they have some kind of something with the brain or something like that. They have some kind of system. That's all I was interested in. I just wanted to find out what that was. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is there a book that I could read that talks
That's
about like
there's
the
a
tests
there's a
and stuff like
really
that?
there's a documentary about the Scientology Church. I think it's called Going Clear. I think that's what
Oh
it's
yeah.
called. Yeah, you might want to try look into that. They go
But the
into like
system, the system where you
yeah.
take this
So
test,
in that
you take the
documentary,
test.
they talk about how they use it. Like they do this psychological test and they record everything, and they do it's almost like a confessional. Like I don't like Catholics do, right? Like they ask you to like talk about like your traumas and your history and stuff, and they record it. And then
Yeah,
later,
that's
if
what
you
I'm
try to
saying.
leave the church, they'll take all that information and they'll use it against you because they don't have any.
They can use
Unlike
it against me all they want because my book that's going to come out says, I was seriously abused in foster care. I don't care if the world says it, you know what I mean? That's why Satan
sure,
can't use anything against me because
which
whatever
is
I
why
put
they
out,
don't want you in the
I
first
want
place,
it
right?
out.
Like they're
Okay.
not gonna. They don't. They're looking after. They're looking for specific people. People who have secrets and are wealthy that they can use that whole system to exploit and get their money. That's like what's going on with that church. Like it's not a church. It's a very weird culty kind of scam more than it is
Do
a
you know the
religion,
person
honestly.
that do you know the person that owns the Scientology? I saw him right, I don't know what his name is, but I saw right into his eyes, and you know what I saw? I saw sadness, I saw fear, I saw violence, confusion, I saw hate and anger. I saw all that in his eyes.
Yeah, I wouldn't deny it. A lot of individuals that we would consider to be idolized often live lives that are unfulfilling to the standard of what we would consider a good life.
But
Um,
I was interested in the Scientology, like just the theory of it, just so I can, I don't know, read something about it or do the test and everything. I just interested. I'm not gonna leave my faith. I just just like the Mormons, I went into the Mormons. They took me in the church and I sat there for 40 minutes and I looked at her, one of the missionaries, and I said, "Well, when are they going to talk about God? Because they've been talking about themselves for 45 minutes." And I'm just kind of getting bored here. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And they kept on saying, it's coming, and it never came. And then we went into some secret room and I was just not, it was not happening for me. And I said, "I'm really sorry. I got to go. This is just not working out." And they were
yeah,
sad. They
yeah,
didn't want me to
it's
leave.
yeah,
They
it's
didn't want me
definitely
to
good
leave, but
to explore religions. That's what I was gonna say earlier. Like one thing that I always put forth is an interesting thing with the Jehovah Witnesses. I have no
Jehovah
problem with
Witness.
Jehovah. Yeah, I have no problem with them there. My my grandma became a Jehovah Witness, so I always have
Oh,
discussions with them all the time, and
yeah.
I talk with them about stuff. But one thing, whenever if someone comes to your house, and I don't think they do this now that COVID's a thing, but someone comes to your house, knocks on the door, and they ask you to come to church with them, you could, if you are interested and you're into religion, and you're into like exploring things, sure, agree, but then offer to take them to a church of your choice as well. And most, I'd say 9 out of 10 times, maybe 10 out of 10, I can't tell you for sure because I haven't tried this 10 times, but they're not going to go with you because they're simply trying to. Once again, this goes back to the whole idea around what the debates are supposed to be about, but
Mm-hmm.
these individuals are just trying to get you to convert to their religion. They aren't willing to open up themselves in the same capacity that they're expecting
No.
you to. And so if you're
Yeah.
going to come to me and expect me to open myself up to what you're willing to teach, then you should be able to open yourself up to what I'm willing
I
to teach
tried,
you as
yeah,
well.
I tried to talk to the Jehovah Witnesses too to try to figure it out. And we had an argument because, they were telling me that I have to dress up to the T because it's a celebration. And I said, well, the Bible says I can dress um plain, like just normal. I don't have to wear 5-inch heels to impress anybody in church. So, it's not gonna work out. You want me all dressed fancy? I'm not gonna find my boyfriend in there. I might, but I'm not going like to a club or something. So we just had an argument with that. They just didn't, I see them coming out all fancy and everything. I'm like, where are you going with that? 5-inch nails,
Hmm.
this, that. I thought you were gonna go to church because, you want to hear the word and you want to be close to God. And just dressing like that is so fancy. It kind of takes away from the purpose, right?
The thing that bugged me about Jehovah's is they used to, because they say they don't believe in holidays, but they used to show up every year on Labor Day, the weekend after everyone's like on 9 a.m. on Monday morning, the night after everyone goes home and gets plastered. They go knocking, door knocking, and I'm just like, that is the rudest shit. And I know that you don't believe in holidays, but you know everybody's home, and that's why you're
Oh
going
my,
door knocking. Like come
Yeah,
on, what's some jerks, you guys? Like, that's just rude. Like,
yeah,
I don't mind
I got
proselytizers because, like,
chased by
honestly,
a
like, if you
Jehovah
believe that
Witness.
I'm going to hell and you need to tell me, then tell me. That makes sense. I mean, that's fair. That's a
Oh, they
reasonable thing
told
that,
you
like,
A
if that's what
too.
you believe.
I
yeah.
had a Jehovah Witness. She didn't even know that I believed in God and I work for God. She chased me down the street telling me you're going to hell just because I'm not going to go to her church. And the Mormons said that too. Another set of Mormons said if you don't believe in Joseph Smith, you're going to end up in hell. And I said, "Sir, I don't even know who Joseph Smith this person is. I didn't even know what you're talking about." I told him. So that was weird. At least he could have told me
Yeah.
about this Joseph Smith before saying that, if you don't believe in Joseph Smith, you're going to go to hell. I go, "I've never heard of him. Where is he? Is he in the history books?" He goes, "You haven't read the Mormon book? You just came up to me on the street." I go, "I don't, you know what I mean? I haven't even finished
Yeah.
Anna Green Gables. You want me to read the Jehovah book? I mean, the Mormon book? I haven't even read the whole Bible yet." So that was weird. And then I went home and I called the missionaries to ask them about the Joseph Smith. And I Googled it, and that's how I was learning about it. Joseph Smith. He had like how many wives?
Or they altered their stuff, like, later, for sure. Like, they definitely, like, have changed
I couldn't
their
even get
beliefs many
past,
times.
yeah, I couldn't even get past the first page of the Mormon book, and I have it here in my house. You know why? Because it says that that is the first book, and the Bible is on the back burner, basically. I told the brethren I couldn't get past the first page. So when the missionaries were like, "Well, did you read the book?" I can't get past the first page because you basically said that this book is the ultimate book. And I told them, how about from the Americans? All these things that you say that exist, they don't exist. Where's this planet Kolob or whatever? I brought this to their attention, and they couldn't answer me.
So this, I was just thinking back to the original argument, not argument, but the original discussion that Loud and I were having there about individuals and debates, and I don't know, yeah. Anyways, about debates and the way that individuals look to win, and they often are looking to win. And I was just thinking about that, and I think that that often comes from a place where people are arguing disingenuously, and perhaps not. Maybe that's not coming from a conscious place. Maybe it's not like purposely disingenuous. So disingenuous may be the wrong word. Maybe they're ill-informed or misinformed, and so oftentimes I feel as though people believe that they have correct information that will prove the other person's information wrong, or the idea or the belief that they have wrong. And when people go into an argument or even just a discussion, if they have a belief, it's going to be a debate. If you're going to have an idea and you're going to discuss it, you should have a
Mhm.
firm understanding around why you believe what you believe and how you've come to those decisions in your own mind. And I don't feel like a lot of people do. A lot of people I feel are very tribalistic, and no matter what the group believes, they will agree to and state that as their belief. And so if they get into an argument about it, it may not be something that they've fully thought about for themselves. And that's where those gotcha moments come from, where it's like, oh well, you think this, well what about that? And then they're like, well, I've never thought about that, but there's probably a counter
Yeah.
argument in more than likely. So in the end,
Right.
I'm always just like, yeah, you agree with what you agree with, I will continue to agree with this, but I will never stop. Like, I will always look up the information that anybody gives me, because if that's true, you should never be afraid to take in information that pushes the boundaries of your own world belief.
I
If
mean,
it's going to
I mean,
like,
I've changed my beliefs dramatically throughout my life. Like I was like a teenage punk rock anarchist, and then I was a libertarian, and then I was like a social democrat, like Bernie Bro, and now I'm a communist. Things change when you get more information, when you learn more and more stuff. Uh, yeah, absolutely. But I don't know that any of those were. I mean, maybe a few. I also think that there are certain types of personalities that are very persuaded by the idea of a logical and reasoned debate, and other people are not. Like, I think it kind of depends on like how much you like
When you
debate.
say when you say communist, do you mean in a good way, like not the way China and Cuba portray it to be? Do you mean like
Um,
a system of fair and freedom? Because I believe in fair and
um,
freedom, but with
what
communism comes a lot of poverty and suffering. You know what I mean?
I don't think this isn't like we're trying to stick to the topic here. If I start going off, it'll get really off topic. I don't know. It's kind of up to open debate, like whether or not
yeah, you
you
can,
want
no,
me to do this.
Mm.
You
you
want me
can
to do
say
this here?
whatever you'd
No,
like.
I
Okay.
can handle it. I'm very
Okay. No,
open. I'm just
I just want to respect the space. That's all. I know it like
No, you're
because this could
good.
go
no,
for a while. Um,
no.
I am. I think that probably the things that you think about China and Cuba are not what I think about China or Cuba, right? Like people have different ideas about like what countries are and what the history of them is and what the history of socialism is. And when I say that I'm a communist, I don't discount the ideas that happened in China and Cuba or Bolivia or Vietnam or
Because they
Russia,
have
but I
one
also don't
social
discount
worker.
other ideas. What's
Yeah,
up?
they have two social workers for the whole country, eh? I've done a lot of research and saw the suffering in the mountains because the parents have to go to work and left the child with the grandmother, and now he doesn't want to go to school and there's no money, and it's just communism from China when people owe money and they're poor and they get their pictures pasted up on the subways to shame them, you know what I mean? When we're talking about the
What are
leader of
you
China, you
talking
can
about?
just, I'm talking about
Like,
communism.
honestly, no, I don't know what you mean. When you say you know what I mean, I do not know what you mean. Because like,
Okay, then
okay, a couple of
you
things
can
that you
just
got to
say,
understand.
you can just ask
What?
me. Just ask me. That's all.
Okay, sorry. one of the things that you got to understand is like when you're talking about China, you can't be comparing it to the United States. It makes more
Oh,
sense to
sorry. Let
compare it
me
to a
let me make
company.
it very clear. Let me make it very clear. The Chinese government couldn't be as more evil as Satan himself. So let's just put that on the table because that's the inevitable.
Okay,
That's you know what I
okay,
mean.
I think
Yeah.
that's an
I mean,
uncharitable
oh
view
no,
of
I'm
anything.
not
Okay,
gonna.
how
Don't
I'm
you
about
not
just
how
say
gonna.
how
how
we
about
can't think of each other as evil?
That's
yeah.
the basics.
But how
That's the
about this?
basics.
Let's do this because let's do this because whenever
Chinese
having these types
government.
of discussions, we need to have like firm baselines that we can start the conversation from. So let's
Yeah.
Loud, in his own words, describe what he believes communism is and what communism means to him. Not like the
Okay.
theories of like what we're because we can only talk about him and his position, not like the idea, right?
Yeah, because he was
Sure.
saying that the Chinese government isn't doing
Yeah,
illegal acts,
yeah,
and he's
yeah, but let's
I
definitely
just
didn't
hear
doing.
what
say
he
that at all.
believes. Yeah, but let's just hear what he believes
Um,
communism is, and
okay.
then how he feel like, and then his own
Okay.
words, and then we'll discuss it from
To
there.
me, okay, communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. That's the end goal. And there are many states throughout the history who and other groups that have pushed for socialism to lead us towards communism. That's the end goal. And there are states like China and Cuba and Bolivia and Vietnam and Laos that are socialist states. Their end goal is to get towards communism. And yes, there are problems with all of these countries. There are many problems and many like horrible things that happen to people that are oppressive and shitty, and I understand that. But I think as a whole, when you compare them to comparable countries that are equally as poor, the
Yeah, but we
atrocities,
can't.
one, have very little to do with their economic system, right? Most of the atrocities have to do with things like racism and things like imperialism, stuff like that, that have like very little to do with that, like a socialist economic system. And two, are not nearly as bad as comparable countries. Like, yes, China has problems where they're oppressing Muslim minorities, but so does India. Like India has like
Can I
people
say
describe as a
can I
fascist.
say one
So
thing for me?
I'm
Can I
finished
say
now.
Okay,
one
okay, wait.
thing?
That's all.
I just want to outline what's gonna happen here. Okay, so if Loud is down to continue this conversation about communism and stuff, I'm going to let you respond, Daisy. But I
Okay.
have Bellstar here, and she really wants to hop in because her parents come from a communist country and she's immigrated, so she just
Okay.
wants to hop into the
I
conversation.
just want to
But
say
I'll let you have
when
you say something now,
yeah.
yeah, and then
When
I'll
he was
give him
talking
the
about
floor to respond.
communism, he said that he knows that there's people that are going through really hard times and suppression. We can't get over that. You know what I mean? Like
I'm
that
not saying we should
is
get over that.
you got to stop right there because on that subject because we can't allow people suffering. You know what I mean? If
Okay.
we are going to have communism, hold on a second, let me finish. If we're going to have communism, then that means that the person that is in charge of the communism state has to make sure that their people do not suffer in poverty, do not suffer in physical pain, emotional trauma due to their situation, and also adding on to the communism. And there is no country that I know with communism going on, especially Cuba. Look. There's rallies on the street because they're suffering. So in this world, because maybe you're talking about a different world somewhere else, but in this life, communism means control, dictatorship, and people that are suffering. And
It's not.
if we can't solve that, then communism for me is a no-no.
So let me ask you this. Countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Liberia, these are all
Saudi
capitalist
Arabia is
countries.
full of communism, full of
No,
suffering.
it's not.
You've gone
It's a capitalist country. It is one of the
Oh
most
my
capitalist
gosh.
countries on the planet Earth. Capitalism is okay. Maybe I think your problem here is you don't
Saudi
understand what the
Arabia?
words communism mean and capitalism mean. Capitalism is the private ownership. It's private ownership of industry, right? Private ownership of industry, like private individual people own everything versus like a state government owning stuff, right? In Saudi Arabia, individual princes own all of the stuff, and right, Dubai the same, Qatar the same. Like there's not a
They got so
dictatorship
many
is mutually
problems.
exclusive from an economic system. You don't understand the difference
No,
between the
Saudi
economic
Arabia is
system.
not communism. I understand that.
No.
I get that.
Okay.
But they have so many problems, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of
Exactly.
suffering
And,
there.
okay, but would you blame all of their problems and suffering on capitalism because they have a capitalist economic system, or would you not?
No, I don't like their system. We have this prince and
No. Yeah,
everybody
yeah. No, but I
is
think
like
I think that
to the
yeah, there's a
man and
difference though.
no. Yeah.
Yeah. Daisy, I do have to let Bellfire on just because she's been
Yeah.
wanting to get on in a little bit, and I do appreciate you coming on and
Yeah.
speaking your mind though. And
Yeah.
anytime, come back to the show, and I appreciate you being here tonight.
Thanks.
Loud, are you down to keep talking about this?
I don't know. I don't really want a bunch of people to tell me. I really don't people like to come in and be like, well, my parents said, like, because there's no counter argument to that. Like, you just have to like
Well, I
take their
don't think
word on
that
it.
I don't think that it's supposed to be so much of an argument. Like that's what I was about to say. So I think that like what the
Like,
difference is
I'm
there
willing to
between the
talk.
type
Yeah.
of like the type of societies that we're speaking about right now, the ones that are still currently in play, those aren't what people look at when they're discussing the faults of communism. When you look at countries that have fallen, that were also under communist rule, you look at the ways in which they fell, and oftentimes they were a result of what their governments were doing. And so, do you
Yugoslavia?
attribute what no, I can. Oh, I don't know. I'm not saying every single one. I'm saying this
Oh,
is the
I, well,
argument
I'm
that's
just,
put. This is the argument that's put forth, right? And so when you're talking about Saudi Arabia right now, he's like,
Mhm.
can we say that all of the issues are because of capitalism? No, because it's still at play, and
Mm,
there's still major issues. But you could definitely say that there's a lot of issues, the
I
same as any
mean,
other country while it was
I would
happening.
say that
Like,
I would say that most of Saudi Arabia's issues are because of capitalism, because they happen to have a very repressive society that came into a lot of money that allowed them to do whatever they wanted.
mhm. And that's the thing. That's exactly what I'm saying. Things happen, like we can speculate on what we believe the issues to be as of right
Sure.
now. But the reason that people look at those other countries and say that it was communism is because in retrospect you can calculate all of the things that did happen. So if Saudi Arabia came to an end in some tragic way, and then we're
I
looking
mean,
back, we would say yes, that was a
they're
capitalist country
currently
that fell
genociding
due to
Yemen. I don't think you could get much worse than that. It's the biggest humanitarian crisis on the planet right now is the genocide going on in Yemen. There's 300,000 people that
all I'm
died.
saying
70%
is
are children.
it's the way
Like,
that we look at historical events. We don't have all of the data.
yeah.
Things are still unfolding
Well,
right now, right? So
and
you can't
the other,
look at all of the information
sure,
in retrospect, right?
of
Hindsight's
course,
always 2020, right? And
of
so
course.
in 50 years when
You
they
can
look
look at
back on that, they probably will
there's lots
attribute
of
it to
data.
lots of things you're
There's
saying.
hard data you can look at though. Like you can look at the fact
Yeah.
that wages in China have doubled in the past decade. You can look at the fact that child hunger has been reduced by 2/3 because of China's policies. Like you can look at the fact that they've eliminated extreme poverty. You can say that like China, Vietnam, Cuba all have 90% home ownership rates. Like that's something that like
Yeah,
people don't like you can look at the statistics and
they
say
are
like
definitely
yes objectively they're doing better than their neighbors that are comparable like in
but
India
that's
has three
also why they
times the
say numbers
malnutrition that
don't
China has.
lie. Yeah, that's why they say numbers don't lie, because they
Exactly
don't
like
lie, but they can easily be manipulated to show what you're trying to portray. And so things like,
I mean
you
sure
know,
I use the World Bank's numbers for a lot of this stuff that and literally the World Bank numbers from data that is trying to prove the opposite like
yeah, it's
like
still one of those things when you're hyper focusing on a certain area, so you can say that a certain statistic around children and hunger, and then you can look at just that hyper focus and say that's a great thing, and then you look at the amount of individuals who were born within that time, and it makes sense that there would have been an increase of individuals. But when you don't put the two together, then there is no correlation, and correlation
but no
doesn't always equal causation, right? But there's
no
just
but
many
like
factors. That's why I say numbers
that's why
don't
you do
lie, but they
comparative
can
that's
definitely
why
be manipulated,
yeah,
right?
but like I mean, but like you
That's
have
just
to
what I
look at the
mean by
numbers
that.
and say and make an actual argument based on the numbers that like you disagree with them, right? Like you can't just
Yeah,
be
these
like,
are
well,
just
we can't trust
theories.
any
Yeah.
numbers. Like, and that's the thing is like when I like I've looked at the numbers. I've like looked at the studies and the numbers, and like to me, it looks pretty obvious that socialism has improved the lives of the most poor people in the countries that have socialist revolutions most of the time. Not every time. There are places like Albania, it did not work out. Places like North Korea, it obviously did not work out. Places like Vietnam, it did work out. Places like China, it kind of did work out. Like things are better off now than they were under certainly under Japanese fascist rule, but even before then, it was under feudalism, right? Like same with the USSR. They went from feudalism to they went from feudalism to outer space in like 30 years. Like it's hard to argue with numbers like that.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to bring Bellfire in here in just 1 second. And all I want to say about the numbers is that it is hard to argue with cold, hard numbers, but it's also the idea around how much control do you give your government? What kind of government does produce the healthiest society and most sustainable society? And then once again, sure, the numbers, once again, you can have good numbers, but it's how did you
Sure.
get those numbers? Not how did you get the numbers, but I mean like physically, how did they produce that? Like, how did they get to that conclusion, right? Like, what is the country doing to implement their people in order to get them to be doing what they're doing?
Yeah.
And so that's just an interesting thought, because
Sure.
like obviously, yeah, sure, but yeah, what's going on? So, Bellfire, thanks for joining us on the open debate. How you doing tonight?
Good, you.
Not too bad.
So my only thing
Impromptu
is,
random discussion. I was just going to say impromptu random discussion about communism, but here we are.
yeah,
It
I'm not
happens
even
to
gonna
me all the
get into
time.
that. So my thing was your TikTok is toxic. You know how you know it's toxic? When you openly bring your relationship into it, like you're those two famous TikTokers. What
That
the
shit
F?
is toxic. I'm so with that. Oh my god.
Thank you for like actually like just like I'm gonna let you speak, but I'm gonna let you speak loud. I was just gonna say thank you for bringing that up because that is quite literally the basis of like the idea TikTok is toxic translates to a lot of situations and this whole debate sphere from what I found through the past few weeks. But that is what sparked this discussion because I don't even follow any of them. I did on other channels that have been deleted, but there's no reason for that to be thrown in my face, and it's been constantly thrown in my face for like 3 days.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't even know those people. And I've heard way too many intimate details about their sex lives. I've never met. I've never even seen a TikTok video. Like I'm just like this is nothing to do with me.
Yes.
And it's just like it's in my like private Discord channel. It's like I'm just like
It's
what is going on? Wild.
like that's all you see. Like I'll like scroll up and it's like Canada, scroll up Ukraine, scroll up the chick, the womanizer guy, the chick, the womanizer. I was like, what the hell is this? Like I went into the rabbit hole today and I'm like, these two people are horrible people who not see like they're both at fault. Be an
Just
adult.
like, oh my god.
It's just
I
like
think it's
yeah.
psyops, man. They're trying to stop us from talking. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it's just like, but why? Like, why is that drama so compelling? I don't understand. Because, like, when I hear about drama like that, I usually am like, okay, is it somebody that I know personally? No, okay, not my problem. Like,
Do you know
not my
why the
problem.
drama is so compelling? The drama is so compelling because the individual at fault has remained their ego has been boosted so high throughout the past 2 years, and they've put themselves on such a pedestal of being the greatest feminist and the greatest ally to absolutely everyone and the biggest holier than thou individual on this platform specifically. And to have that person being like have all this come out about that one individual, so many people feel so vindicated right now in their beliefs and how they felt and how they thought about them, and then in everything in general, it makes that whole like
Their whole
progressive
false
sphere
narrative.
of TikTok look, yeah, the whole false narrative of like I am the greatest virtue signaling ally there is. Like, listen, I don't give a shit what you say. It's what you do. And these people are bad people.
Yeah.
I
I
think
think my
that's
favorite.
the box I'm in is just like just far enough to the left of like the progressives that like I don't catch that stuff. Just like the far edge of like progressives and stocktips and stuff. Like I don't know. Like that stuff is not usually the content that ends up on my page. It's all like economics and war and
Yep.
stuff. Like
That ended up on my page too. It's usually about, that stuff. But I'm like, what the hell is all this? The crazy eyes in that chick's eyes. I was scared. But like, I think my thing for me is when I was watching it and she's blaming him and then that stupid apology that killed me. I was like, really, dude? And then there was a video about I don't know who the hell this guy, and he's like, I'm married. And his reply was like, I'm not married. And then you scroll down and it's like him talking to his wife. And I'm like, dude, you can find your wedding certificate. Like, bro, you lie. Like, you got caught. So your whole thing about you being apparently, okay, he's like a native and apparently he's trans something. And, he wasn't married. And it's all bullshit. Like, he's losing followers like crazy. And her, another one, like the pity party. Did you hear her pity party about her losing her so-called baby?
Yeah,
That
and yeah, I
I,
know that's another that's like one of the things we were talking about, like a debate that I was talking about that I saw that like blew up over the span of 5 minutes were two individuals that were talking about abortion, and it's just such a hot topic that it's so in crazy to me that this individual that would be such an advocate for women's rights and then also make such light of those type of topics and like how just
the
do whatever
song.
you want. Oh yeah, just like fucking I don't know, weird things. Like you're just like you virtue signal, and then it's all about that. It's all about the virtue signal. Like in this moment, what looks right? What can I do that's going to appease the crowd? And they'll do it. And then it's a manipulation game. This is what I was talking about earlier with emotion. So it's not just about debate, right? It's like if you can get people's emotions, then you can get them on your side. And so when you play into emotions,
I never thought about
that's
like the
why when I
opposite angle of that. Like I'm usually because like people are like, you got angry, so you lost, and like I don't think about the other way where like you can get people to appeal to you with sympathy and use that to win, even if your argument's bad.
yeah, like if you don't get angry, but if you're crying, if you're like it's all manipulation. If you bring up children, like oh, it's like
No,
it's
her
a
eyes were
very
red. There was no tears. Let's get that straight.
yeah.
Her eyes were red. There was no tears. Her water was dry from spraying.
um I'm sure everybody in the chat knows what we're talking about, but somebody asked who are the people. The people are just big TikTok individuals who are in stupid drama because they aired out their own personal thing, like drama they should never have aired out. That's literally it. It's just
What's the saying?
someone.
Keep your dirty laundry behind closed doors.
Yeah, makes zero sense. But also, this is what feeds like um this is what feeds this whole space and this whole not this particular community. Like I said earlier, right? You got the five fingers, and the hand. It's like what drives the hand. There's all these communities, and look at we have nothing to do with that, and we're sitting here talking about it right now. And here
Yeah,
on TikTok as a whole,
drives me
like
nuts.
there's like yeah, like the space of TikTok that is like that encompasses what I'm talking about. That's why TikTok is toxic. There's no reason for
That's
us to
not
know anything about
TikTok.
this. We're
That's
still
just people.
talking about
People,
it.
people fucking love gossip, man. People love gossip. They
That's
love the
humans.
gossip.
Yeah,
That's just
it's
like
humans. But when we
TikTok's
get into
facilitating
Especially with
spaces
that
it.
like
emotional
this,
string.
but this is why I'm saying TikTok, and it's not TikTok in general, but social media. So you get into spaces like this that are they essentially virtual communities, virtual hangout zones. Like we're hanging out in the community center, all having a conversation. But because of the algorithms, we're driven further and further into a space where that sort of thing is rewarded and fed. So
Well, how
instead
much
of
do you think she's
instead
gonna
of
get paid now? Everybody gonna go on her page and look it all up, and and him too, and
yeah, yeah,
It's
I
this
do
thing.
agree.
It's the parasocial relationship thing. You guys like know that shit, like parasocial relationships. Like people like they feel like they know celebrities in person, but like on TikTok, you have this not like I've had like parasocial relationships turn into like pretty real relationships where like I talk to people like every day now. Like I go on Discord, talk to my friends now, and like they're like my friends now. But they used to just be people I watched on TikTok, and so like
like
it
the
has
open
this thing where
debate.
like the line is blurred.
Right there you go. Yeah,
But
the line is blurred between like those forms of what used to be media that you consume. Now the like 9 times out of 10 the things that individuals are consuming are just from individuals who create content and then upload it to the internet.
Like
And so it's not coming from Jimmy Fallon or like a late night show. You have the opportunity to actually speak with the individual directly if you choose to. um it's just a more and like even interacting in a live stream saying things and having them react to it is so much different than watching a TV show that was pre-recorded a week before. It's just things are so much more interactive these days, in my opinion.
yeah, no, I mean you can see
That
people,
loud
you
as
can talk to
fire.
them like more or less face to face, and you get into you get to feel like you know them. The thing is, like, I I super don't know these people, but like it would be way more appropriate to have those conversations if it was like in a close friend group of yours. If it's like you and like a couple of your friends and you like know that couple or whatever, and you saw it go down, like you'd be talking about it for a couple weeks probably, because that's like pretty normal in a social group, in a small social group. But like you're not in a small social group. You have like what, like 1 million followers or whatever. I don't know how many. But
Yeah.
like it's like, yeah, you have like 1 million people, but like they all feel like they're, like maybe not your best friend, but like, you see them at the bar like twice a week, right? Like like you should, like, you know them. You feel like you know them, but you don't know them. You don't know these people. Their personal lives
Yeah.
do not matter. Like,
Well, aired out all their lingerie out there, so now you kind of do know, you know.
right. Well, because
Especially, oh my god, they
I think it's
posted a
the same in reverse too. Though, like when you make content, like in your head, like you have this idea of who you're making content for, and like as you get to know more people, like you get to know your audience kind of on a weirdly personal basis. You feel more comfortable talking about stuff. I do like I used to, like when I first started TikTok. I used to be like very think about how this video is gonna look, and now I like half the time I don't even put a shirt on, like just fucking like open up and just like pour it out, and it's like it's fine now, and it's like more comfortable that way. And more authentic or whatever, which is what people actually, which what TikTok rewards and what people actually want to see. And I don't know, it's weird. Uh, it's that weird line. It's like blurring between like, are we like how real are the relationships you make on the internet these days, especially when people aren't going outside as much.
Yeah, that is a good question, right? I just made a little post a couple days ago or a day ago. There's a bar in Toronto that is stating that they are going to introduce a resocialization hour for individuals after the vaccine passports are lifted, for people to become more acquainted with interacting with people post pandemic. And a lot of individuals were just stating that like we probably needed to have that long before this
That's
whole
what I said.
situation, just with, yeah, right. And I do somewhat agree. I think that people do know how to socialize. The Ottawa convoy was a very eye-opening situation where I didn't realize how open people would be to living life like that again after all this time, and how quickly it became not something that you even thought of it. Not there, no second thought. Having somebody yelling in your face, like like at a rave, I would never ever once in my life I would be uncomfortable with this for the rest of my life. It's like as soon as you get back to life, life is there waiting for you. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's us. We are
Yeah,
the ones that have changed, right? And so
yeah.
it's all still there. You just have to take that step and fucking see it. And so I don't know. I think that it's a good idea. And I think that people just need to open themselves up to it. So if having a resocialization hour helps people feel more comfortable, all the power to them. But what do you guys think?
I mean, I'd be down. I feel like I mean, I live in a really rural area, and it's pretty. I mean, it's not super right wing, but like I'm a pretty far lefty guy, and I pretty like have other opinions that people around here don't want to hear. I have a hard time with like the local like kind of blasé attitude towards like things like racism, like, and it makes it hard to socialize locally for me. Like I have friends here, but most of them are friends that like I convinced to move here, like not people who live here, and so it's hard to connect in a community like that. Like and like this idea, like you move to a small place, you're like perpetual outsider. So like I feel like more at home, and like I can relate to a lot more people on the internet that I've met versus like local people here that I've tried to meet. I mean, there's a few that are cool, but like most of the time, and also like I don't know, like it's hard to have more like a lot of the social spaces that like the restaurants are shutting down, like they're just gone permanently around here, like a bunch of them are gone. Most of the bars, like I just like are they got more and more terrible as time went on, and the only people who would go to them were more and more like people who are just like COVID deniers and stuff like that, are the only people hanging out there. Like the bar started catering towards them, and so like that's the regular crowd now at most of the bars here, because everybody else stayed at home.
The cats.
Well, I mean, they're on the same level as everyone else now because we're pretty much living
I
our lives back to normal. But that's somebody in the chat
like
said. Then just don't be. Oh wait, I'll let Bellfire go.
I finally went to a restaurant. Yeah, the unvaccinated
Good
group,
for you. Good
and it
for
was
you.
the worst
Yeah.
experience ever. The waitress just sucked. I mean, I
Yeah.
fairly gave her a good tip, but no, she like sucked. So like Montana's, there's like the paper napkins or whatever the paper what the kids write. Okay, we had three
Yeah.
kids. One was 4, was up at 4:30 in the morning, and she gave us one pen for 3 kids. After waiting
Sure.
45 minutes to sit down, like that's how your night started. And then
Yeah.
she forgot our order, messed up our order, screwed up the receipts, forgot our drinks, and it just kept going. But I still gave her $5
Just-
tip and smiled and said thank you. I said,
Yeah.
quit your night job.
Literally.
This is
Jeez.
the talk. He goes live. He can hear you. Why? And people talk to each other. Why? Because that's what he likes to do. Yeah, he's talking. He can see us. He can hear you. How can he see us? Because I have my camera off. No, it's okay. Nobody needs to see you. You can say hello.
That's funny.
Hi.
Hello.
It's me. And then people can hear you too here, and they'll hear you. So I'm gonna put you on mute so they can talk.
So someone in the chat said just don't be political when you go to the bar. And like so essentially that's kind of a lot of, I don't know, another thing that I like to do here, and another thing that I find to be an interesting situation. You definitely have beliefs that are outside of the boundaries of things that I believe in, and I definitely believe things that are outside of the boundaries that you believe in. But and then the same as Bellfire up there. But tonight we've all discussed things that are within the boundaries of what we all do discuss and can discuss.
Mhm.
Regardless of the differences that we do have, there are similarities that we hold, and the more that we can find those similarities, the more that we can come to conclusions around. Perhaps there's things that we are opposed to, but it may not be the fact that we're completely opposed in like in opposition.
Yeah.
How am I trying to say this? Like incomplete opposition. It may be like the paths in
Right.
which we want to get there are different, but the end goals they may be the same. But it's like I believe we
Yeah.
should get here this way. I believe we should do it this way. But sometimes that stuff doesn't even matter because there's other stuff we can talk about. And just because we disagree on a certain topic, that's why I hate when somebody comes in or you go into another program and you disagree on a topic and you get blocked. And it's like, well, what if we agreed on something else? Or what if that's even the worst thing? It's like if you
It
completely
happens to
disagree
me
with
a
me, then I
lot
definitely
lately.
want you to hear what I'm saying. Like I'm never gonna block someone who
'Cause
disagrees.
it happens to me a lot because some of my like far lefty beliefs overlap. Because like I'm pro gun. I have a more nuanced opinion on the whole Ukraine Russia thing than most right wingers do, and most like liberals do too. Like people are usually pro one or the other, and I'm like no, like, but no, like I had this conversation a while back. Like I go sailing and I have this giant boat. Well, it's not giant, but I got this boat and like pulled this trailer up next to my friend's house, and his neighbor came over, and his neighbor's got like 8 fishing boats out there. So he wanted to talk about my boat and talk about sailing and how he used to live out, blah blah blah, all this stuff. And we had a really long conversation for like maybe like half an hour, 45 minutes, and then like suddenly like the topic kind of switched. I mentioned climate change on actually we were talking about sailing, and I was like, well, the Gulf Stream, they say that it's slowing down, because of climate change. And he's like, oh, you don't believe that, do you? And I'm like in 10 minutes later, he's telling me that like slavery happened because of the Jews, right? Like I'm just like, oh, okay, right? Like I'm like, this guy is just like a straight up not. I knew that this guy was a hardcore right winger, and I tried my damnedest to be like, I could talk to this guy about boats. Like he knows a lot about boats. I'm still learning a lot about boats. Like he's like knows a lot about like he lived out in North Carolina where I'm going to be sailing this summer, like hopefully, and like I want to talk to this guy. I want to be civil, but you just can't. In the modern like people just move it to a direction where like it's something that you want to fight about. Like there's tripwires everywhere. Like suddenly you cross over the line and like you're in this like you're in this thing. I had to bring up climate change because I was talking about the Gulf Stream. Like, yes, it was relevant to the conversation. I wasn't even saying like I just said like, well, the Gulf Stream's slowing down now. They say, and he's like, oh yeah, why? And I'm like, well, climate change. Like, duh. Like that's not a political statement for me. I don't think that that's even in my head. Like that's not even something that anybody argues about. Like most reasonable people believe in climate change. I literally forget that there are people that don't believe in climate change because it just is so outside my like scope
Well,
of like things that we wouldn't
I
even
think
argue
that
about.
yeah, I think that the issue, especially when it comes to people who say that they don't believe or like from that position, a lot of topics like that, because a lot of individuals from a certain perspective, we will say the left, um, but it can happen on both sides, especially. But Bellfire, I think that I'm getting some feedback from you here.
It's sorry, my daughter's jumping onto the bed beside me because she wants to listen in.
No, that's okay.
It's just
Um,
squeaky.
um, but yeah, what was I just saying?
About how
Th-
some people don't believe in the climate change and it's because of the
Oh
left.
yeah, climate change. When it comes to individuals that want to have the discussion, sometimes if you even open up the conversation to any sort of nuanced discussion, you get perpetually jumped on, we'll say, by individuals who are claiming you are denying the science, you're denying individuals the autonomy to live their lives, and you're perpetuating negative stereotypes, and you're doing all this terrible stuff when you're literally trying to have the conversation. Like, if you don't want to have the conversation, you have to even admit, starting from a base point, how did we get from global warming to climate change? How did the definitions change and why? Right? And so if we can
Sure.
start there, like I'm never gonna deny, like clearly global warming, no, I wouldn't say global warming, climate change has always been happening. It always will happen. The argument that can be had and needs to be had is, why is it happening? And can we do anything to stop it or impact it? Because if you're not willing to have those conversations, you can't get anywhere. And that's always my problem. It's like, if you can't have the conversation, you can't get anywhere. Like, I don't care about virtue signaling, saying I'm not going to drive my car for the next 6 years. Like, is that going to do anything? And what can we do? How much of an impact is going to have? Like, I'd like to actually, um and if is there something else that we can do that would have a larger impact? And then, looking around, it's like large companies, corporations. I don't know. That's when it gets into like weird crossovers between left and right ideologies. That's where they actually
Well,
mix,
so
but
it's
nobody
something
wants
I
to
think
have the
most of us could
conversation.
agree on that we could cut is that like there's a our military is the largest polluter on the planet Earth is the U.S. military, and so like that right there is something like almost everybody's like trying to cut, right? Like, and that's something that drives me nuts about the whole, oh, you should, you should stop doing, you stop flying, you should buy a different car, you should. It's like, what about like the people, like we should, like there's steel producers like pale in comparison, like the cargo shipping like is a huge percentage, like agriculture is like stuff that like personal people, your product choices are nothing. That's like never gonna change shit all. Like,
I'm going to
When,
respectfully disagree with you on that. There is a documentary called, it's on YouTube, it's called What in the World? And basically, it's about climate change and how it started all to make money in the governments, and that the biggest polluter is actually the green energy stuff. So, for example, the solar, just because you make the mirrors, you have to mine it, you have to blow, the rocks and stuff and burn it, create all of that, which causes problems. And then after 5 years, you can't recycle it. It's garbage.
we
So
are
check out
recycling
the
solar panels.
documentary
It's
because
nonsense. And also solar
and
panels
that's
last
from,
20
there
years.
is
I was just gonna say, that's from No. She just came into the chat up there, right?
Sorry.
Oh my,
there's a
Yeah.
what's going on? Sorry.
no, watch the documentary. It's really interesting
It's
because
just
there's
letting.
a somewhere in the desert, a bunch of solar panels just there because they can't do anything for it. Look it up. It's called
Yeah,
What the Earth. It's fantastic.
yeah. But they're still like they're
What is
it oh my god. It's the cheapest way to make electricity, period. That's the reason we're using solar at this point. There's not even an argument of like whether or not we should use anything else. It's just a question of like how can we make storing it cheaper? Like it's like right now it's just the fucking cheapest. And that's like one of the reasons the US is freaking out because we don't have as much area to that we can just dump solar panels in, and we don't have as much access to the resources that they're made out of. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't ever pretend to have the answers. I'm just willing to have the conversation. I'm open to both sides. I have no idea what's going on. I just think that that we should never not be able to discuss it and not be able to push the boundaries of what we believe. I did bring Nono into the chat to discuss stuff with us. I thought that was her talking, but it was Bellfire. Whenever there aren't when there aren't videos on, it gets confusing sometimes. There's three in the chat, but I'll give her the floor for a minute. Let her give her point of view and her speak her mind. And how are you feeling tonight? No. It's no nothing, not.
Well, I
But
was just kind of drawn to what?
I was just saying your name isn't no. It's no nothing, not. But I just say no.
No, it's fine. Yeah, that's fine. TikTok is toxic was the reason why it was interesting because I was just talking about how I was feeling that TikTok has to be an intentional doing something intentionally. I do not believe that it is completely innocent, I guess, because it feels like it has strange it causes strange things to occur, I feel, within my mind. Like for instance, I'll go to text somebody and I will get this anxiety that I'm going to be running out of space for texting because, with TikTok you only have so much space to text. You can't just text as much as you want.
Oh, right.
And so
Yeah.
I'll text a normal message and I'll find myself, or like I'll be talking to somebody and I'll find myself feeling like I can only talk so much because I do a lot of video responses through text, and so I feel like I'm getting a weird mind thing, a habit where I'm not. It's just very strange.
It's like
Yeah,
shortening your
that's
interactions.
yeah. I was gonna
I
say
also
that's like
feel a
something I
lot
never
more
really thought of.
irritable. Huh?
When it comes to like people who respond with voice to text because there's a certain period of time, say it's like a 30-second thing, and it continuously that's how you respond all the time. When speaking in daily conversations, your body is like that immediate response of feeling as though if you speak for longer than 30 seconds, it's not like there's something wrong, as though it's like it's not going to be translated, you're going to have to start again or something, because that's the way that you're so used to actually doing things. I just, yeah,
Another
I've never
thing
thought about it that way.
another thing that I've noticed about my experience since I've been on TikTok is that um my I am not as in touch with reality, meaning so TikTok has a whole universe of its own where it feels a lot more condensed. There's a lot of people, like it feels like a lot of people, a lot of opinions, and it's very easy for people to um, kind of express their hostility, any kind of expression is very easy. And then you go out into reality where you feel like the whole world is crumbling inside of TikTok land, but then you go outside of it and like a lot of people don't even know that Pfizer released their paperwork. And I'm just like,
Mhm.
what? Nobody why aren't they being told that there's Pfizer paperwork? And I'm thinking, was it on the news or anything? And so it makes me like question reality, like what's real. It's weird. It's very weird.
Yeah,
And
I've
I
noticed.
feel like
I'm just gonna
Oh, go ahead.
advise everybody just to like watch your mics, because it sounds like somebody's like hair or ear or something might be hitting their mic. But yeah, loud. How'd you feel?
Uh, I lost my train. Yeah, go ahead. Nothing. Oh no.
When it
Yeah,
comes to, I agree with you. I agree with you. No, no, it's a very interesting situation where, um, you because like we've been discussing echo chambers, and we are hyper focused on a lot of political issues, and if you aren't hyper focused on things, that isn't what you're being inundated with on a daily basis if you are not connected to those sort of things. And so when you go out and you have conversations with other individuals who aren't part of that sphere, it really makes you question, right? Your definition of reality is simply that it's your own worldview and it's what you believe. But there are so many people out there that don't even have not the access to the information, but their worldview isn't based on the same information that you've taken in, if that makes any sense.
yeah, and it's very strange because you would think that with something so important as that document, that it would be very public at this point, and I'm just really curious to know um why that's what it is. I don't really understand it, to be honest. But yeah, there's just a lot of observations I've been making, like the fact that it seems to make you have strong opposition, but also strong ally too, where you feel like the whole wide world is either completely against you or 100% for you, which is really strange to feel that way because I've never felt like I was ever part of a group of people that were like-minded. I've always felt single and alone in my thoughts and in my opinions, but it's quite strange to feel um, supported yet hated so much in such a contrast. It's
Oh
very
yeah, I feel
emotional.
that.
It's
I feel
very
that a lot.
emotional, and it's yeah, and it almost tests my mental capacity
Yeah.
to the best
No,
best
Someone
best
literally
description
said,
I have.
as you said that, a comment came up saying it causes mental conflict. Like at the exact same time as you said it was
It
causing you
really
mental
does.
distress there.
I found myself
It
in
really
a
is.
room, and we all realized that
It,
we're like between the ages of like 30 and 35, and we all have like either bipolar disorder or ADD, and we're all communists. It's like the chances of this are like zero in the real world. To have like 5 or 6 people that were all in the same age group and the same like very similar life experiences and all this stuff, like you're never gonna see that in the real world. And like, is that good for you to like
no.
find all of the other yous in the world? Like
Yeah.
the people that
It's
think
like
like
you guys
Yeah,
have
you?
and
seen those you guys have
it's
seen
like,
those
will I
Facebook
be able
t-shirts that are
to?
like you guys have seen those Facebook t-shirts that have been like tailored for each individual person. It has like a whole bunch of writing on it. So it's like this person was born on this date and they like red wine and they have a bulldog and blah blah blah, and like at the end and they're like they also drive a Chevy truck. Right? It's like
And
TikTok
we all like
takes those
cats.
descriptions of people. Yeah, TikTok takes those and then like finds groups of individuals so specific and then works them together. But like you were saying, right? That feeling of finding a community of individuals that all reaffirm your belief, but then also simultaneously being interjected with individuals who completely disagree with every single thing that you have to say with every fiber of their being.
Yeah.
It's
And it's so
strange.
strange because like the level of, like I said, the level of one-mindedness that exists, and then you walk outside your front door, like it's almost just like you could go and fight a war to get like go let's just do this, let's go for it, guys, and then you go to walk out and they're like there's no one there. It just feels like it's all in your
Yeah.
head. It really does. And it's like
Uh,
physical people, you guys are real, right? It's so strange, and I do wonder if my mind is going to break. And I wonder, is this like some sort of psychological warfare or something? Seriously. Anyways, that's me unfiltered, I guess. There you go.
It's a very good thought because we do know that this is a Chinese run app, and we do understand that those sort of what you just described, finding groups of hyper focused, like groups of individuals that are hyper focused on specific niches and projects, or like fucking hobbies
See, but
that
to
don't
me,
necessarily I was just going to say that don't necessarily pertain to align with any one thing. Having those people grouped together and really hyper focus them on those things rather than whatever, the greater government here would be trying to get them to be doing. And then also in the idea of like how, if that's been played out with experiments before in the past, like how does that impact the mind? How does it deal with like your psychological experience, just being inundated with the reinforcement, and then like break, reinforcement, break. We'll see, like, um,
Mm.
is it a major psyop? Like,
I mean, I
Yeah,
think
because
it's
go
a
like,
ahead.
psyop to sell you stuff, like everything is. Like, there's ads on TikTok. You know what I get ads for? ADD meds. Like, I have a BPD. It's similar, like similar traits or whatever. So there's a lot of crossover between us and the same people, like liking the same stuff, doing the same sorts of things. And it's like that. What they're doing is they're creating hyper niches because those are the things the advertisers want. Like, if you're a product and you're selling ADD drugs, you're like, I want a niche of people who are all but in this age group that I can't sell to very often and are all ADD. Like, give me it. Or I want a group of like, like women in this certain group, whatever. That I'm trying to sell whatever to. Like, you have these like narrow focus groups that you could sell tons of stuff to. It makes it really easy. It's like really direct. Like, they're trying to sell me, yeah, they're trying to sell me like really peculiarly specific dating apps for like by men in their 30s, right? Like, it's like they know what like. They want you to, they're trying to narrow you down so they can sell you stuff. That's what Facebook was doing.
To
That's
me,
TikTok just does it reverse.
it feels like I'm gonna be really like just sci-fi, okay? To me, it feels like I'm being psychologically prepared for some sort of an alternate reality universe where everyone is just sitting in their house with the whole world to at their fingertips, but it's not real, and the outside is just some strange place to everybody. It just feels like so weird. Like, I'm thinking, what is the point of all of this? And then the
Right?
outside being as, if I feel like it wouldn't be as bad if the outside wasn't as strange as it is right now. And if the war wasn't going on, and if the whole thing with the Trudeau and whole thing with the United States, and if all that information was
And like that's that. And that's just, it's just me and some audiobooks that I brought with me and the lake. And it's just, that's it. That's all that's out there. And I don't have to worry about any of this stuff. And like it's been hard for me because in the winter time I can't do stuff like that. It's been particularly rough winter this year. Uh, but like it, like so I've been doing the TikTok stuff, but like at least I know that there's going to be an end to this in my life. Like, I know that like once the spring hits, I'll be back out on the boat. I won't be talking to all these people on the internet, but like once a week maybe. Like that's that, and I'll have more like work to do and stuff like that. But like I feel like, yeah, it's really easy to get like completely consumed into it because like I go back and forth pretty much all day between TikTok and Discord, just talking to people in the little boxes on the internet, like more than I do my regular friends, like for sure.
yeah. I think it is true. I've I feel like I live a very isolated life. Mostly just happens to me. It's not something that I chose for myself. It just I moved to a completely different country than where I grew up, and for whatever reason, I didn't seem to get any kind of like solid friends or anything like that. So I am pretty, my world is a little bit different than some, I think, but
with their social interaction that you would. Because what I was doing before I was getting on TikTok is like mostly just like watching like YouTube videos and like reading and stuff and just listening to audiobooks and stuff like that. So it's just like it's the same. I'm still learning. It's just you have more interactive. And yeah, not playing video games for 12 hours. I'm talking to people instead, which I think is probably better. Maybe not. I don't know.
Mhm.
But I think our
Well,
society in
think so.
general is isolating. I think like the society in general is isolating, and that's like the problem. Is if we had more spaces, like right now, if you want to go socialize with anybody outside your house, you have to pay money to do it. Pretty much. Like there are very few public spaces that are free and accessible.
Mhm.
But at least in the States. I don't know if y'all are in Canada or whatever. I seem to be on Canada TikTok for most of the time for whatever reason.
Yeah.
TikTok thinks I'm in
That's
Canada.
probably because Canada is a highly socialist slash communist
Yeah.
country.
I think
And
The
well, I
people
that's
think it
are.
might be the
saying that I really think that because I was raised in the middle of the United States, and I came here to Canada, and I felt that the people were a lot different socially. Um, and that's kind of why I had a hard time, or I have a hard time. I I mean, everyone's very friendly. It just seemed like nobody had any room for anyone else in their life. I don't know how to. It's just there was nowhere
yeah,
for me to feel at home,
mhm.
and I felt that very strange.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that Canada's portrayed as very friendly and portrayed as very polite, but as everybody knows, manners are not something that the average person displays because they choose to. They do it because it's something that has been instilled in them as good manners. It's something that's taught. It's not just because they're genuinely a good person. Like that's how they're portraying themselves. But Canadian
Yeah.
people, I think, are very opinionated. They have their own beliefs, and if you don't align with those beliefs, then you are cast out of the group of just the
Yes.
underlying like this is what society is. If you don't agree with it, then there's no room for discourse. Not here.
Yes, and there seems to be and I'm kind of sensitive to people's nonverbal communication, and there is a underlying passive aggressiveness that seems to be and I'm so sensitive to it. I'm not one to assert myself. If you don't want me around, I won't be. But I'm learning that it's unhealthy for both people when you're that way. It's like it's unhealthy for the person that is being that way as much as it is that it's happening to. So,
Yeah.
And I
but I
agree
do
with
gotta
you.
go.
Canadians. Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
I'll pop back through. I have to go do something real fast, and I'll thank you for letting me be on here.
Sounds good. Thank you for speaking your mind. I appreciate you coming out.
Thanks.
And I do agree with what she was saying there. Canadians are super passive aggressive. They would much rather just kind of I don't know. It's a strange thing. They'd rather not truly confront you, but make it known that what you're doing is annoying. I don't know. It's a
In the
strange
US, we
world.
have a mini island of Canadian style culture. It's called Minnesota, and they call it Minnesota nice. Where like people are very friendly and polite, but also mean at the same time. Or like they don't like it's like this like kind of passive aggressive niceness where like what regardless of what you think or feel about a person, you're nice. And like if you don't like them, you're nice in a mean way. Like
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
It's
somebody's
super
like,
weird.
bless your heart. Yeah, that's the southernism for the same thing. Like in the South, like bless your heart is not a
Yeah.
nice thing. Somebody says that they're not being friendly.
It's like
The
yeah.
whole uh the whole phrase, is bless your heart because your mind isn't going to get you very far. Like
Right?
it's like a subtle way to call you stupid, right?
Yeah, but they I don't know. It's the idea. It's the portrayal of what it means. People don't even care. That's probably because they're ignorant in that regard.
Yeah.
I got John Beer wanting to come in here for the conversation.
John Beer.
Hey, how you doing there,
Oh,
John
good.
Beer? Welcome to the open debate.
Patriot.
Good. How are you?
Not too bad.
I wanted to
How are,
talk to Loud real quick before I touch back on the solar panels and stuff.
Yeah.
I went to college for that, and solar's
Mhm.
great on a small scale, but on a large scale, it's really not gonna be good. It takes up a lot of land, and to produce that much power to like run a city or even a small city isn't viable. And they were teaching us this 10 years ago, saying solar's the future, wind's the future. But honestly, I think nuclear is the future because you can have a nuclear plant and like
Costs
produce
5 times
so
as
much
much.
power. Yeah,
It costs
well,
5 times
I
as
mean,
much.
solar panels are still expensive too, but you would need every
they're
house in
cheap.
the neighborhood to have solar.
I mean, yeah, or you just build those, like, you look at India, they're just like, oh, here's a giant desert. We're gonna build a motherfucker with solar panels. So they're straight up doing it. Like, they have these massive, massive farms. Yeah, it does take a lot of land, but we have a lot of I don't know if you've ever driven through like the Salt Flats or New Mexico or like West Texas or like any like there's huge, huge wide areas that are all desert, all sunny, pretty much all the time. And that's it, like you can fill them up with solar panels just like you could fill them with crops, like that's what we would do otherwise. And a lot of it also, like, there's stuff like agrivoltaics that are starting to look like we could use the solar panel shade as a way to make the desert viable for agriculture, which is a really fascinating thing that they're getting into. Also, like floating them on like relatively flat lakes, that's a thing. Like, it's also providing the same, like we have, like, instead of dumping all those shade balls and like giant reservoirs, you could fill them up like that. Also, like, offshore wind is getting like those giant ones are getting like ridiculous, and storage is getting cheap. Like, it's getting half priced like within the next couple of years. uh it's going to take a huge drop, um because there's like 5 different competitors all promising like less than $50 a megawatt hour. But that's the thing, is like what it comes down to is like I'm a commie, but I'm also an economics guy. We live under capitalism, and so like they're going to do whatever's cheap. Nuclear doesn't work because it doesn't pay you back on a short enough time scale. That's why they're trying to do like the small modular reactors. But the only company that's come out with them, one, was Russian, so good luck with that, and two, it was like 5 times over, or like 4 or 5 times over the budget that they had planned on. So like it's way too expensive. Like, it's a whole new industry when we have all these cheap industries already.
Okay. I'm just speaking from what I've been taught, and my knowledge on the subject is big scale, no. Small scale, yes. Every house needs to have solar if you want it to really work.
Yeah,
You
that's
can't
I don't
have
see why
just
that's not doable.
we would need no, it's actually not. I mean, it's really doable. Like my buddy got solar. I want to get some solar. I can hook it up myself. I'm all certified for it.
Yeah,
But
I'm
you would
about
need
to put solar
everybody.
on my boat. That's like
There you go. Hell yeah.
I mean, basically, that's actually what I'm getting into, is doing marine electrical, putting in lithium batteries and solar panels and electric propulsion and shit on boats. Um, that's switching careers here soon, but
oh, big moves.
yeah,
But yeah, no, I think I understand, like, that's the whole thing, right? That's where the argument can be made, and like we'd have to get into like that's where the statistics come into, and you have to actually break down numbers and stuff. But basically, what I hear John saying is that, yeah, for individuals to put it on their house, you can get a good energy supply. Things are going to be pretty decent on a small scale. But when we start looking at the land mass that we have, and then, like you said, what are the other options? Where else could you put it? Where are we not utilizing it? But then how much do we need, and how much space, like, to utilize that sort of energy worldwide? Like, just in general, theoretically, how much would it take if we were to convert the entire world? Is that even really theoretically possible? How long would it take to produce that? How long do the panels last? Then what do we do when we remove them? How do we like just there's a lot of things that we could look into when it comes to long term.
So
It's an interesting idea with all
they've run the
forms of energy,
numbers of
right?
this already. Like just solar, wind, and storage, it would cost about $4 trillion for the U.S. to switch. And it would probably take about a decade if we really put the money towards it, like $400 billion a year, uh, like 4.1. They've done like, and they've also done studies like grid operation, like all this stuff. They've done studies that shows like we could have done this like 4 or 5 years ago. 10 years ago, probably not. Like 10 years ago, like it was still kind of iffy, and they're like, I don't know, but like the solar panels have gotten way more efficient, and they're about to go through another efficiency breakthrough because of the shit called perovskite, that is cheap enough to actually go into production and easy enough to adapt to the modern production techniques that it should roll out relatively quickly, unlike a lot of like supposed wins. I don't know. There's like a lot of things that have happened. Mostly it's the curve. Like the curve is good on solar. It's still getting cheaper. They didn't think it was going to keep getting cheaper, and it kept getting cheaper and cheaper. And nuclear hasn't gotten cheaper. And thorium is a pipe dream. No one's made a commercial scale thorium plant anywhere on the planet Earth, and we've known about it since the 1970s. I don't know what's stopping them. Like,
Kind of like communism. I'm just joking. Just wanted to jab you there.
that's good. All I know is that China's the #1 economy by purchasing power, and the #2 by raw GDP, and looking pretty good right now, honestly. Like
Yeah, I'm open to
some
the
of the
conversation
geopolitical,
of energy sources. I don't necessarily think that what we're doing right now
and
is the
China
best solution.
is China and India are both piling in on solar. See, one of the things that you got to understand about climate change is that the global north is using it as a geopolitical weapon against China and India, who are projected to be the new superpowers. So, like, why would they let them do that when you could just let climate change happen and it's going to affect the equatorial regions more than the north? And so, like, why not? Because Alaska's huge, right? Like, it's and if you look at the countries that are still the most invested in the oil industry, it's the US, Canada, Norway, Russia, right? Like all people who have ports in the Arctic. Like it's and this is the thing that like people are looking at now, like people are like like modern geopolitical theory is talking about that. Like that's like why would we solve climate change when it's going to work out to our benefit more than theirs, right? Like and we're the ones benefiting from destroying it. So like, why would we stop? It's like a nuke. You don't have to get blamed for dropping.
Mhm. John, I don't know what's up in the background, but someone's talking about something. I think.
Yeah, it's my woman. Sorry.
Okay, you're able to mute your mic if you click the multicast button. I think you have options to turn on your camera or like use your mic and stuff like that. If you don't have to
Oh
because it's not
shoot!
coming through
I
right
didn't
now, but
even.
I'm just yeah
I
letting you
didn't
guys
see
know what
that.
your options are
That
and what you have at your ability.
that's really good to know.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I agree that things are. I don't know. We could definitely look into ways to improve the the world in general when it comes to energy consumption. I'm not hard set in any beliefs when it comes to that. I'm
Yeah.
definitely open to changing the way that we consume energy, but it's all about having that conversation, looking at everything around like, yeah, what would the transition period look like? What would that mean for the average actual consumer? Um, and then yeah, looking at other countries that have implemented similar energy goals or energy.
So
I
Canada
think
might crack fusion
I,
soon.
I I think my ultimate stance on it is if you want to help the climate, go out, get some solar panels, and maybe get a little wind turbine for your house.
I mean,
You know,
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean that helps a little. I mean, if you
I
have
mean,
the money to do
well,
it, you definitely should. And I'm
well,
trying
I
to
mean,
do
but
that when I put a new roof on
you
mine.
can always get rebates and stuff. It's not like you can go to
True.
Harbor Freight and buy solar panels. It's not really
Yeah.
like a hard task.
No, I mean,
Is all
they
I'm
gotta get
saying.
you gotta get like a harness and shit if you're working on roofs, but you know, not too hard.
No, not at
Mhm.
all. But my buddy got solar panels for his house. I think it cost like $40,000. He got rebates,
Mm.
and it ended up he had to have finance like 10 grand of it, and then he's just paying like $100 a month for the next 20 years.
Well, yeah, it also kind of depends on the state too, because a lot of those rebates and stuff is
He's in
like
Oregon. I'm in
Yeah,
California.
see, I'm in Michigan, so like it's not as good. It's not as groovy here. They're not as they're not like in the so they were for a while, but then they changed it. Now they're trying to change it back. The politics are really back and forth here. So like it kind of depends on who's in office,
Yeah,
whether or not you're gonna get a rebate or whatever. Or
true.
usually I think it's a tax write-off. That's what they'll give you. They'll give you like a property tax write-off or something like that. Um, but yeah, like
I'm gonna bring Pure Blood into the conversation, see what he has to say. The name intrigues me here. Hey there, Pure Blood Country. How's it going? Thanks for joining us on the open debate. How you doing tonight?
Pretty good, brother. How about you? Yeah, I've
Oh,
been on
not
here
too bad.
before. Yeah, it was just a name because the whole controversial jab and all the other crap. People have been just picking my name apart today. But anyhow, yeah. Has
Everyone's been
anybody
hating on the
seen?
name, eh?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I say, from where I live and who I am. If I bring up one thing, I'm this. If I bring up my entire heritage, then I'm just a communist and everything else. And anyway. So it happens. It really does. Um, but yeah, did anybody see the? I believe it was a Japanese piece of equipment that they were using. They were taking like hamburger wrappers, plastic bottles, plastic wrappers, just everything, and they were putting it in this machine, and it heats it up and it converts it back into oil from
I've
which it
seen
came.
there's a guy I think in Ohio who built like a small plant that does this with like a any like they mixes all sorts of different kinds of plastic and throws it in, and yeah, basically turns it back into crude oil. I think that's neat
But
for the plastics industry, kind of, but also like, man, I think all these plastics are fucking toxic, like every last one of
oh yeah, guaranteed. But have you seen places in India that, I mean, you could go through
them.
and
Yeah,
rake up
so
like 40 tons of nothing but plastic and trash just floating on the water. You know, I'm not knocking anybody. I'm just saying, there's so many things that could have been done, should have been done, and
Mhm.
we should be
Oh
doing
yeah.
now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that if we had switched over where we wanted, we could have switched almost the entire economy, at least in the northern half of this country, over to wood instead of oil. You can run almost anything that runs on oil, you can run off of wood gas. Like you can run off anything off of propane, off of wood gas. Like we have tons and tons of fast growing like softwoods that you could just keep burning, like hemp, same. Like you could run like there's all sorts of alternative fuels we could have been using
Oh,
besides oil
oh,
this whole time too.
Miss
oh,
It's not
dude,
even
Combat
about
Queen,
hemp, hemp.
renewable
guys,
stuff.
guys, Miss Combat Queen said it best, I think, here in the chat. She said, as a scuba diver, I can say the trash that you see on the surface, would you say? The trash that you think is the issue, it, as a scuba diver, I can say the trash you think that is the issue isn't, right? Like the trash
It's
that you see
fishing
isn't even
nets,
the issue.
right?
And so like, well, like I don't know, maybe she can clarify if this is what she's saying, but like from that, I was saying that like there's an abundance of trash in the ocean, especially, and like if we found a way to reutilize all of that and like put it, oh my gosh, she's talking about glass. Well, I don't know what we're gonna do with glass.
Well, yeah, and that's what
Never
I
mind,
was
guys.
saying. If every government could pay its citizens to pick up trash, homeless wouldn't be homeless. I mean, there's
Right.
so many things that we could do
Yep.
that we have
Oh
raised
yeah,
money
jobs
in.
program. Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
and
they
we
I
have.
I have the perfect example. I work at a lumber mill. We
Mm,
use our own power. We cut our lumber. We do all that stuff. All the excess lumber, trash, all that goes to our power plant,
mm.
and that is what makes us run. Without that,
Hey,
like
same
we
here.
have, I
I get
I
my
have
power plant from the
PG&E.
same kind of power plant.
There you go. I have I live in this town. I don't care if anybody knows where I live. Nobody's gonna come over here. I live in Scotia, well, I live in Rio Dale, California, Scotia, California, over here on the coast in the redwoods.
Word.
It's a pretty known town in this area, I guess. That the town used to be, everybody in the town worked at the mill. It used to be really big, and then the power plant supplied the town and the mill with power. Now it's just the mill with power, but like the local power company won't even hook up to us because they had a bunch of allegations in the past. But anyways, we run solely off of just burning our shavings. And we're
Yeah.
we're talking tons of machines and equipment
Yeah,
and
exactly.
everything else.
Totally. Like, and like they also make, I don't know like how old that your system is, but like the modern wood burning systems are basically like they have
Oh,
almost no exhaust at all, right? Like it's like that they're burning every bit of it, like the gassing, you're gasifying it, and the only thing that comes out, the only carbon that comes out of it is soot, right? Like
so
if
I
it's a
would
decent
say
one.
I would say our system's pretty old. It started
Word,
the Pacific Lumber Company started in 1881, I
word,
believe.
yes. So you
So
just got like an old
it's
school like
pretty old.
boiler ass system. You're just burning it.
Yeah,
But no, like
yeah,
okay,
pretty much.
okay, the thing is like modern systems, they like you can update this stuff. So like what you burn is wood gas. So like it takes the wood and it heats it up and it as it dries it out, it gasifies a lot of the stuff that's in the wood. It turns into like a propane almost, and like you can burn that off of the wood. And as it slowly burns down, it heats up, and you just keep throwing more wood in, and it produces more gas. And you can use all of that heat for all sorts of stuff. But like, yeah, you can use it to make power. My local power plant is a relatively new one. It's a relatively new-ish coal power plant that has been converted to use wood waste from all of the local lumber companies up here because I
There
live
you
in
go.
northern Michigan.
That's
And it's
awesome.
like the same thing. And like we could have done that for like the whole country and got rid of natural gas and oil as electrical production and just went over to that system a long time ago. The problem is like they're using the same stuff in Europe. So like they'll ship stuff from like Virginia. They'll ship like wood from Virginia to like the UK, and then they'll burn it in there, and then they'll be like, "We sequestered a bunch of carbon," ignoring the fact that they just shipped it across the ocean on this giant barge that burns crude oil, right? Like, makes no sense. So like,
Yeah, that's
there's
funny
like,
how they have these brain
Yeah.
farts that they think make sense.
well,
But
it's because they it's hard to write legislation, like you're like, okay, if you use wood pellets, that's green, and then they're like, wood pellets, you say?
yeah, well, all
Yeah.
the money
The, it,
and all the sanctions and restrictions that we put all on everybody across the world, we could have made the entire earth completely green by now. That's how, that's why I truly believe that global warming and climate change doesn't exist, because if all you can do is print stuff up and have protests and rallies and push all these agendas, but not do anything, you know, they've been
I
saying
mean,
that
I've
the
seen
earth
it
was
in my
going to
own
end in 12
lifetime, man.
years for forever.
I've been seeing wildfires in places that never used to have wildfires. There's one that broke out on like the Minnesota Canada border, and if the whole sky was fucking gray in the Northwoods of Wisconsin, like this makes no sense. This is not. I lived here like on and off my whole life, like I've never seen that. And it's because the winters aren't cold enough. They aren't killing off the ash borer like they used to. And so like now these like it's just like little things like this like and there's algae blooms in the lake now. There's never been algae blooms before. Now there's algae growing outside of Duluth in Lake Superior, and I've seen it with my own damn eyes. Like I can see climate change happening with my own eyes at this point. Like you see all sorts of effects getting worse. Like the evidence is incontrovertible because the thing is like when you say they, you mean the scientists of every country on the entire world, including countries that hate us, and like otherwise, like there's nobody who really is disagreeing. And the people who first discovered it, by the way, are oil companies, and they want to do it because they're trying to get to the oil that's under the Arctic.
Right.
I can't
But
speak for
all
what
these
happens over
countries
there
that
for
are
your.
claiming this.
I hold on real quick. I can't speak what happens over there with wildfires. I live in Northern California, so I don't know if y'all ever listen or see on the news what's going on over here. My girlfriend recently lost her house last year in a wildfire.
Yeah.
But they're abundant, and they're not just because of climate change. One was started
No.
by some crazy broad who just got out of jail and lit a fire. The car fire, where I grew up outside of Redding, California, was from a trailer that sparked it and then it just blew it up. But also a lot of that is caused from not cleaning up our forests. Like if you walk through the forest and like Paradise burned down, it's a city over here. It burned down because they weren't allowed to clean it up because the quote unquote tree huggers don't want you to touch the forest, but you either graze it or watch it burn.
Well, the thing is,
there's like you
you
have to
gotta
clean it up.
You're supposed to burn it. The thing is, y'all aren't even supposed to fucking live there. It's just people thinking of this a long time ago. You can't be. There's a reason there were places that people lived, there were places people didn't. You had to burn those woods down like once every decade or so, because if you didn't, then you have these big giant fires that burn way out of hand and get really really severe. Right, because some of those trees will just survive the fires, like those big old redwoods will just survive it, and some of the trees, like the Douglas fir, actually need wildfires to even germinate. And so like the problem is like the actual solution is something that is untenable to almost everybody, which is to like what like light these woods on fire every 10 years. Nobody wants to live next to a wildfire that happens every 10 years. They would that land would suddenly become worth shit all. And so like that's the problem. Like we can't live there. It's like not a livable place. It's the same as like floodplains, like all sorts of places that like people are just living where there's like no water. Like you live in there, there's no water.
No. Using that logic, people in Tornado Alley should just up and move, right?
Well, no, I mean, we shouldn't have moved there in the first place. That's the thing. Like,
All I'm
it's
saying
kind of
is like
That's
if
debatable.
you manage
yeah. I don't.
if you manage the forest and stuff like there was literally like 2 or 3 feet of pine needles unmanaged. You have to like pull that stuff out, maybe clear cut some trees out of there, thin it out
The
a
thing
little
is,
bit
if you
is
just
all.
if you just thin it out, you're gonna have like a bunch of invasive species and other shit growing. Like this is the thing is like you're supposed to burn it out so that the the things that used to grow there will grow again. They are all designed with fire in mind. Like that was a cycle that was like a thing that people had kept up for like a couple hundred years, and then like once it got colonized, people and like people started moving out there. Like now people stop doing that, and now it's a problem because you're supposed to burn it. Like I don't know. Like you have to figure out like a big. What you need to do is like cut a big ring around anything that you have out there, and then yeah, light that shit on fire every 10 years like they used to, and hope your stuff doesn't burn down in it.
Sorry,
I'll
but
just
we
agree to
have
disagree
solutions for all
on that.
this. But when we come up with these solutions, then everybody, has an issue with the solution.
Mhm.
When and I'm not advocating Trump or anything else, but when he said rake the forest, that's actually what he was referring to.
No, I get
Was
that.
on the yeah.
People like
So
went
when
over the top about that. But no, like
yeah,
it is forest management, but like the rate, like that's not. It's also climate change, though. Like that's not these two things are not mutually exclusive. Like yes, we need to manage the forest better, but also climate change is still real because those forest fires you haven't been managed
But
for
it
like the
goes back
last
to my
200
original,
years.
yeah, oh yeah. It goes back to my original question though, right? Regardless of if climate change is real, what can we do to fix it? What would what would have our impact done to change that impact in those areas? Because we can see that it is changing, and then at what rate and what could we even have done? The argument really, I don't think, is whether or not the climate's changing, because it's verifiably changing, but it's around what can we do to fix it and how much impact are we having on fixing it and how much are we changing
You
it.
know, we could have fixed it instead of going to war in Iraq and Afghanistan. It was about the same amount of money. Like
exactly.
we started back then and took all
Theoretically
the
though,
money
that
that we poured into the military, and we took all the money that we poured in the military for the last 20 years in both of those wars, and like all those military budgets that were, 500, $600 billion. I said it was $4 trillion over a decade. That's how much it would have cost.
but this is a
That's about,
theory. This is what I'm saying.
that's not a
Theoretically,
theory. This
sure,
is
but
like
what? Yeah,
they
yeah,
added
it
up the
is because
cost of,
what of
of all
doing
the
what
shit that you
though,
needed to
right?
buy.
It's like
That's a
no,
grocery list. That's a theory like a grocery
of
list is a theory.
no.
Oh no,
It's a
I see
theory
what you're
because
saying.
it hasn't been implemented. So the theory is if we do this, this will happen. But we haven't done those things. And the amount that we do the reduction of carbon, like you turn off your water and you fucking, you don't use your car and you ride your
Nah, like
bicycle down all these stupid
this is
little things,
using
right? Like how
exactly
much
all the
impact has
stupid.
it had?
No, this is things like all those things don't have impact because we haven't made any structural changes, right? Like the only thing, like your personal whatever shit, your personal purchase choices, like those are never. That's always been a lie. That's you know who came up with like the idea of a carbon footprint? The oil companies. Like that was straight up
Yeah.
an idea that they came up with to push that on people so that they personalize it and make it their fault instead of the oil company's fault, which is whose fault it is. Because the problem is that they need to stay around, and they want to like use that oil to go to war for more oil, like they've been doing for like a long time, and it's
But
ridiculous.
it's a worldwide issue, right? This is not a one country issue. So when you virtue signal and you say, well, we're going to do this, how much impact is that even going to have if the rest of the world decides, well, if we don't hold India or China to the same standard and they're going to be pumping out more?
No, it is
It's a
a US
world
issue
issue.
because of the petrodollar. Like it's the petrodollar, and the number one polluter on the planet is the U.S. military. Like, when I say polluter, what I should say is the number one user of oil, because that's actually what they measured. They use more oil than any other institution on the planet, and the reason that they do that is to protect the petrodollar. So you can only buy and sell oil in dollars, right? And that's exactly what's going on with Russia right now. Is they're taking them out of the petrodollar system. Like they're like, no, we're not buying your stuff. You can't buy and sell in our petrodollars anymore. And that's like most of the wars that we've gone to are to protect the petrodollar system so that the US dollar stays valuable on the global exchange market, because it's one of the only things keeping the US at such a high GDP in the first place.
He's correct.
So we're saying, so we're saying that the production of oil is the highest contributor to climate change.
Yeah.
From human beings, like for what, like so human beings, like what we're doing, our production of
control,
oil.
Production of oil and land use are the two biggest. Like the use of oil and land use. Coal is the other one. Coal, I guess, will be more on Australia and India and China. But like China's doing a lot of reduction on it, and India's moving away too. Australia is a problem. And like there are other countries that are also a problem, places like Saudi Arabia, places like Norway, which like nobody likes to mention, and places like Canada, like the tar sands are like really, really terrible because of how energy intensive it is to even produce. And also because of how tied it is into because like the number one contributor to like Enbridge is Royal Bank of Canada, right? Like that's the oil pipeline that's going through where I live right now.
So like what I'm getting at is like for us to like have the discussion around what is happening with the forest fires, we need to break down and how climate change contributes to that. We need to break down what our role in climate change is, how we can contribute to changing it, and how that would have impacted any of the forest fires.
Hey, Lad, I have a question for you.
What's that?
Are you for or against like a pipeline?
Against pipelines, certainly against building new pipelines and not decommissioning the ones that we have, because pipelines are just new infrastructure. They last for 70 years. We can't be using oil 70 years from now. We can't be. That will be fucked. We literally cannot be. It's like not even feasible, because if we continue to use oil that long, the amount of heat that we'll put off into the atmosphere will make it the economic system cease to exist, in which we will be able to use that oil. Like literally, it's like an unusable system. Like,
but Bill Gates is gonna block out the sun, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, that's the fucking alternative. That's like what they're gonna do otherwise. Like,
so the alternative is to use like transport by truck or rail car. Wouldn't that be more polluting towards the earth?
Rail is not polluting. Rail can be electrified. We should have done rail like a long fucking time ago. We used to have rail.
Well, we didn't.
We used to have rail until the car companies bought that shit out and shut it down.
Rail would have been awesome if we had that infrastructure now. But back then, Goodyear, Firestone, all those companies that were back then literally bought up all the rail cars and threw them in the garbage. We could have rail cars like Europe all over this fucking place. I could jump on a. I keep on thinking about that every time I go to a live or somebody's talking about something. I want to jump in and say something, because like we could have. It's hard to do now because it's so expensive now to input all this into what we have now. But if we did this 100 years ago, done.
I mean, you know what else having rail would do? It would make it so that there's no drunk driving and a lot fewer cops. Because half of what cops do is pull people over. There's no more pulling people over if everybody's on the train, right? Like, if there's no more drunk driving or being too high or running over like kids, none of that. Like, you know how many people like die to even have cars? It's the number one cause of death that is not disease. car
very
accidents.
interesting
Yeah.
thought there.
Like-
I really keep on going back to that. I watched a documentary about that, about how they bought up all the road cars and threw them all away. That's why America,
Oh yeah.
we have
No, I know.
we have all these trucks and cars and all this stuff, and other countries don't really, some of them don't really drive, they don't drive long distances because they have the infrastructure of the rail cars that were put in years ago. And
Mhm.
for us to do it now would be just, I mean, California is like where I live in California. Well, on the other side of California, they're doing it, they're trying to, but it's just costing an arm and a leg. You got to go through everybody's land. It's just costing so much to
Well, that's
like
the thing, is,
try
like,
to even
the-
put it in
it-
now.
It's such bullshit though, because like if like the oil companies want to put in a pipeline, it goes through no matter fucking what, right?
No, that's
Oh,
that's not true though.
I mean,
Companies
the only
Yeah,
people who
that's-
usually stop it are like indigenous like tribes. That's it. Like,
Well, that's not entirely true though. I used to work in the oil and gas industry doing cathodic protection. I don't know if you know what that is, but they would have to get clearance to put pipes through certain things. They would have to change it constantly. This guy didn't want to let us go through his property, so we had to go this way, this way. It's not. It's about the same, I would say, about putting a railway or a pipeline. They don't. The thing about a railway is it's still visible. A pipeline, once it goes in the ground, it's done. You don't
I mean,
see it no more. It's over.
it's just
We
weird because like
we have a government regulated cathodic protection system that we have to. put
everybody
on the
else can figure
pipeline.
this shit out, man. How come everybody else can figure this shit out? Like, I'm not like, yeah, China can figure it out, obviously, but Japan can figure it out. France can figure this shit out. Like Germany, they gotta figure it out. Like, you can put a train through. Like, you gotta buy some land from some people sometimes to get a train. Like,
So
you do
that-
like they
well,
don't use eminent
Well,
domain
I
like
mean,
they should.
I mean, China
straight
China
up, it's
didn't
like,
buy
we're
land
building a
from
train.
people.
No,
China
yeah,
wasn't
they
worried
don't-
about buying land from people. They
Well,
just
I mean, they
they
did
just
give
built
people
it.
remittances though. Like, it's just they use eminent domain the same way we do. Like, if the government takes your property, you get paid out for it. Like,
Yeah,
It's not
okay.
really
they use
that
eminent
way,
domain to
though.
build Trump's fucking wall. Nobody gave a shit about that on the right. I don't know.
Hey,
That's
did
not
you
really
let me
how it
ask-
works,
That's what
though.
it-
They're
China's been I don't know. I just want to. I wanted to say this though. Loud, you've spoken very highly of China throughout this stream, and I want to ask you, how do you think of China's social credit score?
I think that what most people understand about that is nonsense, and if you actually look into it, it works out more like a better business bureau point system, so that like it's to cut down on scammers. Like,
Oh,
that's
Not
straight up,
everyday
like-
individual people.
right.
So
exactly.
all like what 3 point whatever billion individuals are susceptible to scoring
Okay, what do you
the
think
same
of
as
our
we
credit
have
score
our.
system?
I was going to say the same as we have our credit score system, right?
Which
I was
is
going to say
trashy,
we have
yeah.
that credit score system,
Right.
and
But our
so
credit score system
when
is
that
basically based, like it's also terrible. I don't agree with every
yeah, it's like
single
well,
fucking
well,
policy in China.
yeah,
Okay,
our-
here's another thing you gotta understand about China. China is a country of 1.4 billion people with a lot of different opinions. It's not a fucking hive mind, and so there are policies
the
that
people.
get passed that are more
those are the
capitalist.
people.
and
The
there are
government
policies-
is not a hive. The government is a hive mind.
Okay,
The
but
CCP
okay, the
is a
Communist
hive
Party.
mind. The people
No,
are
it's
not.
not a hive mind.
Yeah.
That's fucking racist. I'm sorry. Like what?
To say that the
No.
CCP, the government of China,
Is
is a
a
hive
hive
mind, yes,
mind?
it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's extremely
100%.
racist. It's extremely
You can
racist.
say whatever you
I'm
want,
sorry.
but I mean,
it
you can say
is.
it's racist all day.
It's
I don't care.
Rather, it's xenophobic. Let's be real. Like that's all that
You
is.
can call
It's
it
just
whatever you want to
xenophobia.
call it. I'm telling you that
Okay.
the Chinese Communist Party is fucking a hive mind with no
Okay,
outside
is the U.S.
thoughts coming in.
Democratic Party a hive mind?
Yeah,
Yeah. Is the Republican Party a hive mind?
yes.
Okay. I
With
mean,
very
like-
with very few outliers,
Like,
with
what-
very
what-
few outliers. But in that country, at least there is an ability for other individuals to
Okay.
come in with different opinions. They get squashed very quickly because these are
But
two
China has
giant hive
9
minds.
political parties. You know that, right? China has 9 political
all-
parties that hold federal office.
That all work within each other. I could be completely wrong, but I'm going to hold firm to this position 100%. The Chinese people? No, I do not agree that they all believe the same thing. They all are working towards the same thing. The Chinese Communist Party itself, yes, their government system, 100%.
Why do the policies change in China like every 5 to 10 years then? If they all hold the same opinion, then like they should never like the plans should never change. They should
If I
just
give
be
you a
doing
bag
Maoism
with
still,
10
right?
different
Like why aren't they
options,
still doing
if I give you
Maoism? Why
if
did the Deng
listen,
reform happen?
if I put you in a group of 4 different people and give you a bag of 10 different options and you all pass around that bag and do different things from that bag, that's still not your opinion. That's still you doing things that are perpetrating the greater good of what I choose to be the fucking grand scheme, right? The ideal goal of what we're working towards as a global, on a global scale, right? So what's each country looking towards gaining in their future? What are we working towards doing, right? The same as the United States is working towards maintaining its world superpower, whatever
Sure.
they want to consider
Yeah.
call it. China is looking to expand themselves and become the dominant superpower, which they're very well on their
Sure.
way of doing, but through
Yeah.
their own means, through
I know
zero
you
means of
apologize.
anything that we have to deal with here. So anything that you hold true to your Western world and your Western views of any sort of idea of freedom,
Yeah.
get the fuck out of there when you come to any sort of idea around the Chinese Communist Party's beliefs and what
Right.
they're working towards.
Sure, exactly. I get that. I understand that completely. And that's the thing. But the thing is, like, this is what I'm getting at is that because of the history of China and because of the like, regional differences and because of the internal politics of China, and I think it's also nonsense that you think the government just operates as a hive mind because in China, the policies change dramatically, way more dramatically than in Western countries. Western countries have had the same foreign policy positions for a very long time, whereas China has changed theirs dramatically. Their trade policies have changed dramatically. Their war strategies have changed dramatically. Like they're like all sorts of different policies have come and gone in China in the last like 30, 40 years. And in the like the Western world, it's pretty much neoliberalism.
Yeah, it's the
That's
same
like what
as
we're
saying-
running operating on. It's the
yeah.
same thing. And so like the thing, okay, here what I'm getting at is that what it's a different idea of like what democracy means. Because in the West, democracy means you can change the party, but you can't change the policy. But in China, you can change the policies, but you can't change the party.
So why would you want
like,
that?
We got
I'd rather be able to change
join us.
because I'd rather have a fucking high-speed rail than not, right? Like that's what's up. I don't know. That's part of it anyway. The other part of it is like what they've done with their towards poverty compared to other similar countries is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like
I can't dispute that, and I can't say that what I've seen has been completely truthful or not. That's also a hard thing, right? That would be like
I mean,
saying
Bloomberg,
that anything that you
okay.
see coming out of Russia right now is truthful, right? Right now, especially
Sure,
what I mean,
okay.
like before. So before all this stuff
I'll tell
was
I'll
going
tell
on,
you
right?
this much.
2 years ago, we'll say.
Bloomberg, like the Michael Bloomberg, they called China's poverty reduction an economic miracle because they were so surprised that they actually pulled it off. And like if you just compare it to India, it's like, and over time, like what's happened in the last 50 years, since both of them gained independence at nearly the same time, India a little bit later, but it's
yeah, it goes back to the question around how did they do that? Who did they walk over in order to complete those goals? Who did they decide to squash like a bug in order to get what they wanted?
I don't know. Like Churchill
Because
starved like 3 million people in Bengal to
this
get
isn't
like
about
India
a
where
what.
it is today.
This isn't a.
Right? Like,
This isn't what about.
I'm not talking about
this
what
isn't
is.
what
I'm
about
just saying. Okay, but here's the thing though. Like we can talk about that, sure. Like we can talk about what happened and like all of the different numbers that people have about what happened in China. Like the range. Okay, Mao, under Mao, like how many people died in the Great Leap Forward? The ranges from 250,000 to 80 million. Well, like what is that? How are you supposed to parse data like that? I personally, I take the number from the University of Taiwan, like National Taiwan University, because they have an interest in it being a large number, right? Like because they fought a war, they were one fighting against them, right? And in addition to that, though, they can't fudge the stuff as much. And they also have more access to original documents, and they have like less of an ability to lie about it. So they made the number as big as they can that they can print. And it's 1.7 million people, which is a lot of people. But it's also the same percentage of the population that died during the U.S. Civil War, right? Like that dies in a lot of wars. Civil wars happened. Lots of people died. Also, a lot of those people died because of famine And the famine is, you can't blame it entirely on policy. Famines happen because of things like droughts. In this case, it was a drought.
Famines happen for a variety of reasons.
Sure.
More so than not, famines happen from bad governance because
No.
yes, because governments like Russia, like China, will hoard whatever they can to make sure that the people in power do not starve at the peril of the people outside of power. Also, they'll use famine as a weapon against the citizens that are dissidents in a
I mean, that's a
totalitarian
narrative.
world. Sorry?
Sure. Like,
I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
I said that's a narrative that you hear, sure. Like,
That's not a narrative.
oh,
30
no, because what
million
you're doing.
people died in the famine under Stalin.
Okay.
30 million because they were people that
Another.
he deemed as
Okay.
less than.
Check this
That's
though.
not
Okay.
a narrative. That's a fact of history. Like you can't sit there and tell me that I'm telling you a
But
narrative.
your
when-
narrative, the narrative here is that Stalin ate up all of the wheat. That's what you're saying, like basically.
No,
is that at the end of the day, like, no, you're saying that like it happened because of policy. Because people like, because the thing is, nobody says this about the Bengal famine in Bengal, or at the time India under Britain, right? And like nobody says this about the Dust Bowl, right? Like people are like, oh, the Dust Bowl was like this policy failure that like means capitalism is a failed system entirely. And also like there are other things going on. Like part of the deal is racism, and like nobody's saying that like socialism magically solves racism or ethnic conflict in every country that happens in the world. Like there are other reasons people fight each other, right? Other than economic reasons, and other ways to like oppress people or have nothing to do with anything at all to do with economic systems.
What does racism have to do with anything
What
going
happened
on right now?
What happened between Russia and Ukraine and what's happened between Russia and Ukraine now has a lot to do with racism or nationalism, if you will.
Do explain how Russia and Ukraine, two peoples that are Caucasian, two peoples that are actually from the same descendants, and a lot of them are relatives. How are they
Right.
racist towards each other? I
You tell
cannot put
me they
those dots together.
see them. No, they see each other as separate races. Many people in that region do. This is the
No,
same
they
with like
don't.
lots of Eastern Europe. Yes, they do. Like Serbians and Croats see themselves as different races, right? Ukrainians and Russians, a lot of them do. Some of them don't. Modern days, Ukrainians mostly don't. But like at the time, it was seen as like these are separate peoples, and there's also issues of like anti-Semitism and stuff like that. Like these are problems that exist independently of an economic system.
So I'm just
What?
gonna
wow.
reaffirm I'm just gonna reaffirm Loud's point here. In Ukraine and Russia, there is definitely a very large issue with cultural divides and individuals who do have it's like almost like they see each other as separate races, and large neo-Nazi factions that have gained prominence within the Ukrainian government. I literally saw a TikTok the other day of a Ukrainian and a Russian couple showing their passports, and then their like kid popped over their head. So like that's literally how much they see it, almost like different races.
Yeah. And that's the
Like as
thing
though
that's
like their
happening
kid was a
in
mixed
other
kid,
parts
you
of
know what I
the
mean?
world,
Like
too.
it's just it's like two white people, white kid, but like they're looking at it as like a mixed kid popped over their head. They're like, look at us. So they definitely do see it differently, and it is very interesting. Like, I just wanted to say, like, definitely in the Ukraine right now with the whole Russia-Ukraine situation, it's very nuanced. There's a lot more that's really being put out in front of people's eyes, and when you try to even have that conversation, you often get shut down very quickly. But I don't know, when you look into around just the issues that have sparked this whole conflict, it's not black and white for sure. And for us to look at it, it does seem kind of strange because you look at the Ukrainians and Russians, and they seem super similar, basically the exact same culture. Everything's they look the same, but to them, they're completely different people.
But the same could be said of the English and the Irish.
Yep.
Yeah.
The
Certainly.
English and
Oh,
the
yeah.
Irish are, but that's not a racial thing. That's a cultural thing. And those
I
are
mean,
two very different
they used to
things.
literally call it like
Race.
the Irish race. They used to see it as a separate race. the idea of race has changed over time, and like what counts as like white has changed over time, and what counts as like your race versus another race. Like, I mean, Hitler didn't see Russians as white; he saw them as Slavic peoples, right? And that like same with the rest of Eastern Europe, right? Like that was not like
Yeah.
that's
So like
like
let's just
racism,
break this
right?
let's just break this down because like there's a difference in our outlook around what race is compared to what race meant say uh 50 to 70 to 100 years ago, where we look at race as largely color differences and specific regions within the world, where a lot of individuals mostly looked at race as cultural differences. So moving past that, because that like regardless, we'll just use race as cultural. So there are cultural
Sure.
differences.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Dusty, how do you feel, and where's your point here? We'll let Dusty talk for a bit, and then we'll go back to you, Loud, and then we'll just see what's up.
Well, I wanted to talk about the earlier about the solar panels and the as he put it, the tar sands, and I want to know where he thinks that solar panels are super duper clean, because he seems to think they're the cleanest thing on the planet, and that
I
the
didn't
tar
understand any
sands
of
is
that.
absolutely the dirtiest thing to ever be. And this is from
Mhm.
somebody who has been to the tar sands. I've
Okay.
seen what the oil sands is, and I've seen the innovations of that come out of that industry to prevent there being a lot of carbon pollution. It's You go up there and it's a 4 by 4 kilometer area that they're extracting the oil out of. There is not smog anywhere to be seen. It is very green. It is very healthy, and they rebuild every time they move out of an area. They rebuild it and put it right back to the way it was when they left. You go down to a lithium mine, you're talking about a big hole in the ground, thousands upon thousands of trucks hauling it out, machinery. It is a
Mhm.
very, very dirty process. It has been compared to walking into hell. Then you have
Mhm.
all of these electric cars that are being built with these batteries made out of the lithium. To make a
Mhm.
solar panel, you have to extract
Mhm.
50% coal
Can I
in the
I get your
manufacturing
point? Can I
process
address
of
it?
each
And
of those panels, because it is
wait,
the main
can I-
ingredient in the process to heat the panels to make them work. That is an entirely dirty process. The only thing clean about a solar panel is once it's in operation, it has
Yep.
zero emissions. Once it's
Yep.
when it's being created, it's massively pollutant, and once it
Dramatically
needs to
less.
be disposed of, it is also a pollutant. So tell
It's
me
also
how.
recyclable.
No, they're not.
Yes, they
They are
are.
not
Yes,
recyclable.
they are. Okay, let me explain to you something about
They're
recycling,
not.
how recycling works. Let me explain, please. Recycling works
You got louder
because,
your name.
yeah, recycling.
I
It
haven't been able
works
to say a
when you have
word
enough
in
stuff.
10 minutes.
I mean, he was addressing me directly. He came in
All
here
right.
and
Well,
started lying about
okay.
my
Listen.
position.
Yeah, we'll let Loud respond, and then we'll let John respond as to
I'll
why
try to keep
he
this really
like.
short.
Yeah, we'll let him just explain why he doesn't believe the recyclable after you explain your position and your response to Dusty there.
Just like, firstly, all I really wanted to get, and then we can go on and talk about this topic, is that when he first got on here, he started listing my position, and literally nothing that he said, I said. I did not say that solar panels are the cleanest thing in the world or have no emissions. I never said that. I also didn't say that tar sands are the dirtiest thing that ever existed. Never said anything close to that. I said that tar sands use they are very inefficient. They use a lot of energy to get a very little bit of energy out, right? That's inefficiency in the long run. And then the other thing that I said is that solar panels are a viable way to reduce carbon emissions. Carbon emissions, not pollution broadly, but carbon emissions specifically. That's all.
Okay, and you also had said that you believed that they were recyclable. Or did you want to explain that
Oh
before
yeah,
John explains his position?
sure. Recycle, like when things, to have a viable company recycling things, you need to have a constant stream of input of things to be recycled. Mostly, especially in the US and Europe, We only started using solar panels in large scale about 20 years ago, and the lifespan of most of those panels is about 20 years. So the recycling industry is just now getting started to the point where they have enough to recycle. And a lot of what happens with these old solar panels is they just get downgraded and resold to people who need them. That's what's going on mostly right now. Because they never really died, they just get weaker and weaker.
So now we're gonna go to John because he works in the industry. His position around what he's seen and what he thinks about the recycling. Then we'll move back to Dusty, and then we'll keep it going in that sort of order.
No, I don't work in the industry. I just went to school for a while ago when Obama
Well,
was
you
in
went-
office
yeah,
and he
okay.
put a bill through. But I just want to know how do they recycle solar panels in your opinion, Loud? What happens to them after they tear them apart? Where do the materials go?
They recycle, okay, they strip the panels down to individual, rather than like, because the panel is made of like big sheet glass, right? You rip the panel out and you get those individual cells back, right? Like the cells, and you can reuse those cells in a lower grade of solar panel. Like you can downcycle it, right? And so like you're extending the life of that solar panel now. It was 20 years, you're putting in something else is probably gonna last another 20 years. And at that point, it'll eventually be ground down into like whatever. And then like we'll probably have a better way of recycling it. Like, yes, we're kicking the can down the road a little bit, but at the end of the day, like there's gonna be places like just now, we recently figured out how to delaminate the fiberglass for wind turbines blades, right? We just figured this out. There's just now a method for us to do that because there's enough people that with enough supply that they're like, hey, that's a bunch of free fiberglass.
Like taking copper or something out of like the lines of old anode wires or something.
Right. There's like a big pile of free stuff. And eventually people are like, hey, that's, I can use that for something or other. And at the end of the day, waste, like solar panel waste is
Scrapyards.
pretty inert. It's not like super toxic or anything.
The only thing I think, Loud, is what I had a problem with is you get very passionate when you talk. You
I
get
do.
very passionate and you get pretty much loud, and it's hard to chime in. I'm not one to like chime in or interrupt. I try not to. So it's like I kind of go silent. This is why I don't really like get on here ever and like talk to people because people like to talk over people, and I'm not one of those people. So like it's hard for me to say something, and I just end up being silent like the whole time and not put my position out there on anything. So if I'm silent, that's why, and that's why I kind of got a little upset earlier. It's because I couldn't say anything to what you guys were talking about due to like China and all that stuff, and because I just can't get my. It's hard because there's also a delay on TikTok, is what I see. It's like when people try to go to talk, and then there's like that whole like 10-second thing, and then people try to talk again. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'll keep that in mind, that you're not one to usually chime in and talk over and for the rest of the conversation. And if you're ever in here again, I'll make sure to moderate a little bit closer. It's kind of hard to moderate here on TikTok because you can't mute any of the individual people. So I just kind of have to yell over everybody until they start listening, and then I can bring people back to the conversation. But if you could just mute people real quick, then just like you just mute them, say, hey, we're done. Hey, just calm down for a sec, bring them back on. But it's kind of hard to moderate it when you can't control anything on this end. But I'll keep that in mind and definitely keep you chimed in the conversation because we like to have everybody's voices heard, and we don't like to have anybody feel like they're being left out of the conversation because everybody's voice is just as important as anyone else's.
Hey, host, I have a question for you. Are you from Canada?
Yeah.
You are. Okay. I figured. Every time you say "oot," I'm like, you gotta be from Canada.
Yeah.
Ever since I joined the live, I'm like, he's got to be from Canada. I gotta ask him.
This is a dead giveaway.
Pretty much. It was just that and a few other key words. I'm like, he's gotta be. I'm gonna assume you're on the east side of Canada.
Yeah, I'm in Ontario, so like central, but more east.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, east for the U.S. Yeah. Forgot we go a little bit farther east.
Because your background says 9 o'clock, and then it was like 5 o'clock here when you started this live.
I started the stream I started the stream 2 hours early tonight. So I started at I started at 7:30 instead of 9.
Oh, gotcha.
It's 10:30 now, almost 10:30.
That's why I said East Coast.
Yeah.
But anyways, any other topics?
Yeah.
I think
Just kind of been going.
I'm gonna call it for today. Yo, thanks for having me on.
Well, I
Appreciate
appreciate
it.
you speaking your mind and being open to the conversation and discussing with everybody and being a good sport with that. I do appreciate you coming out, and it's good to have people that come around with different opinions. That a lot of people in the chat tonight may not have had the opportunity to hear somebody voice their opinion around a lot of the topics that you had your position on. So I'm thankful for you to come on and be so patient with everybody else as well.
I try. Sorry for talking over y'all. Like I know I get heated.
Oh no, you're
Um,
fine. Hey, Loud, you're fine. I like your position. I just followed you, so hopefully we can talk again in the future.
Yeah, I'll be back through here for sure. I like open debates like this. It's fun. Yeah, have a good night.
So
Yeah, you
have a good
too.
night. I appreciate it. Dusty, I know that he's gone, and I'm sure that you had more to say, but we will give you the floor to just speak your mind. I don't like to talk about people once they're gone, so don't attack him for his positions or anything. But you feel free to
I
speak your mind around the topics that we were talking about, if you'd like, just not personal attacks or anything.
I
know
have
you're not
no
like that
intention
anyways,
of
but
I have no intention of attacking somebody who can't defend themselves. But no, I just I had to hop on here because a lot of what he was saying about how, because I've been here this whole time, and there were times where he was making solar panels seem like they're the end all to our energy problems, and wind energy, like, these green technologies are in their infancy. They are nowhere near developed to the height that we need to power our society. Will they get there? Maybe. Are they there? Heck no. Is our system there? Definitely not. We we live in Canada, you and I. We know how cold it gets here in the winter. We have a solar farm just sorry?
I think that was like an echo.
Oh. We have a solar farm just an hour and a half to the east of me, and when it gets to cold temperatures, that solar farm puts out zero output for weeks on end because they just can't generate energy. We have wind farms an hour south of me, some very large wind farms. Same thing, when it gets too cold, those windmills don't turn. Then we get those polar vortexes where there is no wind, it's just cold and nothing happens. There's no output of any of these green technologies. So if we got rid of all of our natural gas power plants, we would be in some serious trouble because we'd have no power in the entire province that I live in, because we just cannot sustain it in our changing climate. As far as our grid goes, the day, I remember this specifically because I laughed for about 10 minutes. The day Trudeau said he was banning all all new internal combustion engines for small trucks and cars in 2035, that exact same day, they put out a warning in my province telling everybody to unplug their cars, their phones, their electronics between 4 and 7 because the system was too overloaded from air conditioners. Just air conditioners were overloading our power system. Now they want to talk about converting. I think we've got at least 500,000 cars in this province into electric. And can you imagine the draw that having 2 or 3 cars a house pulling off of the system for 8 hours a day would do to our grids? It just, we could not handle it. We can we we can't get off of the fossil fuel systems right now. And there's he was saying that there was only one company that's making mini reactors for nuclear, and that's not true either. There's a company out of Ontario that makes mini nuclear reactors. They've been trying to push it, but the government won't go for it. I I can't remember the name of the company. I will look it up when I get a chance. But it was like AECO or something, and they're out of Ontario building mini nuclear reactors to try to replace all of our natural gas plants that we have in the country and the coal. The they seem to be a pretty good alternative, low on waste other than nuclear waste that you have with any nuclear plant. But that might be the interim solution to fight the pollution from the old systems until we have a better system in place. As far as the oil sands goes, that one really hits home because, like I said, I've been up there, I've worked up there. My family's worked in the oil field since I was a kid. My dad's worked in it. And yeah, back 20, 30 years ago, the oil sands was terrible. It was a place where to get the oil out and to get it usable, it was very, very pollution heavy. It's not that way anymore. It's been attacked under that guise, but they actually have put in strict regulations for the oil sands on what they can produce for pollution. So they've had to become very innovative, and a lot of carbon capture technology has been designed specifically out of the oil sands to try to lower emissions, and that same technology is being used worldwide. So it's almost carbon negative because of the innovations that have actually come out of trying to make it a better way to extract the oil from the sand. That's what I was trying to say, but
Yeah, yeah. I think that it is a nuanced situation, right? And that's the whole conversation leads to what, yeah, even if you don't agree, like, because obviously, like, you can, okay, regardless of what you believe, we are not using pure renewable energy right now. Regardless of what you believe, well, that's the whole thing. That's where the beliefs start. So it's like, do we need to change our energy sources? If so, what are the options to move forward in the best way, and how do we get there? Because it's obviously not just getting rid of all fossil fuels overnight and switching to, hey, we don't have the capability to switch to anything like that overnight. So it's just, how do we get there is always the question. And if you believe that we need to progress in our energy sources.
well,
John, how do you feel?
Oh, sorry.
Somebody sneeze. Bless you.
Oh, my
Thank you.
dog's dreaming in the background.
Oh, I sound like somebody sneezed. Yeah, it's you can't just flip a switch. It's got to be progressive at that point. And that's why the Keystone XL pipeline was nice, because it was helping Canada, us, and Mexico become, independent and not dependent on foreign oil. But that's what happens with politics, is people get money for other things. Um, buying from other countries or whatnot. I don't know what happens in the politics level, but we can get and have got a lot of oil from Canada and Mexico, but that's on that.
Yeah,
I like
I,
I like Bellfire's little comment there. Sorry. To fix the energy crisis, make Trudeau and his puppets run a mouse wheel.
really
Can
fix
we
it
do the
pretty
same
quick,
thing here in the U.S.?
Absolutely.
We'll just get them all in the same building.
Oh, we're happy to send you Trudeau and his puppets to run in your mouse wheel too.
We'll send you Biden. Have fun.
Oh, come on. We'd only get like 1, maybe 2 watts out of him before he croaked.
He forget where he was, though. That's the thing. You just gotta put him back on there.
yeah, it's a weird world we live in, I'd say.
It's a crazy world. It's ever changing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say what any of this what the solutions are, if I can untie my tongue. It's hard to say what the solutions are. I mean, innovation is always going to be the solution. Just what the innovation is still a mystery, right? Eventually, eventually we will get there. But I don't think that government's putting policies in place to force us there before the innovations arrive is going to do anybody any good. Um, I've always, I've tried asking Tesla owners, and I don't know if anybody here is a Tesla owner, but
No, but one would be cool. I do live in
but
California.
one thing that came up this winter, because we had ice rain and -40 temperatures like almost back to back. The main highway from north to south in the province got shut down, and there was a car on the highway that was a Tesla, and this made the news because the guy ran out of juice in his car and he had to actually hop into someone else's vehicle to stay warm because his car ran out of power because they were stranded on the highway for 24 hours in the middle of nowhere, and they couldn't go forward because of the ice and they couldn't go backwards because of the ice. So when that car ran out of electricity, the batteries in -40 would freeze because the only reason batteries don't freeze is because they have a charge in them. Once the charge is gone, batteries freeze. That's why plugging in your vehicle in the winter is so important, and running it every 3 days so that you charge the battery and keep a positive, good charge in it. So now that that car's sat on the highway for 12, 14 hours in -40 with no heat, I always wonder if the batteries froze, how much is it to replace those batteries in that car? Because it's not like going down to Canadian Tire and picking up a battery and away you go.
Yeah, I feel like a battery would be like a new engine, honestly, in like a gas car or truck or
Right?
whatever. I feel like it would be that expensive, if not even more, because
Yeah.
the battery is the brain of that car.
Hmm.
Um, and then what goes into that battery, like you said earlier, there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just like, oh look, here's a solar panel I can put on my house. Here, oh, look, here's a
Right?
battery I can throw in my car. It, there's a lot that gets it there, and that's what I asked loud was, what do you like? What would you prefer, pipeline or a rail car? Pipeline, yeah, you got to put it together, put it in the ground, but after that, it's done. I've been in this industry. I know
Yeah.
how it goes, but then you have a rail car. He said electric. A lot of those are like coal, diesel driven,
Yep.
or a truck, which is still diesel.
Yep.
A pipeline is just pressure at that point.
Well, and I don't know how much you know about the rail industry, but do you know how often they turn off the locomotives on trains?
Probably never,
Only when they need to be serviced. When someone actually
because
has to work on them.
yeah, because diesel engines, honestly, you just leave them running. Like I run equipment at my work all day long, and basically you turn it on in the morning, and after my 10-hour shift, I shut it off. It runs all day long.
Yeah. And you have to keep them running, or else they're very difficult to start if it's cold out. And with those trains, trying to fire them up, those big engines up, it's not just flipping a switch. It takes a lot of energy to turn those train engines over before they'll fire, which is why they don't turn them off. They just run
Yeah.
constantly. So tell me how that is more eco-friendly than a pipeline. That makes no sense. I know you're
I don't
not
know.
saying a pipe.
It's just
I know you were on the same page. I know.
I don't know. It's just differing opinions, and again, like this is why I really don't go on live sometimes, because it's like I have a different opinion, you have yours, you like yours, I like mine. I'm not saying that
Yep.
yours is different than mine. I think ours is pretty in line with each other, and I guess by me seeing the, um, I guess I get more intense because me seeing the inside of the pipeline industry and how we protected the pipelines. People always say that they're going to burst, they're going to rupture. Oil is going to be more dispersed from a truck falling over or a train falling over versus a pipeline. Like there's cathodic protection. I don't think
Yep.
anybody in here knows what that is. You can Google it, but it's basically an invisible force field around the pipeline. You use sacrificial anodes, you hook it to the pipeline, those things corrode. The pipeline doesn't. The pipeline stays in the integrity of the pipeline stays secure for about 20 years, depending on the system. If it's conventional or a deep well, there's a lot that goes in with that, but it's it's pretty safe. Like if you look at pictures of where a pipeline was proposed to go through, and then 5 years later, it looks the same. because everything grows back and it's done. It's underground. You don't know how many pipelines are under the ground that I've seen in the U.S. I used to work all over the country. I've been to all over the U.S. I've been to Florida, Maine, Washington, bottom of California, Texas. I mean, I've been all over the place. There's pipelines everywhere, but nobody really knows about where they are and stuff. But they're all protected. Like if we were talking about pipelines rupturing, then we would have oil literally spewing up in San Francisco or Texas or even Canada.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just have a lot of knowledge on it. So like when somebody says something that opposes what I know and I worked in, I don't know.
Well, look at just to your point about pipelines versus rail cars. I don't know if you heard of what happened in 2013 in Canada, but a town called Lac-Mégantic had a rail train going through that derailed and blew a hole inside the town and killed almost, was it 49 people died from that explosion because the train was hauling oil, right? Then a couple of years later, I think is it Little Rock or Red Rock, that river that it feeds into the big river south of Niagara. But there was a train
I don't know.
derailment there in the States, and they were frantic because the oil got into the feeder river, but it was about to go into the big river that feeds the Mississippi. And it would have been an absolutely catastrophic oil spill. Again, it was a train that derailed. These aren't pipelines that are bursting. These are trains coming off the tracks because there's nothing to protect against those types of spills. And they've caused so much more damage. Yet we've had 3 pipelines that I know of in the last decade that have leaked, and they leaked in the area they were at, and only one of them risked getting into the Athabasca River up north, and they were able to contain it and clean the river before it became a big problem because they lost pressure, found the leak, and got to it in time.
Yeah, I'm just saying from my standpoint is like the systems that we went in to replace were 20 years old, and it seems to be working. I mean, it's just the best way I could put it. I tell people because nobody knows what it is. I didn't know what this industry was before I got into it. I'm not in it anymore. Again, I work at a lumber mill now, but is cathodic protection is like invisible force field, and it's government regulated. It seems to work. I don't know. I love it. I didn't know I love it, but I want to get back into it. I think it's fascinating. Like so like when you do like a anode deep bed, like a deep well, you usually use coke, like coke breeze to fill it and stuff, and it makes like one giant 300-400 foot anode, and that just goes bad, but the pipeline stays secure. The company I used to work for was Mesa, and they're the ones that actually help preserve the hull of the Titanic. You can look it up with this process. It's pretty fascinating stuff, honestly.
Oh, and that
Once I start talking about this, my wife just walks away. She's like, "I'm done. I'm over it."
and that goes back to the innovations part that we were talking about. All of these industries have major innovations coming around because they're just trying to make their industries safer for themselves, for their shareholders, and for the environment. Because every one of those things, if you screw up on one of them, it hurts them all.
Okay, I want to say 2 things. One, Find Yourself, since I started here, or I jumped in, has been setting likes like no other. And second, TC Energy is a great company, but they're the reason why I'm not in that industry anymore. They fired me. But
I appreciate all of those likes that Find Yourself has sent it. I appreciate it. It really does. It helps send out the stream and like just click the screen. I do that to people even if I don't like their stream. I'll click it so it gets sent out to even more people.
Right.
I appreciate it.
I thought Find Yourself was going to jump in at some point.
I know, but
stands for
she dropped out
Trans
and then
Canada.
Oh my god, are you talking about fucking oil?
yeah. She knows right away. Yeah, we're gonna go for a few more minutes here. I do have to end the live stream soon, but I'm still down to have a conversation for a little bit here. Anything that is on you guys' minds that you guys are thinking about that you want to talk about, I'm open.
But yeah, as far as the topic of the toxic, all social media becomes toxic at some point. I mean, we were having a chat in the messages there when they were talking about. I actually don't remember what they were talking about. It was Bellfire and I think it was communism they were talking about. We were having a separate chat about some of the drama going on TikTok about, you know, people that made themselves look like one thing and then all of a sudden they were something else. And it's for most of us, we saw it, we went, don't care, moved on. But there's a lot of people that are fixated on it and not fixated on it because they are, you know, they're just genuinely curious. They're fixated on it because they were so invested in who these people pretended that they were that now they don't know how to react because they were wrong. These people were not good people. And now
And they
they're
base
they
their own
hold
personas off of that. Like they
yeah,
base their own personas off of what they perceive these people to be, and now since these people aren't what they originally believed them to be, who are they? Like who are you? Who have you based your entire personality off of? If this person actually isn't righteous or justified in their actions. I brought Find Yourself in, by the way.
I see that.
Hi.
Hey,
What up, Fine?
Yeah, going off what Dusty said about earlier, I just wanted to actually ask a question. What do you think about some of the people, because we're talking about Chelsea and Lance, what do you think about some of the people that were saying she was weaponizing her white woman tears? Because that, it kind of got to me because I don't think she's 100% white. I think she's part native. But because of her skin color is white, they just assumed she was white. And I was like, this isn't about race. This is about a man and a woman. And the girl got really angry and decided to get back at him, but posted on Instagram so that hoping it might not affect his TikTok too much. And then it blew up like it would. But it's between, like, I don't see it as a race issue. Like, do you see it as a race issue?
no.
Well, I think the problem is that whole avenue, that whole side of TikTok is the virtue signal area. That's where you're going to go, and that's where you're going to see the most of the virtue signaling and those who want to be propped up by the group and they want to be accepted in the group, right? And so that is a clear sign of an attack on somebody's character that you can use a flat base to get people riled up against a certain individual, regardless of if it's true or not. And so as soon as it's just playing the race card, there's no reason for it other than virtue signaling.
That's very true.
In my opinion.
No, it is. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. I was like, I didn't think of it as like they're trying to, like, in a way rile people up, get them on their side kind of thing. I know in the beginning when they first shared their story, I think the reason it stayed current for so long is because they said stuff that people are finding out later is a lie. So like you briefly mentioned Chelsea, like in all her videos, she was saying that, you know, I lost my baby. I'm sorry. You did lose your baby, but it's because you chose to lose your baby, not because you had a miscarriage and you lost it. You aborted it, which I'm pro-choice. So like your body, your choice. You do you, boo. But that came out, and then things about Lance came out, and then it's
Well,
like I
before
think that's why
you
it
move
keeps
on, I just
going.
want to say that before you move on from that, I just want to say that's another emotional ploy. The reason that they said that it was that they lost the child was because they wanted the sympathy. They wanted that was a virtue signal. It was the emotional ploy. As you know, you say you're pro-choice, but there are two very different scenarios at play when you say you lost a child or you actively chose to lose your child.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that that whole side of TikTok, because you were asking about her weaponizing her white female tears
Yeah.
or whatever, that whole side of TikTok weaponizes virtue signaling. They will play the part of the victim, of the white knight, of the person that should be held to the highest of standards because they hold everyone else to the highest of standards, and they're they really do take joy in weaponizing the act of virtue signaling,
Yeah.
and they do it to manipulate everyone that follows them. Uh, they don't actually provide anything to those people except for validation.
Now I have another
Yes.
question for you, Dusty,
Well-
and to anyone in the
Well,
chat.
before
Oh, yeah.
you move on, I want to get John's point of view on the whole
Oh yeah,
virtue signaling.
he doesn't speak up.
I do speak up. I just don't like interrupting people and stuff.
And it's hard in the whole like this sort of thing because when you can't see people and all even when you can like, right you can't I don't know, talking over it's like you almost have to do it. It's hard, but like I'm always eager to point you out and get your opinion. So the floor is yours.
I super appreciate that because it's hard for me. I don't like to cut people off or make people feel like their opinion's not valid or whatever. My whole thing is and then this is why I joined this live a while ago is because you guys were talking about TikTok and how it's like social media and like and the real world is like two different things. So if I could make an example of like you have a lot of mask versus unmask or vaccine versus anti-vaccine debates. Like if I'm in a store and technically you're supposed to wear a mask, I'm not wearing a mask, or you're gonna come up to me and tell me to wear a mask and spit out all these facts. What I've seen on some of these people's lives are they have a list, and I work all day, and I just set my phone on my lap and I just listen to lives all day long, and I scroll through lives, and I've found about 10 for and against that. They just spew the same things over and over again. So like every time they say one thing, or sorry, every time you say one thing, they say they have an answer for it, and you say something else, they have an answer for it. It's like rehearsed almost. It's like a play. I guess I pretty much went off topic.
No, it's no, it makes sense. It's like you know exactly what the next thing, like no matter what you say, you know what their response is going to be because they stick to a script, because these aren't real independent thoughts. This is what the group thinks, and if you don't agree with it, you're outside the group. And so when you're responding to anybody who's within that group, they're going to have those same set points, which is the same idea of what we're talking about, the idea of virtue signaling. And some people, obviously, when it comes to those sort of things, they genuinely believe what they're saying. She maybe genuinely did believe she was trying to utilize her white woman tears. But quickly, when that's put, like you said, if you go out into the grocery store, nobody's going to actually be discussing. If you don't have a mask on, they're not going to be. If anything, they're going to be yelling at you. But if they're not going to come up and start spouting off facts to you about stuff or have a discussion. Because that's the real world. It's different. They're more than likely just going to leave you alone and let you do whatever you do. And so when you have these weird, hyper-focused, weird niche things like saying white woman liberal tears or whatever, that is such a niche market that like even on the internet, you get outside of that echo chamber and people are like, what are you talking about? That has nothing to do with the issue. Like, what are you saying? And it's so the virtue signal didn't work because that group that she's in is real small, whoever's agreeing with that ideology. But I don't know. It's a major group think thing in my mind.
Yeah, and
And I feel like it's one of those things that it has always been around, but not so accessible. I remember when I was like, a child or like 10 or 15 on, um, shoot, on like the internet, AOL, wait for dial up and stuff. You go into chat rooms and just like talk with people. But it's more accessible now, and everybody has it, but it's not the real, you know, world out there. It's not what you're gonna find. Like, I don't know. It just seems crazy to me that if I was on a live earlier with somebody, and they said that they're nicer online versus they are in person.
mhm.
And I'm the exact opposite. I'm nicer online, but in person, I'm not that nice of a person. Like, but I'm not an asshole, but like, but like, it's just people put on a fake facade wherever they are. It seems like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just social media is crazy. It just blows my mind sometimes, and it's just gonna get more crazy. I feel like.
Yeah, and
Oh,
with
Neopets. Well, sorry.
yeah.
Neopets
And
in the chat is a throwback
Neo,
to an old
Neo, Neopets
website.
days.
Yeah.
yeah, and with that whole thing that they were going on with, what bothered me the most was the one video I saw where she was claiming that it was almost this, like she had been violated, that she had had something awful happen to her because he and her slept together and it was unprotected, and he's been doing that with other women. Well, I'm sorry, but that's on you. You didn't you didn't plan ahead, clearly, or else you would have used protection. And you didn't ask any questions. You didn't want to know anything. You were happy to just go along with what was going on. And to say that, to come out and start crying that, you know, you feel violated and betrayed and all this because of the amount of sexual partners that one of your sexual partners had, to think that you were so special that you're the only person that he was doing that with, that's just discrediting everything that you're saying, because you're trying to be you're trying to claim the victim of something that didn't happen to you. All that happened is you made bad choices. You're not happy with the choices you made, and now you're trying to get sympathy and claim that something more nefarious happened than I'm going to say a one night stand, because that's what it sounds like to me.
Um,
So I'm gonna let Find Yourself ask her second question here that she had in her head,
oh, it's
and I
okay. It
agree
was
with you,
already
Dusty.
answered. It's okay. It was
Okay.
already answered. But I do want to say that while I do agree with Dusty that the way she made violation sound, um, like she was hinting at like that it was something like really horrible, like, essay or like rape or, stuff like that. And it wasn't anything bad. But they they were in a relationship, as far as like they both talked about, like, wanting kids, and they both talked about, yes, we're together and we're dating. And like he brought up wanting to change the relationship to a polyamory relationship, which is what I understood. And she discredited it. So because she assumed that they were in a relationship, she was assuming that she was the only one. Yes, I do agree she probably should have been a little bit more like questionable, but she did believe that they were in a relationship. So I do understand her being hurt, and I do understand her being upset. um, it it's not that it was like necessarily bad, but as a woman, like, to think that I have a partner, and then, we're intimate, and then I find out that he's sleeping with other women, like the first thing that goes through my head is like, what did you give me? And
Yeah,
that's I think that's where the violation comes, is like, you didn't, like, I thought that like, it was just you and me kind of thing. So like, obviously you haven't been doing anything. I haven't been doing anything. I'm going to assume you're clean. But then when you find out that he could have been with multiple women, then you start questioning, well, what did you give me? Did you give me AIDS? Like, have you just literally killed me?
Yeah.
So,
So I have to interject with just some more information because nobody's brought this up yet. But I understand where you're coming from, and I could feel more sympathy if allegedly, I will just say that this is coming from a source. I have the video, but I don't remember who the individual was. What are we talking about? Clute says we're talking about Modern Warrior and Chelsea, whatever her name is, and their TikTok
Heart.
drama, or
Tik-
Chelsea Heart,
TikTok
about their
toxic
TikTok drama.
toxicity.
Essentially, she thought she was in a relationship with a dude. He wanted to have a polyamorous relationship. She said no. He was sleeping with other women. She found out. She posted stuff on
It's like
Instagram about it. People found out.
TikTok high
Everybody's
school
like,
drama.
yeah, TikTok high school drama. It's going crazy. People are going crazy here. But the whole thing is that he's like a super hard like feminist and virtue signaler. Everybody like he's got like 3 million followers over the past 2 years, dropped down to like 2.8 over 3 days. It's just been a large thing because like we discussed earlier, many individuals looked up to these people and based their almost entire personas off them. They're individuals who literally have entire TikTok channels where they try to emulate and be these people. And to find out that all the individual virtue signaling that they've done this entire time means absolutely nothing has fueled such a funny drama situation here on TikTok. But what I was going to interject here with around why you would feel more sympathy for the okay, and so what happened as well is she said that she was pregnant and she lost her child, and that was the whole thing. But she actually had an abortion. She played it off a completely different way. Also, Lance is married. Modern Warrior is married, so this is all like has to do with him, cheating on his wife and stuff as well, which she has nothing to do with the internet. She's not even on the internet, so that's like a whole weird thing that shouldn't really be brought into everything. But regardless, for the Chelsea girl, okay, it's mad drama. I'm getting into it. And now we're a T channel, because nobody brought this up, right? Nobody brought this up though, and I'd have more sympathy if it was like, yeah, all this sad stuff. But allegedly, I will just say a source has said this, and I will get to the. I don't have the video. I can't pull it up here or anything, but I have the video, and I know it's not. These aren't my words, but they're claiming that like this isn't the first time that she's utilized a situation where she's claimed somebody has SA'd her and used it to her advantage to further her own career and discredit that person in theirs. So their claim was that they worked together throughout the UK, in the comedy network. And there's a situation where once again she was in a relationship with somebody, and they took a picture of her while she was sleeping, and the way that the person described it said that her shoulder was exposed. I don't know exactly what the truth is there, and then the whole story is that she accused him of sexual assault. All this different situation. He right before a large tour that the guy had, he got completely taken off all of the tours and stuff, and just his whole career. It doesn't matter. His career, especially in the comedy network and especially in the United Kingdom, being accused of something like that is just a death sentence. Doesn't matter if you did it or not. And so, and then he just cited it with different facts around like different. If you look up comedians and a place that you could look it up, I don't have all the information. This is why it's just speculation here, but throwing that out there. You could go and verify it for yourself if you really cared that much. I had other things to do today. Didn't actually care, didn't expect to be talking about it like this. But from what I've seen, this is not the first time that she's pulled this exact type of act before. So John has something to say. He had his hand up in the chat. It was a good way to express that. That's good. So,
I'm sorry, I just don't like interrupting you. You had a great thought. And, anyways, if I don't get off here and go eat dinner, my wife is gonna kill me, so that would be not cool for me. Anyways, I love you. I love this stream. I'm glad I found it tonight. I definitely will be back. Find yourself, you're an MVP for sending so many likes every time I came back. You were just sending all the likes. Dusty, you're a cool guy. I hope you guys have a very good night. I'm gonna go eat dinner before I die. And I'll be back another day.
Appreciate you coming on. Thank you for coming on. So thank you for speaking your voice. I appreciate you being here. Have a good night.
I appreciate you letting somebody just come in here and just talk, and the way that you allow people to talk and don't allow the way you take somebody what they say and then you like interpret it, and like you're a very good host is all I have to say.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Try to be fair.
Night.
Yeah, you too.
Night. So, wow, that was quite the story that you just told. That it's
Yeah.
a pattern rather than the exception.
And
Then
But it's just interesting that you had that extra little piece of information, because that is the part that makes TikTok toxic. One person gets a little piece and they're like, "Ooh, the plot thickens," dun dun
Yeah.
dun dun.
Yeah.
That's
But-
exactly it, right?
my whole reason for bringing up this particular issue is because it's the most recent and most toxic thing going down TikTok's road right now, and it is from what the information we've just gotten, it really doesn't boil down to anything more than one person cheated on another person, which happens to millions of people all the time.
Yeah.
It's a common thing. It shouldn't be, not, but I mean, I'm sure there's people in the chat that have been cheated on. I've been cheated on. It happens. You don't go and tell the world that it happened and air that all out on the internet. You dump the person.
So, yeah, I
on.
want to pose this question to you though, because it's more than that. The reason that this is such big news is because of the type of individuals that these people are. The
Yeah.
image that they have, like John said, right? We all try to portray an image on the internet. So the type of image that they have portrayed is this holier than thou, virtue signaling, I am the greatest, literally a feminist, like the best feminist out there. And for
Yeah.
this individual, it's like a vindication for a lot of people who the entire time did not believe what the person was saying. Because there's a lot of people out there that said, this is an act, you're not being truthful, I don't believe you. And so a question that I want to actually really get into, because I've never seen anybody actually talk about this, and it's a really deep conversation, and I bring it up often because it's something that I hold true in my heart. But we're doing it right now. People do it on different levels, and it's the idea of moral justification. And so, because we look at these individuals and we believe that they are not in the right, we're just doing this on a small scale. So we're making fun of the situation. We're laughing at their anguish and their pain, but they are going through something shitty, and like we are doing something that's not good. But it plays into the human psyche and how we can do the most horrific things as long as we are morally justified. And so the best way to look at that is if you're watching a scary movie or like a thriller, and there's a dude who's like torturing somebody and they're defenseless and you just want them to get help, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in and they start beating the crap out of the person who was just about to torture the people. You feel so good inside and you're loving it so bad, but neither one are a good situation. This person being beat down is not good just because what they were doing previously was about to amount to something very negative. You feel so happy when you see them being hurt, but them being hurt that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
You guys understand what I'm saying at all?
Yeah.
And just because one thing isn't moral doesn't mean that the reaction is equally not moral. Or did that come out right? One thing
Yeah.
Yeah.
amoral makes something else amoral moral. Sorry, that's the better way of saying.
Exactly, that's the truth. But the way that we feel about those two things completely change, right? So the immoral act that we initially couldn't stand and disgusted us to our core, we can take that exact same immoral act and make it moral because we feel justified.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think Chelsea felt that like thought it out, was like, how can I get him back for hurting me? And she felt morally justified in that. And so the way that she could get back at him was to basically tear down this persona he has and show that he's a misogynist and whatever else she called him. But do you think she like intentionally like thought that out?
100%.
Yes.
And in doing so, she's exposing the flaws that she has in herself.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
backfiring on her tenfold.
Yeah, like you said, one immoral act doesn't justify another, and that's exactly what's happening in that situation. And
Mhm.
that's not the only toxic thing on TikTok. I ran across on another page 2 days ago, and it disgusted me to my core what was going on. So it was this video, and it says it has a little caption bubble that people respond to someone's comment that said, "I'd risk it." That's all it said in the little bubble, and the guy talking in the video.
I know exactly what you're gonna go to.
Yeah, that one, right?
You
I
see
think
that all
a
the
few
time. No,
people.
I just like let me hear what you're gonna say, but I feel like it's a common trope on TikTok.
Well, so the guy goes on about this girl's 16, yada yada yada, and I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? So I click on
Yeah.
the little bubble, and it takes me to the video, and it's this girl excited that she's in high school, doing her little dance, right? And the first comment is this 44-year-old saying he'd risk it, and
Uh,
then it's
is
a ton of people with response videos all calling him out. They within minutes they found out where he lived, who he was, who his wife or fiance was, his kids. Like they went after this guy with the hammer of God. And the next day, his account's completely shut down. It's gone full private. Comments gone, everything. And that's both sides of the toxicity of this app in respect to the minors. There's nothing protecting the youth. You, we watch videos and we have to keep scrolling by, and once in a while one will pop up and you'll be watching it, and then all of a sudden, my age, and then it's like my age 14 up scroll because that's not a video I need to be watching. But then when people respond to some of these videos of over sexualized minors in that way, you have the opposite. You have the other side of the toxicity of these exact same problem, and you've got these creeps trying to hit on kids. Then
Oh.
the third rung on that ladder is when people do something that others don't like. And I'm using this one as an exaggerated example, but even just disagreeing in some fashion to something, they just full on attack the person and try to destroy their life in any way they can. And that is also toxic. All three of those different aspects of this situation are toxic and contribute to the negativity that surrounds these social media platforms.
I completely agree with all of that. And that is exactly what I thought you were going to say. As soon as you said I'd risk it, I was like, though, that's a common trope. Even if like it's people joking, I feel like there's got to be individuals out there that are not joking. There's so many. It's like if you ever see any sort of video with a kid in it, like it's just disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like it's all over. Klutz joined us on the open debate. Apparently she was being kicked out of the chat, so I brought her on. She can't get kicked out now.
Why was she
I don't
getting
know.
kicked out of the chat?
I actually have a little bit of a theory, and it's not a crazy one. I think it's actually because I'm on my computer at the same time I'm on my phone, so it's thinking I'm two accounts at once
Yeah,
being on the
true.
chat. I think that's what it is. So no conspiracy
Yeah.
or anything.
Yeah, you can't log into the same live from two different devices. I've tried
that
that.
makes sense because it did it yesterday
actually-
too, and then I was like, huh.
Yeah, I actually tried to do that as one of the live started. I tried to log in because I'm restreaming this to YouTube, and I tried to log in to TikTok because I'm on my computer there, and I have that screen up, but the bottom has like a login thing, then the comments over top, so it says login for full experience. Tried to log in, wouldn't even let me in. So because I was already live here though.
Yeah.
The internet has been being
Yeah.
weird though.
Yeah, I always so somebody commented this on one of my videos, and they sometimes say it in the chat here, but they said you make everything into a conspiracy. You're such a conspiracy theorist, blah blah blah. And I'm like, that's you're not. That's literally a compliment. Yes, I do. I am a conspiracy theorist. I've talked about it before. Like I'm not a politics
Well-
guy. I'm not a political pundit. I'm a conspiracy theorist that puts things together.
Yeah, and then there's nothing wrong with being conspiracy theorist. To me, that just means you're thinking critically, or you're actually using your brain. Maybe it's not that we want the world to be ending. We just question things, right? I mean, that's how I see it, anyways.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, very much so.
What's wrong with Axel?
So, find yourself. Anything else with this? I don't know. That's the whole thing. This is why it is toxic. 'Cause I'm still down. I still like the whole drama is interesting and fun to talk about, right? Politics is fun to talk about as well. It's often what's on our minds. But when you have this like random, because it means nothing. At the end of the day, it means nothing to me. I don't care what, well, it only means little bits. Oh, she dropped out again. But the reason that this kind of drama is so interesting is because, so, Klutz, it says you haven't been on TikTok for very long. Dusty, you said that you don't see these people come up on your page very much, or do you?
Which people? The
Like you-
Lance and them people?
yeah, yeah, like that whole side of
Eh.
TikTok in general.
No, they don't pop up on my page very often because I scroll past. I don't care about the minuscule things going on in these people's personal lives. The only reason I
Yeah.
know about this one is because it just kept popping up and you just were inundated with it. So I'd caught pieces here and there. I actually thought I had blocked Chelsea, is her name, I guess. I thought I had
Chelsea
blocked
Hart.
her a year ago because she irritated the crap out of me with her videos. I didn't want to listen to her because everything she said in her videos that I'd seen previously was just grading, virtue signaling. It had no interest in me. Most of the videos that I get are politics, um, conspiracy theories, the freedom protests, stuff like that. Animals running into things, love that. And construction and innovation. Like currently, I've got a series that keeps popping up of how aluminum cans are made because this is the stuff that interests me. How things are done, how things work. I don't care about the minutia of people's day-to-day lives enough if they're not my friends and people I know. I don't want to know about it because a lot of the times it's like you said, it's either a facade on the internet or it's just absolutely depressing.
So when you're saying that, it made me think about why perhaps this has gained such popularity, this in general, like this one controversy, because these channels, you say you get politics, but they are political, but from a different point of view. But at this point, not quite as political because they've intermingled their own lives because there's so much like straight up drama. And so I was just thinking,
Yeah.
like, why is this one dramatic event being pushed so hard? And I think it's because everything that happens on these channels are little spouts of drama that go back and forth, unverifiable things. These people will literally attack children as young as what, 13? And I'm using a broad scale. Yeah, I'm using a broad scale of like that group of people. I don't think either of these two have done that, but they've attacked younger individuals for beliefs that where it's like, if you're in high school and you believe something, like you got time to learn and grow. Like, don't attack somebody for their beliefs. And so it's like this whole, okay, so bring it back to how Klutz was not on TikTok a few years ago or anything like that. And I think I started looking at TikTok like a year or two ago, maybe a year and a half. And like I had a profile before this that was the open debate, but I think I had one before that. I don't even remember what it was called, but it was just like a random thing where I just like go through and I just like different stuff, and it was just like, just like go on and scroll through. It was not anything to do with politics or anything like that. And those people would come up all the time because they're very heavily promoted. So they spout off beliefs that are very highly promoted by mainstream media. So anytime something's happening, it's Black History Month, if it's gay pride events, like, they're out there being very vocal, saying things, so they're being pushed into the forefront of just the average consumer. And so you see them and they pop up, and then you also see the separate drama that they have with people, where it's like these individuals who are supposed to be the bastion of the good guy on the left, and this is who you should look to, and then like they're arguing with these people, and there are individuals that are giving out firm facts about things, and then they just, I don't know, it's a weird situation to see in the comment sections and stuff, right? Because it's always been very toxic. And now at this point, it's like an undeniable, it has nothing to do with your point of view. It doesn't matter, like, if you want to say, I am an ally to all feminists, or I will do this and I do that, it's like the actions of the individuals have shown just how toxic these influencers are, because they've influenced so many people throughout the last few years in that atmosphere of like holier than thou virtue signaling, that when you find out that these actual people are terrible and toxic, that it shatters your whole worldview. And I think a lot of people are seeing that, where it's like they've built, like I said, there's whole profiles that I see of people that pretend like they do the exact same thing as these people and act like them, trying to be them, to project
Yeah.
that energy, where it's like,
Shouldn't we, kind of treat TikTok like we treat guns? Assume they're loaded. Assume that whatever we see, we need to take with a grain of salt. Shouldn't we go into social medias and assume that all of this is fake? I mean, then it'll help us get over that, right? But I understand that not everyone goes into it with that, like, okay, this is not reality,
Yeah.
and I think, yeah, I agree, that's super hard for people, because we were talking about it earlier tonight. This whole platform allows that breakthrough where we're all talking together, right? And so imagine this platform had 1 million followers on it, and we're all talking together, but we've never met, and it creates this sort of false illusion as though like we personally know each other, where once the camera's turned off, imagine I just get up and start screaming at everybody, right? Like you know what I mean? Like, you don't know. I'm not doing that, but like, you don't know, right? And so it creates this false sense of this trust in people, especially when you have the ability to curate what people see and how they perceive you.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this one thing I like about being on these discussions is this is about as real as you're gonna get. This is real time, unedited. Well, you saw earlier. Klutz didn't see it, but everyone else did. I got a little excitable when I was talking to that guy earlier.
What happened? What I miss?
and I don't get excitable very often. I think I'm very, very rational, very calm. But that built up over an hour of listening to him talking and just trying to get in and say something, because there was just so much I don't agree with him, and I didn't mean to come in so hot against him. And if he's still here, I apologize. I wasn't trying to attack anybody, but when he was, he was insulting my province's main export, and he did. But I wanted to ask him where he got his information that it was that way, because that's what people have been putting out for years about the oil sands. I came at it the wrong way. I should not have done that. But
I think that you were good. I think sometimes emotion's good, and he definitely understands. So I'll explain to Klutz what happened, or a little bit earlier. There was a guy that I had on for a while because he, somewhat like Shannon, has a different point of view, but is open. Shannon's more open to talking, I think. I think he stuck around and was leery in the beginning, but had a pretty good conversation, and I hope that he comes back, and I appreciated his voice on here for sure. but he said that he is like a communist, open communist, and defended communism. That was what his position was for a while because people kept coming on and wanted to talk about communism. And then we were talking about renewable energy because he's hard into climate change, but it wasn't like whether like climate change or not. It's just around what do you want to do and what do you think is the proper source of renewable energy and stuff like that. And he had said before though, his name is something
Loud.
Loudfire.
loud, something about smoking loud, something. Yeah, it's something. It has to do with smoking though. It was
It's
like
loud
this.
fire.
No, it's like this is loud or something. Like it was about smoking. I can't think of it though, but it's loud or something. This loud's fire. So yeah, this loud's fire. I think is what it was. Anyways, his name isn't as important, but it is because I'm not trying to talk about him. We're just describing the scenario. So he had stated earlier in the conversation, because we started off, him and I were kind of in a debate around what it means to have an open debate and what debates mean and what the end result should be. And I was saying that when you get hyper emotional and let your emotions take over your like the ability to factually have a rational conversation, that's when the conversation
goes
ends and
out
it's
the
not
window.
productive. Yeah, and he disagreed because he cited a mental situation like bipolar disorder. I think he said that he
You made
suffered
him
from,
so
and
mad.
claimed yes, he was upset, but I have ADHD as well. Like he said, is very similar in the traits that they exhibit. And I said, like you have to rationalize that you have to be able to control yourself, and if you can't, that's on you. I'm sorry, but it's going to weaken your position and not make your argument. It's going to weaken your position. Your argument may still be strong, like you said. You can still have very rational, like not rational, but you can have very strong points, even though you're hyper and you're mad and you're yelling. It's just not going to have your argument come across strong, and especially the people listening that they're not going to take it the same way. But he disagrees. He feels differently, and that's fine. You can completely feel differently. And so going into that, he got loud quite a few times throughout the conversation because that's who he is. He's very emotional. So if he started disagreeing, he'd get very passionate and yell or get louder. And so Dusty came back in with the same sort of response when he came in, and he'd been waiting for a while. The other guy had been talking, and I don't have a hard position when it comes to climate change or anything like that. So I was just kind of letting everybody talk. Same with communism. I just wanted to let everybody talk and give their positions. Like, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to listen and have everybody hear what you believe and why you believe it. And so Dusty had some things to say. He'd been waiting a while, came in hot, and then they had a conversation for a while, and they completely disagreed with everything. But it was good. It was good, though. Still a good conversation.
Yeah,
No
it was.
No one ran away.
No. No, and that's the whole thing. The only person, and I will say, she has unblocked me. To anybody who knows this person, I've never said their name, and I'm not going to say their name. But she came in, one of the first streams I had, and we had a great conversation. And we disagreed on something to do with the convoy, and it was like a gotcha type moment, but it wasn't a gotcha moment because I wasn't like, yo, yeah, I took out your point. She just agreed with what I was saying, and then we agreed to agree, and then she said she had to leave, and then she blocked me. And she had like good live streams, and I liked seeing it because she had a different position than I did. But I'm back. For some reason, she unblocked me, and I can see her streams again. So if you're out there, come back to the chat. You know who you are. Yeah. Weird times on TikTok.
Yeah. Always fun though. So what
That's all
about you?
moment.
What about Klutz? What do you think of the toxicity on TikTok? You've heard our positions.
So, you know my backstory with Facebook and everything, I think.
Yep.
So I was kind of drawing away from Facebook, and I was actually off social media completely for, I don't know, I was going on 6 months actually, like no Facebook. If you see my last post on Instagram, actually, so that was July, August, September, October, November, December, January. So I was going on 7 months, no like hard social media. Like I'd post pictures now and again. That's what I originally started using Facebook for, was like a photo database basically. So I was already feeling that toxicity from Facebook, right? But it was, you know, it was definitely what I was seeing and how I was reacting to it. And I find it very hard when I'm passionate about something to not react or respond back to it, right? So I had to pull myself completely away from that. I needed to spend more time off my phone. And then, and then my fiance tells me about this convoy on the way to Ottawa, and I can't remember exactly why I decided to get on TikTok. No, but it had something to do with the convoy and me wanting to help, you know, support that, right? So I gravitated towards TikTok, and I have to do the same thing. And I find TikTok way more addicting than Instagram or Facebook or anything else, but it's because it has things like this, right? But I I have to be very self-aware that I'm not spending all my time and being consumed by it. If I didn't have a family, I would, like, I'll be honest, I'd be totally consumed by it. It would keep me entertained, you know, on those nights where I was feeling very, very lonely. You know, my ex-husband and I, we got together when I was 15. We had 2 kids, and then we got married. 2 years after that, got divorced. So I went through, you know, I've been with someone since I was, you know, young, 15, all the way, you know, almost like 20, in mid-20s, right? So I felt very lonely for a long time, and I can only imagine if I was on this platform then, it would literally have consumed me because of how I was mentally at the time. So I try to be very mindful of being on it, and for me, that's why TikTok for me is toxic. That's how when I first saw your background there, that was kind of my first thoughts of how this debate was gonna go. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's very in tune with how it has gone and how it has been for a lot of individuals. Because, like you said, you do have to be mindful of the interactions that you are choosing to have and how you're choosing to use the platform itself. Somebody had brought this up earlier, and it's something that I think is an interesting add-on, and I'd like to hear your opinion around this as well. The idea that we get into these hyper-fixated areas on TikTok, and we find a community. It allows you to, like you said, you'd be inundated all day and night. But say 85 to 90% of that is reaffirming your beliefs, and it's super awesome. It's the best thing. And then the other 10% is literally the worst. Yeah, that helps validate you. But then there's another 10% that is like the complete opposite, the worst. So there's no in between, really. It's not like, I don't even know. I don't know what she said. I don't even care. It's like, I hate this. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. Or you're doing great. That's amazing. I completely agree with every single thing that you said.
Yeah, and it kind of gives us that dopamine fix, right? And then we see something nasty, and then we're like, ooh, someone's backing me up in the comments. Yeah, and it's almost a game, really, if you think about it. So we just have to be mindful of that, right?
Well, I get about a 50-50 mix of people I agree with and people I disagree with, because I don't block people just because I disagree with them. There's a few people that are pretty prominent with their political views that I get their videos all the time, and I honestly despise the creators. I don't like anything about them, but I watch their videos because I don't like them, and I want to know the other side.
Yeah.
It gives me the perspective. The
Well,
chances that I'll
too, right?
Yeah, and the chances that I'll ever agree with some of them is slim to none in a cold day in hell. But
it can happen, man. What was it, Klutz? Wasn't it you? It may have been someone else, but someone sent me a Jimmy Dore clip. Yeah, no, it was probably Missy there, Miss Combat Queen. A
Yeah, I don't think it's
Jimmy
me.
Dore a Jimmy Dore clip, and I was like, I am not gonna even open this. I was like, I'm not gonna watch. I didn't say I was gonna watch it, but I was like, I'm not gonna like this. I know I'm not gonna like it. She's like, just watch it. You'll be surprised. And I watched it. I agreed with everything that he was saying. He was just talking about the Ukraine-Russia situation, just the nuances between it, and it was like, I dislike the guy. I think that he's like, I don't know. I dislike him, right? And so then you have to take a step back sometimes, and even though you dislike the person, the position and the ideas that they put forth, they can be valid, and
Yeah.
Yep.
it's also good just to watch people that you disagree with because you disagree with them. Like I do have some people on my page that I follow strictly because I dislike every single thing that I see.
I think my phone's dying.
How
I
do you
won't
find
give them-
yourself up there? Find yourself?
I'm good. I'm pretty chill right now. I'm doing the same thing you're doing.
Oh, I see. That's why the camera's black.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I comment on a lot of those people's videos, my opinions, and I'll tell you, some of the people that respond, great, have a conversation for 20 or 30 messages, realize that we're not going to agree and part ways, but the majority of them, they come in and they'll say one thing and then it's just insult after insult after insult, and I can't find the productivity in insulting people rather than stating your position, whether you're right or wrong or whether I'm right or wrong. Come at the conversation with something to back your position, and we can decide on our own whether or not we think that your position is correct or whether or not our position is correct. And sometimes you may change somebody's mind because you look at something in a way that they have not looked at it.
That's very true. I got called a racist today because they just couldn't back up what they were trying to say. I know, right? Because they couldn't back up what they were trying to say, so they just said, "Oh, you're a racist," and I was like, "What?" And I'm
Yeah,
just
when
like,
they
"Tell me why you think what you think." And you're so loud, Elder.
I tried. I don't know how else to do it. I take the mic. I try to put it over there, under the pillow, everything. Nothing
Just
works.
just
I may as well just
stop
leave it
blowing,
in.
just stop blowing bubbles in your milk.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it's hard. It's an addiction, apparently.
When they start, resorting to name calling, this, that, and the other thing, that's when you've lost them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they have nothing else they can say. So it's like a little kid, right? They have nothing else they can say, so they start, pinching you or hitting you or screaming at you, right?
Yeah.
They've reached a point where they can no longer respond rationally and with intellect. So yeah, and that's when, same with blocking people. Like I don't think I have many people blocked. If they start commenting nasty things literally under all of my videos to the point where I can't keep up, I'm like, okay, this person's just completely stalking me in my comments, and then I block them because that's just too much. And like emotionally for me, if I see that, like it's just, I almost have like an internal panic attack. My heart starts beating really fast, and I get angry, right? So if I see that, that's just what's gonna happen. So it's like, no, you're gone.
I get at least one person a week blocks me based on the conversations, and I've never said a nasty thing to anybody.
Yeah, no, it's almost like, okay, you just don't want to hear what I have to say, and that's fine. But why block me? Like, I'm not attacking you by any means, right? But if
So,
you're attacking someone,
I've had a
Go ahead,
weird
I'm done.
situation happen. No,
My
you're
phone
okay.
won't
This
die,
relates. Okay.
by the way.
This relates to what you're saying. So it Klutz, first I'll say this then. This relates to the person that I asked you to go and see if you could see those comments the other day. Do you remember that? I was like, I can't.
No,
I can see like
yeah, yeah.
18 comments, right?
Yeah, and I could only
So
I
that
could see 16. Yeah.
Yeah, that person is somebody, I'm not going to call them out, but somebody that I follow that I disagree with. I kind of think that this person is like literally pushing just straight propaganda. I don't even understand. I literally do not understand. I watch it, I'm like, are you serious right now? I don't like, who are you working for? Are you getting paid? Maybe not. Maybe these are your genuine beliefs, but I'm just baffled by what I see. But I can still see all his content and everything. I cannot see any of those comments. I can see that they're
That's
there, but I can't see them at all. And then there's one other person that random, clearly I don't know if it was a bot. I probably was a bot that called me a white supremacist, and then I told him I was black. That person, they must have blocked me or something, but because I pinned their comment, they could keep commenting on my stuff, but I couldn't see any of their comments. I had to go to my other profile to see what they were saying, and it made me so confused. I'm like, how did they block me, but they can keep seeing all my stuff and comment, but I can't see them? Like, it's like they just blocked me from seeing, but they're commenting on my post.
That's like
Ooh.
silencing you. Just being like, shut up, listen to me. That's so
Yeah.
strange.
Can you see the comment counter going up from their comments, or is it just completely nothing for you? Because I'll have to go.
No, I can see the
back and look-
counter.
Okay, because I was gonna say I'll have to go look in my comments because I got so many people that probably have me blocked from the left side of TikTok that I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah.
I got
What's actually
well, I got
happening in there?
I got blocked a lot, especially over the summer. A lot of people that, and I'd post on someone else's video and they'd engage me in the conversation, not like what I had to say, and then they're like, just block you. And it's like, you started the conversation. I was talking to the person in the video, not you, and you're offended by my position? Like,
See, and
I
I
don't
find that
get it.
so strange, right? I feel like they block you based off because they don't believe in what you believe in. Whereas I feel like we're blocking people because they're verbally abusing us, for starters,
Yeah,
right? Like, yeah, it's interesting.
yeah.
Well, I think that it also comes down to the way that they take in that sensitivity of those comments and stuff. So when somebody continuously is saying the same thing that is getting under your skin, that they know is going to do that, and then you end up blocking them, it's different than when somebody, if you engage in somebody in your comments, you spark up a debate about something that you want to discuss, and then they disagree, and you just get rid of them because you disagree with their opinion or the way that they're saying things, right? But the level of harm, quote unquote, emotional harm that the individual probably feels it's probably similar because they're so weak.
They're that far gone.
They're fragile. Their worldview is
interesting.
atop a pedestal, and anything that pushes it one way or the other will topple it, and they can't risk it. Any challenge to the way they perceive the world will shatter their worldview. I mean, you look at a lot of these people that tend to be a little more sensitive to any type of disagreement, and the first things that they'll tell you is a lot of stuff about themselves that you didn't ask for, you know, as a person of, and then this laundry list of things, and then all of a sudden you're like, that has nothing to do with whether or not we should go to nuclear energy from, you know, it's nothing to do with the topic. You don't have, I don't need to know about your personal life to have a discussion about something that is completely unrelated. And those tend to be the ones that more often than not are quick to block the second that they don't like what you're saying, because it challenges them to actually look outside themselves and see the broader world that is not always going to be in agreement with them.
And that's scary for people, right?
Yeah. But it shouldn't be. It
No.
should be, it should be the way that we work. I mean, look at the safe spaces on university campuses where people think they have a right not to be offended. Back when I went to university, universities were a place where if you weren't offended almost daily, you were in you were in the wrong area, because it's supposed to challenge your worldview. It's supposed to build you up with multiple different opinions, different viewpoints,
Yeah,
so
like
that you can form the person that you become.
yeah. You think you
Yeah,
would be more
I agree.
understanding the more educated they are, you know, they think you'd be more open to different views and such. Sorry, I'm trying to plug my phone in.
That's okay. You would definitely think that, right? But it does make sense. I saw this, memes often do hold weight in the broader scale of what's going on in the world. And whenever I say meme, I just kind of mean like a something that is going around, an image
Yep.
or a text that's just being spread widespread and piece of information. But essentially, it was just like a little text box that said you can't really blame the individuals who are so eager to fall in line with whatever they're being told, because that's the way that society's been set up since we were children. So these are just people that think that they're doing the right thing. Clearly, like, they're fucking not. But from the time that you're a child, you go into kindergarten, you start being taught by the education system of around what you can and can't do. We all know that the way the teachers deal with students, it's about it's not so much about what you learn, it's about how you're learning it. So you either repeat what the talking points that we have laid out here and you're going to get the good mark, or you don't, and turns out that you actually can't you can't. I don't know, to me it's a weird situation. You got a car here and a car here, and you need to get here, and they're saying you can only go this one way, but I see another road over here, and they're like, no, that road doesn't work. We're only taking this left road. You're never going to take the right road. That one is not for you. Don't even think about it. I'm like, it gets you to the same spot.
Yeah.
I don't know. My mind's kind of a weird mind. But regardless, all throughout school, and then you go into the workforce, and it's the same way. People even talk about it. If you work in a factory, you got the bell, just like the lunch bell, and you're accustomed to working like sheep. But people are just used to doing it. That's what they've been set up to do. And unless you ever, like, we talk about this stuff because we are all individuals who have a have the type of minds that are willing to expand past what we currently know, and are willing to accept that there are things out there that we don't know, and we're eager to explore and find those things. But the average person, they are not willing to explore. Like we said, it's scary to go outside of your comfort zone. The individuals that we say they're on a pedestal, and if they tip either way, their worldview will completely shatter. That's the majority of people, regardless of how far set they are in it. They're just in their own little world, and they don't want to think about like the things that we talk about in government politics and the conspiratorial stuff. That's outside the boundaries of what the average person not only cares about, but what they want to care about. They just want to be taken care of. They want to go to work, come home, go to the bar, get a couple of drinks with their friends, eat some pizza, and sleep. Have some good sex, whatever. Just relax and not have to worry about anything. They don't want to. They don't care. They don't care about who's getting the money, who's doing this with what, where your taxes are going. As long as they're taken care of, and they don't need to think about it.
Yeah, I had this thought
And
the other day because um I wouldn't say I've been there, but there's been points in my life where I'm like, I need to do that for a bit. I need to just do this and not worry about everything else that's going on. But I mean, that's not reality. Once you know kind of thing, right? Um, but I feel like sometimes ripping yourself from the news, ripping yourself away from kind of everything, and just kind of coasting for a bit is okay. But if you're doing that all the time and that's just how you are, like, I don't know, I like being interested in things that scare me, I guess.
yeah, I'm gonna let
Yeah.
Dusty respond, but I just want to say that people often criticize the right for being conspiracy theorists or That's the wrong word even. The way that what we're talking about, they often say that the right is fixated on esoteric knowledge, and there's a desire in individuals to know what other people don't know, really, where it's like, oh, I have the secret information, I know the truth. But I think if you actually break into these circles, regardless of how crazy the conspiracy theory is, obviously there are some people that are just into conspiracy theories, and that's what they're doing. But the majority of people, if they're looking at it rationally, um, it's because they don't know. It's not because they think they know everything about this. It's because they genuinely don't know. And we, like you said, once you come to the understanding of certain things, where one of them being the fact that we have no idea what's really going on around us for the most part, you can't just put it back in the bottle. It's not like, oh well, all I want to do is relax and not think about this stuff anymore. You're like, your head can't go back in the sand once it's out. It's unfortunate. I wish that it could. I think everyone who has, what I was gonna put up, not tonight but another night, and the questions, I write them down and blah blah blah. But if you consider yourself woke or based, because they mean essentially the same thing, what were the events that created that, like that started that happening, and what does that mean to you? Because in both senses, like once you realize all of the weird corruption that happens around you in government and everything like that, there's no going back. So just to to summarize everything, and in conclusion, like I said on a previous stream, I've always been a conspiracy theorist. Hillary Clinton's emails dropped, the two converged, and it's not like I couldn't do anything from that point. I was just like, oh wow, everybody that I thought was leading the country believes all this weird, messed up stuff that I thought was just a joke and a conspiracy. Well, then why do they believe it? And I was just, and they just sent me down a weird rabbit hole.
I have a question. Just because I kind of came over from left wing politics, it's how I raised basic. I don't know if I would say I was left and came over to the right, but I guess in that sense, do you think that once you've come over from the left to the right, can you go back if you start disagreeing with things you're seeing in, say, right wing politics, or just with kind of the right side in general? Do you think people go back?
Yes. You
I was gonna say yes. I'm gonna let Dusty respond. Yes. I'm just saying yes.
and that comes with about 7 asterisks. You can definitely change your political view back and forth throughout life. Go left, right, left, right, left, right, all you want. I don't think that you would be welcomed back on the one side if you go back by the same people you knew before. I think that the this there's a big problem in the tolerant left being intolerant to people who abandon them, as it were, and they're not willing to forgive, which is really oxymoronic because they claim to be the all about love and acceptance and everything else. Yet if you abandon them for any amount of time, they will not accept you back for anything. Now that said, you went to the if you went and voted for the Jagmeet Singh, say, your friends that are more conservative would accept that. They wouldn't abandon you for that viewpoint. And if you decided that the next time that that wasn't the choice for you, you weren't happy with it, and you went back to a more conservative viewpoint, they would still accept you because people seem to think that conservatives are so intolerant that they're, I mean, I don't know exactly what they think, but from some of the people that that talk, it sounds like conservatives are beating people in the street for disagreeing with them, and I've never seen that. I mean, there's bad people both sides that would be, you know, hateful, but hate is hate. It's got nothing to do with your worldviews. You're either a hateful person or you're not.
Yeah.
But the left seems to breed intolerance to disagreement. And for that, you wouldn't be accepted back into your former circle. That circle is dead to you, as they they will tell you to your face. And we've seen hundreds and thousands of videos over the last 5 years of people on the left, bragging about how their conservative friends are no longer their friends because they voted for Trump. And it's like, one opinion in a person does not define the person.
Well, the same thing happened with the convoy. It was like, if you support this or if you don't support this, like, you're dead to me. Goodbye. And it was like, no.
But
that, like, once again, I think that does really, I agree with your point there, Dusty. It does tend to really happen more so on one side. But when it comes to your actual beliefs, I do agree that, yeah, you can go back and forth. Although there's a classic meme where it's like a centrist and they like step in the middle and then it's like left and right, and the left's like, yo, what are you doing? And they push them to the right, because that often happens. And then your beliefs, I personally feel as though once you leave the left, a lot of people, it's like a kid who's been locked up with their strict parents their whole life, and now all of a sudden they're free and they can eat all the chocolate they want, swear as much as they want, do whatever they think is cool. And so people often explore farther right ideologies than they would even normally go to, because they've been pushed, like restrained so far. And oftentimes, if you're a moderate individual and you get pushed onto the right, there are some ideologies on the right that you probably disagree with. I would say the majority of people, if you're going to sway back and forth, are going to be more in the center and then just lean left or lean right. Just like Dusty said, it's very hard, especially in today's day and age, to break back into that whole left-wing hemisphere. But it can easily be done. It can be done. I don't know if anybody knows the dude Hunter Avallone, but he was like a hardcore right-leaning individual who just spouted off just right-wing talking points, like any classic right-wing trope, and just made a name for himself by just attacking individuals, like same sort of drama type TikTok thing, right? And now he's a full hard leftist and complete opposite. Every single opposite opinion that he would have said 4 years ago, now he's 100% the opposite. People are like, they think that he's like a white savior type, great leftist, liberal, progressive person. And it's weird that, but he's one person that did break through to the other side. Does not happen often though.
Was finding a moment.
Sorry, just quick question. Did he start on the left and go right and then back, or did he start on the right and go left? Because that's the difference.
Yeah, he started on the left, went right, and then went back to the left.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's super, super rare case there for sure. And he was a young kid when he started, but I don't know. It's just he's like the classic trope of a grifter, like the individual who's only doing what he's doing in order to create a follower base and like create a career out of spouting off generic talking points.
Was there a defining moment for him for why he went the way he went with his beliefs and politics and whatnot?
I would look into a little bit more, but he was really big on YouTube during the whole anti-SJW scene, and that scene died out, and he just completely stopped posting. And then about a year or two went by, and he resurfaced with his newfound beliefs of now being a social justice warrior, and completely remarketed himself for what was now turning into the height of the Black Lives Matter movement. So it seems like a monetary choice, in my opinion, but could be his own personal beliefs. He was growing up through at the time, right? So it could have switched, and
yeah,
that could be genuinely what he believes now. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. TikTok is...
I'm being quiet to let Klutz talk.
No, Got nothing now.
You got nothing.
I got nothing.
But yeah, I think it's a lot easier to go right, left, right than it is to go left, right, left. I think that people on the right, and again, it's more that right of center, not full on off the deep end right, but right of center to left of center is a lot harder than left of center to right of center. And I find that when you were talking about what woke is, I think woke is like a red flag. Anybody who defines themselves as woke is someone that has that everything about themselves is built up on their self perception, and you must agree with their self perception in order to be in their vicinity. Um, Enlightened is a much better word for people. If you want to be enlightened, it's more of an intellectual term, whereas woke is an ideological term. And ideology, just like what we have in our government, is a terrible thing to base your entire life around, because ideologies tend to change, get fractured, and you have no control over it. And when it happens, your whole world comes crumbling around you if your ideology was not the upheld ideal. And with our government,
Yeah.
we've seen so much damage done with ideology ruling our country, because we got a prime minister that can't even focus on an important issue without turning it into some sort of ideological endeavor. And every time he does that, he just keeps leading us down a road that has, one, made us a mockery of the international community because we keep voting this idiot in, and two, he's destroying the foundations of our country by any time that it comes between a rational choice and his ideology, he sides with his ideology and runs with it as if it's gospel.
So I do agree with you. I just I'm gonna let you speak here, please. I just oh I thought she was well, bless you. Um, I do agree with you there, Dusty. So enlightened would be a better word for the overarching idea of people who are just socially aware. But the term woke, um, to me at least, the way that I would see these terms would mean politically aware. The same as the word based would mean politically aware. But like you said, those are ideologically driven words to mean that you're politically aware within a certain sphere. And so if
Yeah.
you're woke, you're politically aware of the left issues, climate change, feminism, all this stuff. And then if
Yeah.
you're based, you're more on the side of, well, I'm pro freedom. I want to. I don't know. It all depends on who's using the term, but it's often used for individuals who are very firm in their stance of, say, traditionalism. And I believe that women and men have in different innate traits, and I'm firm on my beliefs, and I'm not going to push past them. And it's like, okay, yes, like they're very hard ideological, uh, yeah, points of view from the other sides. They both just mean aware, but they are very aware of what they're looking for just from the opposite side. So being based or being woke, right? Because that's not the average individual. It's just those are people that are hard in their ideologies.
They're extreme words for extreme ideological point of view.
Yeah, I agree. How do you feel, Klutz?
Yeah. No, I agree too. No, I'm just yeah. Uh,
A
my
vape pen.
going back to the the whole part like before the convoy started and stuff, I was very, we had got one vaccine. We were definitely um just because it was so new and stuff, right? Um, so I haven't really been around for this whole everything on TikTok until quite recently, like literally a month ago. Um, so I've been viewing a lot of what I've been seeing from, you might say, the left side, even though I didn't vote for Justin Trudeau past 2019, etc. So I've only been on this side for, a couple years, and not even, and it's only been about a month since I've really been seeing the major contrasts and the divide going on and the corruption going on. And I'll share a little story just about my grandparents on my dad's side. I viewed the right side when I was younger, and on the left, being raised by my mom, who is very left wing. I thought everyone on the right were these crazy religious. I'm not religious, so I just, again, I same with my mom. It's how I was raised. I thought the right was all these crazy religious, batshit crazy people, because that's what I was told they were like, right? So until very recently, obviously I've realized it's not that way. And it's funny when people, come at me and they're like, saying all this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm not like that at all. I just think people should have a choice for what they put in their body and not get fired for it. My grandparents, it's actually quite interesting to watch what has happened to them. Um, they they live out of town, about 45 minutes out of my small town in the country, in the middle of nowhere. Um, and so they don't get much family that visits, etc., etc. So my dad, who's he kind of thinks that they are so sheltered out there, so all they see is stuff like this online. And they've taken it so far, and they've actually almost become super right wing religious, to the point where, like, we were doing this, me and my friend were doing this, and picture of us, we were down by the lake, we were like, just being silly, taking a picture, and I posted on Facebook. I now don't have my grandma on my Facebook anymore. I blocked her and everything else. This all happened about a year ago, because my grandma was like, stop throwing those devil signs around, this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, Grandma, like, people, I don't want my friends seeing you comment that on my Facebook.
Yeah.
Like crazy to me. And even now, like, I'm still not religious, but I see that part, say right wing politics, where it's just like they do believe, and we all believe in the same kind of conspiracies, but they have taken it to this level where it's like, whoa, looking for all these symbols and everything, and I never want myself to become that consumed in this. But I just find it interesting. I'm not trying to put them down or anything, but I just see in my own family how far right those ideologies can go. I'm probably just rambling now, but
No, you're not rambling at all, because like, that I am a hard conspiracy theorist, and so the whole thing that makes it such an issue is that there are compelling, no, I wouldn't say facts, but there are compelling coincidences, we could say, that lead individuals into, when you look into symbolism and how things are portrayed, right? Um, the rabbit hole is deep, but it's confusing, and you have to be able to take a step back and say, listen, today, no conspiracy theorists, because I've been too consumed. It's like, yeah, I get it, checkers, not good, but I'm not going to be looking for them everywhere. Like, I'm not looking for the number 3. I don't care, like, all this weird, like, symbolism, because it does break down to, when you look at the world around us, right? This is why the right and the left are different, because the right, I think, is able to actually structurally have a conversation about hard topics, where the left is like, nope, you're wrong. We're all science made everything, blah blah blah. And on the right, when you're getting into those kind of hard conspiracy theories, even with the mad religious aspect, you're looking at the fact that the world around us matter. Every single thing that this physical universe makes up can be broken down into a coded language. So if you're breaking it down into just like a binary code, then you're extrapolating how this works with all these other things. And they're just looking at these weird things and putting them together. And so the rabbit hole, once again, it can go very deep. And that's how people get sucked in, because it is interesting, but you need to be able to differentiate between, I don't care if the world's a matrix, if it is a simulation, what's going on, if I understand that string theory is the proper thing or not, it's not going to change what I eat for dinner
No.
tonight.
No.
So I have to be able to differentiate that.
Yep. Going back to this thing, someone mentioned the number 13. I love movies like that. I just find them super interesting. And going on that again with the whole symbol thing, and I know humans. I remember something. I before I had my daughter, I was actually going for degree in psychology. So I find kind of the study of the human mind very intriguing. And going back to the whole symbolism thing, and humans. So I read something. Humans are like programmed to look for patterns. And I don't know what the article went on to say, but it was quite interesting. And today I saw a TikTok with the blue and yellow, the Ukraine. I don't know if you saw it, but it was like they're programming like with these colors and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And so now I'm seeing some profile pictures with the red and the blue, and I started doing some things with like red, or sorry, saying red. I'm sorry, yellow and blue, yellow and blue. So I started headlining things in yellow and blue and stuff, and then I see your daily live yellow and blue.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that
Oh,
definitely was not intentional.
It's all just very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Klutz, did you see my question that I put in the chat for you?
Nope.
So I just was curious. You said that you did vote for Justin Trudeau and then you didn't vote for Justin Trudeau. So what appealed to you about him or his party in the beginning, and what changed in 2019 that no longer appealed to you?
Well,
And
you
it
guys
can't be his pretty face.
Nah, you guys are. So that was definitely one thing. And back then, I was younger. Right? I was late. I was raised left wing, and then I was with my ex husband, who is still he's more center, but based off his job and stuff, and what how he makes a living, it's more comes from a left wing place. Same with my mom. She was part of a union and she was a teacher. And in BC, the NDP party was always, better to teachers, this, that, and the other thing, right? So I grew up, and then I was with someone that was always left wing politics. And I remember doing one of those tests in school in civics class, not a test, but a survey or whatever, that actually put you on the political spectrum. And I was always right of center. And it's funny because I was always like, ew, no, I can't be, right? Because I was, that's bad. So actually, and it's kind of funny because my ex-husband kind of called me out on it. I did make a video, and no, like in 2019, I did get together with my now fiance. He's a heavy duty mechanic, so he job does rely on the oil field and this, that, and the other thing, whereas my ex-husband didn't. Now, because I was now with someone that has a different political view, I was able to even more center myself and be like, okay, well, that's where these guys are coming from, and this is where these guys are coming from. Where personally do I feel more comfortable with, right? And like I said, I guess I was always on that spectrum on right of center. So I kind of gravitated then to more of the right. And now I've lost my train of thought. But what was your original question? And I'm trying to figure out where I was going with all that. And Tanner's
Why-
laughing.
Why you voted for Trudeau originally and why you changed?
Thank you. Tanner's laughing at me because he just
We
knows
all
me.
do it.
Yeah. So, so anyways, before I met Tanner and all this happened, it was the moment where I was like, this guy is a fucking idiot. Was the whole juice box water bottle bullshit? That was literally finding where I'm like,
We say
this guy
humankind.
is a fucking
No, it's
stupid.
people kind.
People kind, not even human. Yeah, Jesus. Like he's off the deep end.
Yeah, and then yeah, in 2019, I was like, I'm voting first time in my late life because this jackass needs to go. Like he was in so many scandals and this, that, the other thing. And I'm just like, how could anyone vote for him? Like I was actually offended that people would vote for him. And I'm like, oh no, like I just came over from the left. These guys gotta be seeing what I'm seeing. And no, I was literally in shock. I was so I was in mutual funds and life insurance, and I was taking my mutual funds course in Prince George, and we're sitting in Esther's Inn. It's this really cool hotel with all these indoor palm trees, and it's like an indoor whatever in like Prince George of all places. I think it's a Super 8 now. It's no longer called Esther's Inn. Anyways, we're sitting there and I'm watching the TV, and I made a scene in the restaurant when he got reelected. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how can anyone vote for him? And I'm like screaming at the TV in the middle of the restaurant like a freaking idiot. I was so mad. My fiance, that's very like loud, and you know, he was like, Katie, like, calm down. But I was, you know, I've come over from that side and I watched him do so many idiotic speeches. I'm like, how could anyone vote for this guy ever again? I have a picture of him when I was 15. I can show you right now. It's so bad. But oh, and then just how often he says I don't know if it's because he maybe knows French better than English, or I don't know, but he says so much. I can't, it's hard to listen to. And then from
He
that point onwards, I was just like, I can't even listen to this guy speak anymore. Like my ears are literally bleeding. So that
he
was
sorry, he actually says just as much in French, and it's hilarious to watch the translators try to just like stop for a minute as he's going and the translator's just like pause.
oh,
So a question that I have for you as someone who has grown up on the left with the idea of the right being a negative stereotype around the right, have you noticed more or less, or what has your experience been now interacting with individuals on the right, the idea of ethnicity, like ethnic people, just people that yeah.
I feel, again, not being on this side very long, I always thought the left side was very inclusive and you know, the whole I don't see color thing, blah blah blah. And like I was always made to think that the right was just a bunch of homophobic, racist, blah 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 blah. But personally, I have never been called a racist more times in my life than I have in the last month. I don't think anyone like, oh, it's wild. It's wild. You know, they claim to be these um yeah, caring, loving, friendly, inclusive, you know, all for the greater good, blah blah blah. And it's like coming like being on this side now, I'm like, oh, they're all nasty. And even growing up, my mom, she would, you know, we'd be driving down the street, and I've said this before, I might have made a video, replying to someone, and I was like, you know, we'd be driving down the street, and my mom would just see someone that maybe offended her, and she'd be like, "Oh, look at them dressed like a freak, or they look like a freak." You know, she'd say random stuff and just judge people by how they looked and stuff a lot. And she was very vocal about it with my sister and I in the car or whatever. And my sister and I would always go, "Mom, like, you don't know that person. You don't know anything about them. Like, why do you, why is that so offensive to you?" You know? And so it's kind of
Yeah.
seeing how people talk online to each other when they've got opposing views. And I'm like, man, like, my family, my mom's family, very, very much like that in reality, like in person. They would never speak to someone directly like that, but that's how they
Mhm.
talked about people together. And yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's pretty interesting. But obviously, you know, everybody has their own little quirks. But something that like
Yeah.
I kind of was like something that I was kind of like asking there was when it comes to people on the right, because obviously
Yeah.
that is a trope. I just didn't want to say it for you that the right is very racist. Um, how have you seen like your comparison to individuals who claim to be on the right compared to the left? Have you seen many ethnic people who claim to be on the right?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, absolutely. Well, you're one of them. I follow a bunch of there's a bunch of like black guys, black girls in the States that I follow. There's a couple that are actually saying like, um, I thought my own fiance was being a bit racist because he's like, black people aren't oppressed in the States. They're like, he's like, they're oppressing themselves. And I'm like, babe, you can't say shit like that. And but there's literally a TikToker, and she's black, and she literally says that. She's like, I was born in the States. I'm not oppressed. Like, y'all are oppressing yourselves. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh my god,
Yeah.
this shit. And so it's just, you know, I don't know. It's just funny seeing that. And then because I now have, see, proof to like back that up and be like, no, like even some black people are like, no, I'm not oppressed. You're oppressing yourselves. I'm like, okay, so, you know, maybe he was okay in saying that and he's not being racist. And I'm like, whoa. So it's kind of been a wild ride the last couple of years.
Yeah, you learn a
Yeah.
lot when you just accept views that you may have thought were not good. I'm gonna pass it to Dusty and let him respond, but I will just say beforehand, I don't identify with any political party really. I didn't grow up, my parents or anybody, nobody was political around me. Nobody even talked about politics ever until, like I said, until the whole politics and uh, conspiracy theories converged together. And that was like in 2015, like right as Trump was running for presidency. So it was all like all at once. But I just play the devil's advocate for the right wing all the time because they're always portrayed as these evil, negative people, and they're never given the floor to actually speak. So I tried asking the question, "What's wrong with being right wing?" and nobody could really give me a firm answer.
There's also a gay guy. I just happened to scroll past one of his lives and it said, I'm Republican, gay, blah, blah, blah. And because my dad is gay, I was, oh, this will follow and stuff. You know, people are all like, people on the left are like, how can you side with a political view when they all hate you? And he's like, they don't. I've never felt so accepted in my life. And I'm like, well, this is great, right? Like it's
Yeah.
like breaking down those barriers that people are like either you're left or you're right because you're this or you're that. And it's like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. I I grew up all over Western Canada. I born in Kelowna, lived in southern Saskatchewan, central Saskatchewan, northern Alberta, southern Alberta, and I've seen some racist people mostly in Saskatchewan, and it was towards natives, but it wasn't that they were left or right. It was that at the time, back in the late 90s, Saskatchewan had a really negative way of dealing with the natives and it wasn't a good time, and that was sort of at the tail end of it. And as you went to younger people, that disappeared. But some of the older, but not the adults, but the older kids, the teenagers, were still harboring some of that. But it seemed to have gone away for the most part as people matured. Um, Being that I live in Alberta now, I get called racist on the daily just because I live in Alberta. And I think that's kind of hilarious considering my two half sisters are native. And I'm not sure how that makes me racist just because I live in Alberta. I got, I know one person who is a female to male uh, post op visit when they've had the surgery, transgender. I've got a friend, his name's Big Gay Tom, and he's as flamboyant as a firecracker. And nobody treats either one of them differently. In Out of everyone I've seen interact with them, they're always treated very well. There's a few people that are of different ethnic ethnic uh, ethnic groups, and they're all respected and treated well within the community. There's still a small amount of people that are racist, but they're racist just for racist sake. It's not the norm, it's not rampant. It's actually hard to find. You have to go searching for these types of people, I find. And I live in the middle of cowboy country where cowboy is a lifestyle. It's not just a costume people put on every 10 days of the year. And I get called racist on the daily just because of where I live. It's the most bizarre thing to me for people to say that because that's not what happens here. A lot of people making that judgment have never even been out here to see the people. The people who do come out here have the same view that I do once they've been out here. They're like, this is not what people were selling to me back home. This is actually quite a great place to be. It's definitely the stereotype about how proud we are of our oil and beef is that runs deeper than anything. It crosses political lines, and but it's not a racist place. I've actually only, like I said, the very small town in Saskatchewan that I lived in, near a native reserve, was the most racist place I've ever been, and even then, it wasn't as widespread as people seem to think. Then people go on about how we have systemic racism within our systems. That was true 70 years ago. The systems were racist. There's no denying the fact. That's what the civil rights movements were all about. That's what we've been changing for the last 70 years. To say that the systems are racist, systemically racist today, would would mean that the laws themselves would put a higher value on a certain race over other races, and we don't have those laws anymore. They are gone. Everyone has equal opportunity to prosper and equally are punished under the law. Now, that's not to say that there aren't people who still do discriminate within those systems. When you hear of, cops profiling the black guy or such, yes, those people still exist. They still are out there, and you can't say the whole system is like that just because a few of them are like that. We've been trying to weed these people out for 20 years, 30 years, and slowly they're coming to light with the ability for everyone to videotape. And you can see a huge cleanup of bad policing in the states, especially. They're very gung ho for videotaping. And then, a few months later, those police are no longer police officers because they've been let go because of the accusations against them. Somebody looked into it, and they go, well, that's proof of racism. That's a different problem. That's the thin blue line where police protect each other no matter what. And that comes from the same reason that people in the military form such a bond. You are trusting your life to these people every day. And if you are going to make an accusation against somebody that you have to trust your life to, you damn well better be sure that you can prove that your accusation is true, because the fallout from that will potentially put your life at risk. And that's a hard thing to get past. The systems themselves are not racist. Some actors within them. But people keep saying, "Oh, the Canada is systemically racist." And Ben Shapiro said it best. Are you going to tell me that the world is more racist today than it was in 1960? Because if so, we're doing something wrong.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I would comment on the individuals who claim that you're racist simply because you're from Alberta are the same individuals that can't put two and two together when they say they'd be the same individuals who are saying that Alberta is Canada's Texas, and then not looking at the fact that California just had a mass exodus to Texas. Why? Why would all the individuals that just made up this blue state move to Texas? Perhaps because it's an absolutely amazing place to live, and people are proud to be from Texas. I do need to wrap up the show here. I was going to do that like an hour ago, but decided to keep going because we are having some good conversations. But I will pass it off to Klutz to have some final thoughts, and then back to you, Dusty, to have some final thoughts. And yeah, so that's where we're at.
I don't really have any final thoughts. I just want to thank you for having me on again. And if I will share this, I'm in BC. I have no idea when the masks mandates are ending. I have no idea when our passport health system for getting into restaurants and gyms and whatnot are ending. I had a customer today, and he said he was sitting at the bar, and he said, um, they just announced that mask mandates are ending in BC on March 13th if the cases continue to decline. I came home, and my I call her my work wife. Um, my coworker and I were like, "Hey, like," she's like, "Hey, can you find this information?" I literally cannot find this information anywhere. I've tried looking on all like global BC. I've tried looking on TikTok. I tried looking up the live. Like, I literally cannot. I don't know if this guy was just BSing us just to make us feel better or what, but I cannot find this. So if anyone sees this information, please let me know. I have no further information on when BC's mandates are ending other than the end of June, which is just insane to me. But someone said they announced that today. So again, thank you for having me on, and I appreciate everything you're doing on the open debate.
Thank you for coming out. I appreciate your voice. Always a pleasure to have you on, and I'll definitely research that and try to find out what I can for you and everybody else in the chat. Feel free to go and try to find that and send it over her way. Have a good night, Klutz.
Hey, Klutz. So, yeah, like I said, I'm in Alberta. We've had the mandates lifted for weeks now, and life is starting to get back to normal. We don't get the daily COVID updates anymore. In fact, it's almost all but a thing of the past. People don't talk about it a lot. There's still a few people that are obsessed with it, but it's few and far between. We can go out and drink and party and do all that fun stuff, and our cases have stayed low. So I don't know why BC is so reluctant to join suit with the rest of the Western provinces, because Saskatchewan's already dropped all their stuff. We've dropped ours. I think the only thing we have left is hospitals and transit, and that's going away soon. So, yeah, that's weird that BC's clamping down harder when the rest of the world is opening up. But they're probably taking their lead from the feds. As far as final thoughts, I think that if we continue trying to get snacks together for the party that we were trying to organize in the chat earlier, that we could have one heck of a good shindig because we already have donuts and we've got grilled cheese sandwiches and chicken nuggets and I think there's a few others. So this is like going to be a thing now that we're going to have this giant potluck one day. We'll all just meet somewhere and we're gonna have a big party to celebrate, you know, the end of the pandemic.
Yeah. Classic potluck, something that we thought we'd never get back to, right?
Right? But other than that, so we thought thanks for having me on again. Always a pleasure talking to everyone, you two both, and stay safe.
Yeah.
You
Well, thank you for coming out. Yeah. Thank you
You
both. I appreciate both of your voices, and it's always great to see you both on. Everybody that comes on usually is very respectful, and we always have good conversations, and I really do appreciate it. Everybody's contributing lovely to the community that we're building here, and it shows individuals that we can have interesting conversations that don't always align with your worldview or your point of view, but they can always be productive. And at the end of the day, you learn a little bit of something new that you didn't know before you started the stream. But thank you guys for coming out and enjoy the rest of the evening. Have a good night.
Thanks, Elder.
Thanks, Elder.
Peace out, guys. Another productive conversation. I think that things are going very well for the channel here. We're building a community of individuals who like to come out and have good conversations in the chat below, as well as in the boxes. And I appreciate everybody who does come out and in there. Thank you for the rose there, Klutz. Appreciate everybody who sent gifts in the chat as well. And just being here to discuss things really means the world. If you'd like to help support the channel, you can always hit up the PayPal at Open the Debate. I appreciate everybody who has done that. It helps the channel grow and run and keep going each and every single day. I do daily live streams at 9 p.m. Started it a little live tonight. We went live at 7:30, testing things out there. That was still pretty good. So we will see how it goes in the future. But with that being said, we will be back tomorrow. My name is Elder. This has been the Open Debate. Be your own hero, kids.